how you can manage your relationships. And so, first of all, would anticipate, or excuse me, ask you to put in, while I'm just doing this one thing here, what was something awesome that you got out of either Chris's presentation or something else um, that you wanted to learn? I'm just curious to see that, because again, I know that's something that will help me get going, and I think we've got that going here. Yeah, I definitely love, and actually, don't let me do this real quick. Um, just going to go through the chat real quick. I'm ready to start my thing, but I just want to see, because there's so much. Yeah, Al, definitely. Al Mega, Podfest, such an awesome event, a community. And I think I've, what, 4 or 5 now that I've been part of in some form or fashion. And Al comes on. Wait, hold on. Al, if you're on, hit me up in the messages, Al, because I've got to get you on audio, because I know you're not. Oh no, well, we'll have you on the thing later. But yeah, Al's going to be talking. He's also part of the Podfest community. Um, yes, Al Mega, Danny, you do need to know Al Mega. He is a raving fan. He's awesome. He's in here. We have a talk of his later today. Devi is part of the Podfest community. We've had quite a few people already that are part of that. But actually, I'll just, I'll leave it mysterious. Al Mega will be on a little bit later today. If Al's in, yeah, Devi, if you can bring him on. I just wanted to have him say, if he can. I know he might not be able to come on right this second, but if he can, I'd love to have him pop in real quick and say, hey, I'd love to hear a couple of his comments. All righty. Let's see here. And I'm assuming he knows we're bringing him on. So let me make sure. All righty. Awesome. So Al is spice. Al
I'm
is
here.
passion. There you are, brother. What's going on, man?
All righty. I'm working today, but I definitely I'm watching. I'm watching every single speaker. You've had awesome speakers already. Early in the morning. I love it. I love the energy. Love the passion. This community is awesome. I mean, what more can we
Awesome.
ask
Thank
for?
you, brother.
That's
We're going
right,
to be
Danny.
sharing some of Al's stuff later. I appreciate you coming on. Appreciate your support. Appreciate you chatting in here and keeping up with what you're doing. Al's going to be sharing a little bit more about how he
Yep.
created a 3-day weekend opportunity for himself in less than about 9 months. So,
Well, thanks to Mr. G, you listen to this man, and basically taking that information, folks. Learn for real. It works. You just gotta take the step to listen and then apply it. Done deal. You got this, people. Wepa, that's right. I'm making the building.
all right. Thanks, brother. Love it. All right. Thank you so much for coordinating that, Devi. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you all. Yep, we are still recording. And now we've got our live on YouTube fixed, and we should be good. Awesome. So what I'm going to do now is, as I did a little bit earlier, I want to put some form to this for you, because when you start talking about things like relationships, it can very easily become it become fuzzy. It can become something that doesn't really help you if you're really not on top of what it can look like. So what I'm going to do is help you look at how you can multiply awesome relationships. And this is really just about having more time for your best relationships and attracting more like them. And in the similar way that we talked about assets and liabilities and time wasters, I'm going to suggest that what we're looking to do is have more time around the people, talking with the people, hanging out with the people, were the communities that we enjoy. And probably one of the coolest things that I've seen, and I would not have believed this a year ago if you had told me this, when you look at or listen to what Chris was just talking about, of so much of his quality filters for how he looks at his personal relationships are very similar for the business, even though they're not exactly the same. But a very similar sense of looking for people who are loyal, being loyal, that sort of stuff. I had a bias even that I couldn't meet this many awesome people in a work setting, because I'd come from more of a corporate background. And it's not that the people there were not awesome. I met a lot of awesome people in the corporate background, but the background wasn't really, it was like, okay, hey, kind of keep quiet, put your head down and do your work. So it didn't really facilitate that. And yet this work, hosting events like this, connecting with people, connecting in the community that we have, doing podcasts, you start connecting with people that are really doing awesome things. And so many of the people I've met on here that are in this community right now that are here to learn. And, it's funny, it just never ceases to amaze me how many people are in here that are brilliant and are doing well. Some of them are doing financially and exposure wise far bigger than I am that are in here learning. And my guess is that's a lot of the reason why they're doing so well as they're doing. So, what I want to suggest to you is there's this idea of relationships color our lenses and our worldview. And so, you might have heard the saying of rose-colored glasses, or sometimes I'll tell people, if they're seeing things through bad way, you get your poop-colored glasses on. Like everything you're seeing looks like it's poop. And I can use stronger words. I just try not to. But anyway, we all see the world from our own subjective point of view. We don't see the world as it really is, but as we perceive it. And that's not to say there's no objective reality. It's just that we as humans, we're interesting. There's that country song, which I love, God is great, beer is good, and people are crazy. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. Our worldview and our perception, it can be changed by our mood, our confidence, our experiences, our health, our energy levels, our geography. Shoot, for me, the amount of sugar I've just taken from the food I eat. And our relationships affect our worldview, our world, and everything in it. And so one of the best ways to improve our world is to improve our relationships. And so I remember hearing once in a book, I forget which book it was, where the author simply said that one of the most important decisions you'll make in your mind, in your worldview, is what is your relationship with the universe, with your creator. And the simple thing was, in this sense, do you believe that the creator is a benevolent being that has your best interest at heart, has given you life and is looking out for you? Or do you believe the creator, if there is one, if you believe that, is out to get you? And I'm not here to sell any point of view, but if I lean on my psychology background, I have a master's in psychology, not that any person couldn't make the same observation. The people that are more, that see the world as a dangerous place, that are constantly talking about, the world's just a bad place. The world's in a bad situation. People are mean. People are not nice. Whether they're right or wrong, it really colors how they see things. And so they accept a less friendly world. They accept a less warm situation. And it makes me think of what one of my clients said to his son once. His son said, Dad, you live in this sort of bubble world where people are really nice and a lot of your friends are successful and they're well educated and they make money and they treat each other right and they're responsible. He said, and the son said to the dad, the real world's not like that. And the father said, son, I'm so glad you finally understood that. And I've been working my tail off, teaching you and working to help you understand that, yes, there are parts of the world you don't want to be a part of. And, you want to be able to enjoy some of the nicer, more abundant, more loving parts of life. And so much of that's going to be who you're around. Juliana, excuse me, I got to say that right. Talked about it earlier. The 5 people you spend time around. That's been said in so many circles. And so what I want you to consider is, just like with what Rebecca talked about of the things we bring into our world, what are the relationships? And so I'm going to do something that in general you probably shouldn't do, but I think it works and it's worked for me. It's definitely worked for me as a coach in sports to ask kids about intangibles with numbers. So when I'm coaching a team and either basketball or volleyball, and let's say they're not doing as well, I'll say, hey, where's your energy level at? 1 to 10. They'll say, oh, it's at a 5. Okay, well, does a 5 completely encompass everything? No, it doesn't. But they know what a 5 means. It means they could give more. And so they say, okay, we need to get it. And they'll say, oh, it's about a 6 or a 7, or it's an 8, or it's a 10, or whatever. So in that sense, it might be impossible to accurately measure something, but we can measure how we feel about it. So again, I'm not looking to measure Johnny or Susie or some organization. I'm not looking to tap into that level of judgmentalist, because some of you all, depend on what you study and your view of the world, have experienced that if you get too judgmental, that can be a not so good thing. And yet we can talk about, is there a match? Is there a fit? Not am I better than them or worse than them, but are we on the same vibe? Are we on the same wavelength? And so we can evaluate our relationships without being negative or judgmental, in the sense of how well they sort of fit with us. So we can't quantify the taste of chocolate or vanilla ice cream, but we can quantify how we feel about it, decide if we want more or less of it. And we can do this without being mean or nasty. And that's probably one of the biggest things that I've been so impressed with the energy of Chris Krimitsos and how he is. It's also Debbie, I know you have this, of you can still say, yeah, that's not a good fix for me. That person's not a good fit right now, or they're in a tough spot right now, without being mean. And we can still choose what is for us and what's not. And so what I'm going to suggest to you is there are types of relationships that are either awesome or mediocre or bad. And of course, you could have 20 categories of these if you want, categories of these. But think about for a second now and invite you to pause. And again, you can be following this along in the workbook, but for a moment, just think for a second. How do you feel like in an awesome relationship? When people are supporting you, when people are nurturing you, when people are looking out for you, how does that feel? And how is that different from when you're in a mediocre relationship where, and this could be business, professional, romantic, friendship, kids, parents, friends, whatever it might be. Mediocre relationship. Yeah, they're not mean to me. They call sometimes. They kind of look out for me. What's that like? What's that feel like? And what does a bad relationship feel like? And it doesn't have to be tragically bad, just not cool, a negative relationship, and not fun relationship. So maybe even bad might not even be the best word for that. And in each of those relationships, think about how you're treated. And I'm not looking to go down the road of, well, I'm a victim and they did this to me and I said and they said and this said, well, how long you've been friends with them? 20 years. Okay, well, if it's horrible, man, move on. But in general, how are you treated? And what's your energy level like? Because of the way you're treated, that at least in my experience comes full circle that then you give back with and it sort of, reinforces itself. How do people speak to you when you're in an awesome relationship? How do they communicate with you? Or even more so, equally, how do you treat people well? Or how do you speak to people when you're treating them well in an awesome relationship? What's that like when it's mediocre or bad? And by the way, this could be the same person. It might be, Wade, this is when we're in a good space. Here's what it's like and how we speak to each other. Here's what it's like when we're not in such a grateful space for each other, but we can tolerate each other. And here's what it's like when we're just mean to each other. What's that like? And how do you know, again, whether it's multiple relationships that fall into these categories or it's the same relationship, how do you know when the relationship's in an awesome space or the relationship is awesome versus mediocre versus bad? And now, as far as different relationships, where did you meet these people? So you might say, wait, I keep running into these people and they're really, really nice. I keep going to these conferences where people are learning and growing and evolving and sharing and supporting each other. I keep meeting awesome people. Great. Probably a good idea. Keep doing that. And it might be you find patterns in other situations. And by the way, Rennie, I'm taking your advice. I almost went to the bad. I'm not even going to go there. Although that's something it's nice to look at, just to be aware of. And how does your life flow? And this is one of the things, and I just realized as I got off the interview with Chris, that something that just popped into sort of my mind was this sense of, I feel very blessed that I've been able to, as an entrepreneur, do multiple things, but I've continuously invested in relationships with people that are high quality. And somehow things seem to still work out, whether it's that karmic sense that Rebecca mentioned, or just in a general sense of, yeah, things are good relationships, good people, stuff keeps working. And think about that so now you have in sense, and now we're really going to focus on those best relationships. Think about how are your areas of your life that we talked about, spirituality, family, romance, friends, health, fun, finance, career, growth, giving. How are those impacted by awesome relationships versus mediocre relationships or bad relationships? And that could be business relationships. It could be personal relationships. The great business relationship might help you make a lot of money. The great personal relationship might just simply inspire you to be confident and take risks on yourself and grow and develop yourself versus the other side of perhaps the activities you get into in relationships. Again, not that the person's bad, but the relationship's not so productive. I think I was going to put unproductive once. I think it didn't fit in the font. So I get a little really precise about my font. So anyway, in that case, then thinking about, again, if we use this concept of appraising the relationship. So to be really clear, there's you, there's the other person. We're not judging you. We're not judging the other person. We're judging this quality of this relationship according to you. So it might not even be some objective. We're not going to have an argument about this with the other person. Say, well, darn it, it's a 7. It's not an 8. But just how it works for you. And if you think about this, and the same thing, let's say you have friends you go drinking with. And I'm not here to judge drinking. I've done my share of drinking in the past. There's been good parts to it. There's been not so good parts to it. Overall, maybe it helps with the friends. It maybe doesn't help with the health. It helps with the fun, and maybe doesn't help with the finance. So maybe that's kind of in between, and depending on maybe the time and the setting, maybe in the right situation, and maybe once in a while or whatever that works for you or not. Um, think about the spouse that's awesome, or the relationship that's awesome, the friend that's awesome, that really supports you, and how that just impacts so many different dimensions of your life. And also thinking again, also when you're that spouse, when you're that friend, when you're that partner, think about that teacher you have that has just inspired you to be awesome, to grow, to learn, and to serve, and to enjoy life, how that impacts so many areas. If you have a relationship with the divine, and if that's a positive relationship, in my case, it is. Again, not here to preach on it, but that's something that's usually for people who enjoy that a positive thing. And then think of simply any relationship where you might sort of classify that person or that relationship, again, even more so specifically, not even so much the person, but that relationship is an energy draining relationship. What's that like? How does it drain or impact so many areas of your life? And then again, like we did with our assets or time wasters or liabilities, think about what are some of the worst relationships. And this one particular one, I'm going to suggest to you that you might not even write down the name. You might write down the initials. You might not even write it down, because this one particular area can be an area where if you dwell on it, it can be, oh, well, now I'm a victim and now I'm going down and it's their fault. I'm not looking to do that with this. I'm looking just for some people, you might say, oh, wait, you know what? That wasn't that productive. And again, maybe even worse is too strong of a word, but there are some people that sometimes do have really bad relationships. So I also don't want to hedge on that. But what are those relationships that you're like, yeah, could do without those? What would be some relationships that are mediocre? And you might say, okay, they're okay. And so, yeah, Wade, some of them, if it's a mediocre family relationship, you might say, well, Wade, I'll stay in it because it's family. But if it's a bad family relationship, you would say, wait, I'm going to kind of pull away from that, or at least minimize my time with that person. And then what are some of the best relationships? And again, these could be personally, professionally. And again, a lot of this time you're going to want to do, of course, outside of this. And then any other relationships that you invest a lot of time in. So it could be where you work. It could be any sort of area that you're frequently there, invest a lot of time with. And then just as we did before, look at, and again, you can choose to do the relationship score or not, or just decide you don't want to do the math, but which are the relationships that you want to focus on making some shift in, whether it be, do you want to invest more time there, or you want to shift it in some way, and say, what's that relationship? How many hours a month are you investing there? How many hours would you like to be investing? This one shift right here. Say, Wade, you know what? These are some of the most important people in my life. I'm not spending enough time with my friends, my family, my loved ones, whatever that is. I'm spending 1 hour a month. I'd like it to be 3 to 4 or 5 hours or whatever it might be. And then that's a little change. You can literally, that's just the math there. What's the difference? What would you do with these hours, and what's your target date? And so again, what I'm going to suggest to you is this is a very simple exercise. There's not a lot of fanciness to it, but it can be a very powerful exercise when it's done well, and can be very nurturing and developing for people. So this is going to be something that you can take action on, that I'm going to suggest you take maybe one of them per month even. Hey, one per month, I'm going to start making changes in how I invest my time. And if you haven't noticed, and I might not have singled this out to say, we're talking about a lot of things here that can be shifted without you even having to change jobs, things that happen in your personal lifetime, your time outside of work. And then as an invitation, start one potentially awesome relationship either each week or each month or whatever timing is good for you. There's so many different ways you can find them, either friends of existing relationships, physical places, certainly online, podcasts, events like this in the community that's related to this, and seek to initiate at least one new relationship per week. Focus on making connections with people who seem awesome and being awesome to them. Don't worry about the speed or the depth of the relationship. Don't worry who's getting what. You can control your activity, but not which relationships develop. Don't track it. Don't obsess over it. Just be somebody that's like this. Again, I see so much of this done, what Chris has done, and just plant seeds like a farmer and knowing that those seeds might or might not grow over time, and plant enough seeds with love and friendship, and some of them are going to grow. And so I'm going to suggest to you, as I did in the other one, as you start doing this and you take action on this, then you're going to start looking at milestones to say, okay, over time, Wade, again, I can focus on all of these areas, the relationships I already have, the time I already have, the money I already have, the things I already have, without changing jobs. And I can start looking at these different ways to say, well, my relationship with God or spiritual practice, time for family gatherings, social gatherings, romantic gathering, time to be fully present for family meals, for family members. This is a huge one, number 7, forgiveness practice to maintain health and to heal. Just letting things go. There's different prayers. There's a thing that I've used that I learned from Deepak Chopra years ago, of just thinking of things that are upsetting you and just releasing them, letting them go. And going back to number 4 here, if you don't have a romantic relationship, and it might be just spending time with yourself and giving yourself a nice dinner, taking yourself to a nice restaurant, that sort of stuff. And that sounds kind of corny or cheesy, but treating yourself the way that you want to be treated. Contacting important long distance relationships. That's become so much easier now that people are more connected. Getting, ideally, and again, these are mastery, these are goals that would be more of the level of mastery, 0 time in organizations and companies you do not respect or believe in. And then ideally less than 1 hour per week with people or groups you don't wish to see. So these are all things that you can do to start nurturing what you're doing. What I'd like to do, if it's cool, is Debbie, would you mind coming on real quick just for a minute or two? I'd love you to share your experience of PodFest and Chris's community, because I know we won't necessarily be directly talking about that, but I think it's so in line with the relationships you and I have experienced at conferences of people that are looking to do a certain vibe, a certain family thing. What was your experience like that, and how would you explain to people that maybe have not experienced an awesome community of people that's really looking out for them and pulling for them?
Yeah. So if you're a podcaster, you know that podcasting can be actually a very lonely journey until you find your tribe. And once you find your tribe, it's like a community you can't explain because you understand what you spend a lot of your life doing, which is really expressing that unique voice and purpose that you have. And so I think Chris and the whole community, like his partner is Andrew, right? Is that Andrew? Yeah. Um, they're just they're so good at building up a community of people where they literally like they pour into you in a way that they are acknowledging the greatness in every aspect of who you are so that you grow and advance as a human in ways that you might not normally because you feel like separate or other than. And I think that is one obviously of Chris's gifts in that he does, like he talked about his relationships and how he is with people. He is someone that definitely like that's his gift is people and loving them and bringing out the greatness. I know for me, I spoke on a panel this time, and we have a women's, we call it our, I think it's called, what do we call it? We call it our high or pod posse, I think. I forget. Anyway, I have too many pod tribe posse things that I do. But there's a group of women podcasters that I've met through another event actually, which is where I met Chris. But we came together and we talked about what it's like to have a pod of other podcasters. So they had a panel, they had panels, they have main stage speakers. I imagine they have other things that I don't actually even know about that, that they do. Maybe Wade, you can speak to some of that. But for us, we were on a panel and we basically came in and talked to the community about what that was like. So they have different topic areas that you can come in and speak on. It's all from other podcasters. So you feel like a part of the community that we're all growing together. It's like not top down, like you talked about. It's very much everyone coming together and sourcing with your unique gifts and calling out the unique gifts that you each have together to collectively really like spiral up in your life and up level to what's next for you. So Is that your
Awesome.
experience, Wade?
That's so much of, and he mentioned it. And again, I noticed he doesn't spend a lot of time on it, but I've had this experience recently. I'm sure you've had it with your show of just the people that are caught up in the, well, I've got more followers than you, or I'm better than you, or how many downloads do you have? I have more. And it's kind of funny. It still kind of just goes back to like the playground from like, like kindergarten. And, most of the people I know that are genuinely successful, and really successful don't say much. It's like people with old money or people who've been successful for a long time. They don't go around, because to them it's almost like but more than that, it's like, okay, but doesn't everybody doesn't have, all this that we have, and well, I hope they do. Um, as opposed to some sort of proving or whatnot. So yeah, so thank you for sharing that. And I am really excited. I'm going to do one transition and I'm really excited to have our next guest. Um, but I'm going to really quickly do some of our really little mini announcements just to make sure people are checked in. And then if you'd help, thank you. And thank you again so much for your help with this, Debbie. So real quick, again, just to remind you all, whoops, let's do that. That again, inside, if you want to help people get on here and they're not, go to 3dayclublive.com. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to see, well, what's going on? They're talking about this community where there's different things. Go to 3dayclublive.com and you can sign up. And inside the community of the technology of here, there's a platform we're using where you can go in. There's areas to share in here. And again, we're going to be having follow-up at least for the next 4 weeks, where we have checking in to see how people are doing with their follow-up with the event. We don't want this just to be a one and done thing, at least for those who want it to be that way. And then there's the ability for you to invite friends in the community. You can type in their email or use a share link. And if they do that, because this event's free and part of the community is free, there's a part that's more into business growth, but there's investment for that. But for the free part, we're going to always have stuff going on. So you can invite friends. And if you bring in friends, you get fabulous prizes. And there's also the topic section where you can just go deeper into different areas, whether it's how to add your profile photo or how to connect with people, how to share your podcast link or your social media. There's a lot of connecting going on here. And then again, we just had Chris on from Podfest, sharing a little bit about his business. Andrew's actually going to be talking a little bit later today. Debbie's been part of that event as well. And then we'll have Alex coming on later today. So now, if you would please bring on Holly, Debbie, or Debbie, Holly, if you bring yourself on, I guess that's right. You just unshare or start sharing your screen. Hey there.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I am stoked. This is very cool. Some of my volleyball friends are geeking out that I'm interviewing you, so that's really cool. So Holly is an amazing beach volleyball player, amazing volleyball player, amazing athlete, and gotten to know her just a little bit in the last few months and have watched you play. I'm such a fan of what you bring to the game, your commitment. I'm imagining that's what you bring to life, a commitment to just excellence and just being awesome and being supportive of people. I've watched the people you've played with. So yeah, so first of all, so thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. And for those who don't know, you're about to get a really, really, really awesome treat. Just want to make that for those who aren't aware of that, just letting you know.
Thank you.
So what I want to do, and I asked you to share something, and from what I can tell, looking at what you've done, not only have you been successful as an athlete, and I'm going to do the short version. I'll let you talk about it more, but I know you've earned an Olympic medal. I know you've earned so many honors as one of the top beach volleyball players in the world. You've earned collegiate honors. What was it? And at any point, feel free to just weave in which parts you've done. But this is a bad woman here, right? Just so y'all know, this is just wanted to have this conversation about you having this life that is not perfect, but it seems to be. When I asked you, would you speak on this topic of creating an amazing life with no regrets by persistently pursuing your dreams? And it's a bit of a mouthful, but it was the quickest way I could define what I think it is that you do. What did it feel like when you first started playing volleyball? And when did you realize you were passionate about that? Because I think that seems to be something that's really instrumental in what you do. You don't seem to do things halfway, from what I can tell. And even from interacting with you, even preparing for this, So yeah, so again, what was it like when you started, and how did you know you were passionate about that?
Well, good morning. I grew up in a very competitive family, and I was fortunate enough to have a twin brother and a younger sister and a competitive mom and dad. We competed at whatever we did. So it was just natural that, on the weekends when we went down to play volleyball, that it was game on. That's just how I was from an early age. No matter what sport, Pee Wee soccer, I love to compete. So I knew that sports were for me because I was a super shy kid, but as soon as I played sports, boom, I was confident. I could dominate, and it was just something that gave me a lot of pleasure. I liked watching sports. I liked playing all types of sports. So from an early age, it was something that I knew made me happy. Seventh grade is when I decided to play indoor volleyball. I was playing club soccer, indoor volleyball, kind of did that for a while, and then chose indoor volleyball as a vehicle to earn a scholarship to college. And that was really important for me. So it kind of all started there and just snowballed and grew, and I put a lot of work into it.
What was it that led you to decide you wanted to be great? Was it just, well, this is just default. This is what we do. Use the word dominate. Is that just like, I'm only doing it this way, or no other way at all?
Um, you know, I don't know. I'm wired that way. If I have an opportunity, I want to make the best of it. And I saw opportunities through sports, and I had great coaches along the way who kind of mentored, taught me about the discipline and the determination that it took to really maximize what you had. I'm not the biggest athlete, I'm undersized, but I could outwork anybody. And I had athletic talent. So like I wasn't athletic, I had athletic talent, but at 5, 6 and 3/4, I'm competing against girls that are 6 feet and some bigger. So I had to outwork them, outsmart them, and figure out ways to maximize the abilities that I had.
Awesome. One of the things that I've gotten from a sense of from talking with you is that you seem to enjoy the work. A lot of people talk these days about, well, I'm hustling, I'm grinding, but they say it like, okay, I want my badge now. Like, do I get my hustling bind like Girl Scouts or something? Like you should be so grateful that I worked hard. And some people call that entitlement. There's a lot of different words for it, but it doesn't seem like you have that. It seems you seem to enjoy that.
Yeah. Oh, I love the hard work that goes into it. I mean, you get out of something what you put into it. I did bike boot camp this morning, and my instructor was yelling that at me all morning, but I agree with it. As a professional athlete, I didn't have somebody driving my career. Nobody even thought I could win a tournament, I had no money. I had nothing to fund my career. So I had to work at a restaurant, earn money so I could buy a ticket to go compete. So I had to put energy into making the most of what I had. And I love the grind. And a lot of pro athletes don't like the gym. I love the gym. I loved going to practice. Now I'm retired, I miss practice. I miss the hard work, just leaving the beach exhausted, covered in sand, knowing that I put all that effort into being the best that I could be. I love that. So maybe I'm weird, but that's how I am. And I think when you love what you do, it makes that a lot easier to put that work in.
Yeah, I mean, well, and two things there for those who don't know the world. I dabbled in beach volleyball, but for those who don't know, I mean, this is a world. It's kind of the closest analogy might be tennis or golf. You're your own person. You've got to get your butt there. You've got to. Nobody's like paying your way. And in beach volleyball, gosh, even when you were at the top of it and you were the first woman to win or over $1 million in prizes, that still was like very rare, like a very small percentage of people. And that wasn't in a year. That wasn't in one tournament like golf. It was a longer thing. One of the things I think I'm catching here though, is you seem to get that connection. There's a book by Stephen Pressfield called The War of Art. I love it. And he talks about this thing called territory, that when you put in your time, that territory, I love you writing that down. That's great. I'll get you
I
the
like
notes for it.
reading.
Yeah. But he just talks about like, there's no luck. Like you put in the time and territory pays you back. Like, and he uses it in a different word of the meaning. So like when I watch, for example, I love I love playing the drums with headphones on really loudly and pretending that I sound like the other drummer. For whatever reason, I don't want to put in the work there. I do love putting it in with volleyball. Um, but the people that are the best in the world, they do, it's not a mistake. Even if they're tall, even if they're Shaquille O'Neal and they're taller, you and I both know in volleyball, you can be tall and be goofy as heck and be totally taken off the court very shortly. But you seem to understand that connection. And so it's almost like somebody that says, well, I'm putting money in my mutual fund because I know it's going to grow. And so I'm not excited about the fact that I don't get to go, use the money to go buy myself a toy. I mean, that'd be great if I could do both, but I so want that money to grow, or I so want that payoff. Where did you get that? Was it from your mentors, and am I even right in what I'm saying that? I mean, is it you, because you seem to understand there's causation there, which a lot of people don't feel the causation. So if you look at, people that don't work out, they're like, well, it's not going to make a difference. You seem to be very clear on that. I'm curious, how did you get that?
I think I put in hard work and I saw results. So I just trial and error. I had to. If I didn't, there were going to be no results. And there's a lot of people who try and don't succeed. I also studied the successful people. I'm like, what are they doing that I'm not doing? And what can I do better? It's funny because after I started winning, I would see the young players and they'd be going out to the bars and doing stuff instead of staying at the tournament watching to see what the top players are doing. What are they doing that I'm not doing? They're like, hey, this is a great time. We're on the beach. We're in Chicago. We're in Florida. We're in Texas. And they didn't understand that they weren't doing all they could do to be great. And, I, for some reason, figured that out. I don't know. I was smart. I was observant. And so I figured that out early, which I'm grateful for, because I think it affects your whole life. And, as in anything you do, you want to always keep learning. I never act like I know it all. I coach all the time, but I can still be a better coach, and I can still study and improve all my skills. So you never can settle and stop learning.
That's awesome. And because I think one of my questions was going to be, which you seem to have pretty much kind of already answered, is where did you and how did you find the confidence to believe you could be world class? Because I think that's something some people seem to need permission for somebody to tell them, hey, you can be world class. And I'm like, oh, okay, thank you. As if, again, it's something, and you seem to say, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to do this because I can, or because not so much I'm going to die trying. And that might've been for you. I mean, was it that desperation? Was just, I mean, it sounds like it was fun for you, or it is fun for you.
Oh, nobody said I could be world class. Nobody said I could win anything. So I had a chip on my shoulder. I had a lot to prove, and it was fun proving people wrong. I did it for myself, but it was, that was the side effect, and it was fun. But yeah. I mean, you see these athletes come out, oh, they can be amazing. I'm like, okay, whatever. It's potential. A lot of people don't do anything with potential. And people tell them that their whole lives, and that maybe that's a lot of pressure on them. Nobody told me that. I just was like, okay, I'm grinding, and I'm going to be the best I could be. Did I ever think I could be the best in the world? Probably not when I first started, but as I gained confidence and started winning, and then I was like, wow, I can really take this to the next level. And, it was a super fun process. It was a lot of hard work, but I loved every second of it.
That is so awesome. What are some of the lessons that if someone asks you, I know you've had a lot of mentors that really inspired you in different ways. What were some of the things that you didn't bring to the table that you said, no, this person taught me this, and that was something that made a huge shift for me?
I'm not really sure what it was, because I was kind of shaped by all sorts of different situations. Through sports, I think my high school volleyball coach was the first like super structured environment. You couldn't be a 1 minute late. You could never miss a practice. You had to be all in. There was no excuses. Everybody treated equally. And I like that. I learned that I really thrive in a disciplined environment where the expectations are the same for everybody. And not, oh, somebody gets special treatment here or special treatment there. And the same thing actually happened at UCLA too, or when I played. But in between there, I went to Cal Berkeley for a few years, and it was not like that at all. And it was not a fun environment for me on the volleyball team. I loved the school, but it was not the right fit for me sports wise, because it was like, oh, optional practice. Oh, it's okay if you're a little late. Oh, you have a stomach ache, you can sit out. I mean, UCLA and Maricosta, my high school, that wasn't allowed. So there were no excuses. And when there are no excuses, I think things get real. And I like that. I like the no excuses. I don't want to make excuses for anything.
Very cool. A lot of people, when they talk about kids being athletes, there's the side, you and I had talked a little about this too, of, the pressure from the parents, so there can be a lot of things that aren't so good. And a lot of people get really focused sometimes on, well, the kid missed out on this or missed out on that. But I'm imagining there's things that you got instead. What would you say, for that person that's saying, you know what, I want to do this, but now the world's telling me I'm going to miss out on my childhood or something. What would you say to somebody who's saying, you know what, I'm thinking of going for it? What did you get? And what did you have to give up? Because you might say, yeah, wait, I gave up certain things. I gave up, like you mentioned, some, I gave up going to bars, to parties because I was on the court watching. What were the trade-offs for you, and how did that play out?
Gosh, because it was something I wanted, I didn't feel like I was sacrificing anything. I mean, this is what I wanted. Did I miss a couple parties? Yeah, but who cares? I was achieving and going for my dreams. So I really don't feel like I had to sacrifice much. I missed a couple of family activities and whatever, because I was traveling around the world. But it was what I wanted to do. And so I really don't feel like I sacrificed much.
It's interesting you say that, because I know in this whole 3-day weekend thing I've been doing, when I first started, it was to get away from some of the work, which was a very different motivation than moving towards something. And I felt like, well, I'm giving up this, I'm giving up that. And as I've gotten more into doing work that I enjoy doing, I might miss something, but to your point, yeah, I don't feel like I'm missing it, because I feel like, well, I'm where I'm supposed to be. And again, it might not be at 3 days. Everybody's might be their own different thing. You mentioned you started seeing results, and that was, sort of feeding the feedback loop. How did that affect your personal life and your attitude and your commitment to be even better when you started seeing the success?
I think I was more confident. I think, first of all, improving is addicting. I mean, seeing improvement, seeing results, it's like, wow, I'm hooked. It makes sense. And I think it gave me confidence off the court too. I was so shy as a kid. Oh my gosh. Even in high school, maybe even in college, if I had to do an interview, I was terrified. Because I was very comfortable on the court, but off the court, I would just like, oh gosh, I have to give an interview. It was not good. And now, I work on TV in front of a camera. I'm okay with it. It's not a problem. But it's also getting outside your comfort zone. And that's important too. Getting outside your comfort zone and pushing the limits, because at one point I was number one in the world, and this man who was a legend in the sport came up, and I didn't really know him, and he didn't have great people skills. And he told me that, oh, that's how you play? You don't move your feet, you don't do this. And he was very critical. And I was like, I don't like that, man. And my husband was like, just give him a chance. Maybe he has a point. Maybe there's somewhere he can help you in your game. And I was like, I don't think so. But couple times later, I met with him, and we actually grew to love one another and respect one another. I used him as a coach later on in life. But he really rubbed me the wrong way at the beginning, and I was like, I'm the best in the world. Why are you telling me that? And, my husband actually made me realize that, hey, maybe he does have something to offer. And I like that. My husband likes to push me. He's very good at doing that, kind of making me uncomfortable. My entire athletic career, he's like, what are you going to do after sports? I'm like, I'm all in right now. I can't think about that. And it's true. I was like all in. I didn't even want to think about what I was going to do after. So I have to give my husband a lot of credit.
Well, I think that's awesome. I notice a lot of successful people I work with, they have somebody that allows them to be all in and looks at the big picture, because they'll say, I can't do both. And I think see some people that don't have that person, so they constantly, I'm in, but wait, small picture, big picture, as opposed to being able to have that. Um, what have you learned about, well, for those listening who don't know, beach volleyball, you choose your partner. So unlike other sports where, you're on a team and you get traded or this or that, beach volleyball is not like that. It's very, as you know, it's hierarchical in the sense of, or natural selection. If you're great, better people can ask you to play, that sort of stuff. Once you reach the top, though, you and I have both seen this. Some people, there's the types that just yell at their partner, they're on their partner. And there's those that figure out how to motivate their partner. And then, of course, it depends on the partner. Some people do respond well to being, yelled at or pushed. Some don't. What have you learned about working with people and the partners that you'd say serves you today, as far as being able to understand not necessarily how to coddle somebody or just compliment them, or not how to just berate them, but the subtle skills of being able to get the most from people?
I learned a lot. So it's interesting because I coach young athletes. I own a beach volleyball club, Elite Beach Volleyball in Manhattan Beach. And a lot of the girls are like, oh, I can't get a partner. Oh, I'm like, here's what you do. You get somebody who you think is decent and you go out and you beat everybody else. And I guarantee you they'll want to play with you because nobody would play with me. Nobody. And I mean, I remember all these women like turning me down and I was like, I'm going to whoop you. I mean, I was like on a mission. And once I did, partners just fell into line and I would win with whoever I played with. Did not matter. And so I got very good at playing with different kinds of players, figuring out what motivated them, what I had to do with my game to make them better. It wasn't always the same thing. My one demand or I guess request of a partner was that they gave 100%. I was a demanding partner because I wanted to be the best. And if you're not going to put in the work then and don't want to win like I do, then you're not the partner for me. But there are plenty of people who did want to learn and compete and be at the highest level. But that, I think, playing with a partner and learning to make them better was probably one of the best skills that I learned in that situation. And I think that can, apply to anything you do. I see a lot of head coaches of school programs. They hire an assistant coach that is the same as them. No, you need somebody who complements you, who brings what you don't have. And I see it all the time. It drives me crazy. I'm like, don't you realize what you need to make you a better coach? And people don't see that.
Well, I think it goes back to that thing, indoors, as you know so well, the setter position. I remember I asked somebody, when I started to learn indoor, because I grew up playing on the beach, and one of the first things I asked, well, what's the setter position? Like, your job is to make the hitter successful. That's it. That's the definition of your job. That's whatever it takes to look like that. That's your job. And in beach, it's like it's you and another person, especially like, as the King of the Beach format tournament where you switch partners. And the nature of it is, people say, well, this person didn't play well with me. It's like, but see, that's the whole part of the challenge. And that's what business is like. That's what so much of life is like. And yeah, I totally love that dynamic. I think in so much of things, once you start doing stuff, well, all of a sudden, it's the whole thing of making yourself the person that people want to be around rather than looking for somebody who's going to entertain you or want to be around.
Well, and I was a setter indoors. So I learned that indoors. I'm like, not only was trying to make my hitters better, you're kind of a little bit of a counselor, psychologist, trying to figure out, hey, what do they need to hear to make them play at their best level? So, I've learned that, as a setter all the way through indoors. And I think I got good at figuring out each hitter needs something different. Some hitters don't want positive feedback. They just like, set me the ball, whatever, it doesn't matter. And some needed, hey, we're going to run this. I'm going to set you the ball. Be ready. They needed a pep talk. So you just kind of figure that out. And again, I see that in my job all the time and whatever I do.
And I think that's so where I remember a friend of mine who's a setter used to get mad. There was a guy we'd played once in a while, big, huge guy, and he beat the heck out of the ball, but he needed validation is the simplest way I'd put it. And so, my friends and setters complain. I'm like, it's your job, don't you? And I just loved it because he liked the guy that was just like, I hit the job, I turn around, like, of course, that's expected. That's what's supposed to happen. But I think, again, like in anything else, that's something, we've learned, gosh, from having 2 children. anybody I know that's had 2 children says, okay, there's at least some biology going on here. It's not all environment, because one comes out ready to do A, one comes out ready to do B. You probably saw that in your family, with your brother and that sort of stuff, of just realizing, yeah, people are different. And I think it's so awesome that your husband pointed out to you, when you got that feedback, and just say, look, what can I take from that and do with that? What are you most proud of as an athlete?
Well, I think I'm proud of the fact that I worked my tail off and maximized what I was given. I worked so hard. I took advantage of a lot of my opportunities. I mean, when you have opportunities and to like meet with sponsors and help give back to the sport and help grow the sport, it's important to do so. I had to get involved with some of the politics of the sport, which I didn't want to, but as a leader, you have to stand up and say, look, this is what's right. But I think, the work, the approach, and the opportunities that I got to experience because of my sport, I'm really grateful. And I feel like I took advantage of them. I didn't ignore them. I got to travel all over the world. And actually, the first part of my professional career, I was like, boom, blinders on. I'm only here to play. Second part, I'm like, you know what? I'm in Switzerland. I'm going to go ride a bike through the Alps, go do an alpine coaster, do some cool stuff and really enjoy it. And later in life, I felt like it was more holistic. It was a healthier thing, because when it was just blinders on, just, okay, how I did in the tournament, if volleyball didn't go well, I was miserable, and sometimes you have an off tournament. But when I kind of opened up my mind to enjoying where I was and enjoying, the people around me, I think I was a little bit more balanced and healthier.
That's awesome. It's funny. It really addresses to the question I was going to have, is, so either what would you have done differently, or how did it evolve? But it sounds like you got to enjoy a few different phases, like a few different Hollies, if you will, of your approach, being a different person in relationship to the experience of it, especially, I guess, with your husband in your ear telling you about what's coming next, or what you'd have to think about. How would you say that you've taken all of that success? And by the way, for those listening, again, to be really clear, resume sheet, very long, lots of accomplishments. And I just love your answer that you did the most with what you had. And like that sense of like, I did my job. I did what I could do. I could look at anybody in the eye and say, yeah, I did what I was capable of, which I think so many athletes today, I see that in the kids I coach. I'm confident you see it as well, as that sense of, I did my best. And I think that's all I ask for my kids. I'm like, that's all I want you to have, not for me. I want you to have that experience for you, where you're like, yes, and I might have won or I might have lost, but I did what I could. I maximized myself. Last week, one of the girls we're coaching, she came, she's like, my coach wants me to hit a jump serve. I said, okay, so with a jump float or this, that. She's like, I'm like, okay, so we had, within a week at another practice, I'm like, okay, I want you to hit basically a top spin serve to the left side. And I didn't explain the mechanics. I said, I just want you to hit it there, and I want you to, and she did it. And the light, the look in her eyes, I know you've seen this, like, wow, like the coolest thing. And I'm like, that is so priceless. That's like, to me, that's otherworldly. That's something that is so huge. How have you taken what you've done as a pro, what you've learned, and how do you then now, as you coach young athletes and young professionals in that, how have you been able to bring that in, and what do you enjoy most about that?
Well, a quick aside, because I think being a young woman, especially growing up in these times, there's so much pressure on you. But having sports, the relationships, the time demands, obviously the physical demands, and everything that comes with it, can give somebody purpose, can give somebody confidence. I know that for me, I was not going to be deterred, because I was focused on what I wanted to achieve. I was not going to let people treat me poorly, because I was confident in myself and I know I deserve better. So I think these are some things that through sports, young people can learn. And I want our young athletes that I coach and mentor, I want them to feel good about themselves. And not all of them are going to get college scholarships. I wish they all could, but they can't. But I want them to know that they did everything they could to try and achieve that dream. And yes, some will come true, some won't, but knowing that you gave your best and tried to make it happen, I think a lot of confidence and good feelings, good vibes come from that. And in anything you do. I remember I was a hostess at a restaurant in high school. I mean, wanted to do the best I could and learn. And my boss, and he would ask me to do things that I didn't want to do, clean up this, clean up that. And I was like, okay, well, this, I want to get paid. I want to make money and I want to do a good job. So I think, through sports, you can learn a lot. And I think self-confidence is so important. And, I think there's some crazy statistic, like 80% of top female executives in Fortune 500 are all former athletes at some point. And I think we're unafraid to compete. We're unafraid to put it on the line. We're unafraid to do the hard work. We have to work with all sorts of different types of partners and teammates. How can we make everybody better? And I think working with other people is an important skill. So I think that's really served me well. And I think it can serve the young athletes that I coach and mentor well. So it's just kind of something that I'm trying to pay forward and explain to them.
I think that's so awesome that you're bringing that. And it's funny, oh yeah, Danny just put in the chat here. Fortune estimates that 95% of its Fortune 500 CEOs played sports. Yeah.
Well, so that's interesting. Okay, so that's just men.
Okay.
But women, if you look at all the women in that, I think it's 80%, which is awesome. But sports.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Well,
Awesome.
and one of the things I love, and one of my favorite things is when you play, if you ever play co-ed volleyball, there's this, can be this awkward moment if you're the guy, like, okay, should I hit the ball hard or not? And there's a certain type of female athlete that's like, if you don't hit it hard at me, like, we're going to have words. You're not here to patronize me. And that's something I think that's so awesome about specifically the sport of even volleyball. I'm sure, I guess probably in soccer and basketball, you have a little bit of that too, of that stuff of being able to really work together, partner together, but also the person says, yes, I'm up for the challenge. I think that's awesome. What do you love most about your life right now?
I love a lot of things about my life. I am a mother of a 10-year-old. I had 2 stepsons who are now grown up and adults. I love taking him to school every day. I love picking him up. Simple things. I love giving back to my sport and teaching young athletes how to play a sport that I love. I also feel like I mentor and counsel lots of parents because they don't want to be left out and they drama in terms of, oh, can we miss this tournament? Can we do this? So I feel like half my job is consulting parents. But the fun part is on the court, helping these kids do great things and gain confidence in what they're doing. I really enjoy that.
Awesome. Got a question from Debbie. Curious, if you had chose another sport other than volleyball, what would it have been?
Soccer. I loved soccer. And I was actually a better soccer player than I was a volleyball player. But at that time, there were not scholarships like there were in volleyball. 12 full ride scholarships per Division I school. And soccer was like a partial here, partial there. So I had to make that decision because I needed a scholarship to go to college.
Gotcha. What do you most hope to achieve with your work?
I want to do something that I love and I want to help people. It's funny because you and I have talked about this Mighty Networks thing and I'm on the fence about 2 different communities or 2 different things that I want to do. And I haven't been able to decide, but there are 2 things that I love to do. And that's really important to me, doing something that I love.
That's awesome. And what do you enjoy doing most with your free time?
I love traveling with my family. I love cooking. I love, just being with my family. I just spent 5 days in Napa Valley. We ate great food. We drank great wine. We went horseback riding, hiking. I love that. We're going to hopefully to Europe in August if things open up. But I really enjoy travel. Travel is one of my passions. And when I travel, I love exploring new places, seeing new things, and then doing things I've never done before. We went to Zion in the fall, canyoneered, hiked in the Narrows, did things that, I'm not super comfortable doing, but it was amazing and I'll never forget them. Neither will my 10-year-old son. I mean, these are memories for a lifetime. Does he need another toy? No. He loves books. He's not an athlete. He loves reading, but these memories will last forever. And to me, memories with loved ones and experiencing new things, that's what I'm passionate about.
Awesome. And then last question, what advice do you have for other people who either have not started moving towards their dream or not thought about their dream or considering giving up on their dream or thinking, oh, I'm one of those people that there's no dream for me? What would you tell that person?
Well, I don't think it's that easy. I mean, it's finding your passion. A lot of people don't know what their passion is. So that's, delving in deep to what makes you happy. And I think that's the hardest part. And then trying to figure out, is there something I can do in this field where this would be my job, which would be great, or am I really good at something? Can I help a lot of people doing something? I think that's really rewarding. I mean, who doesn't feel good when they help people? So that's another thing where if you don't know your passion, maybe start doing that and that can lead you in a direction. So I think, figuring out what makes you happy is the top of the list, and then kind of just build on that. And like I said, I love mentoring these young female athletes and building their confidence up so they can achieve great things and give back. And then I love these travel experiences, and I love planning trips for other people too. So these are kind of my passions, and I do a little of both, but I haven't done what you've done and like really gone all in on this 3-day weekend, which I love. I'd love to work shorter during my week. I'm actually cutting down work days as we speak and opening up my weekends and saying, I get 30 requests a week for weekend training. And I say, no, I'm not doing it. I'm being with my family. We're going to do this. And because I kept saying yes, because I didn't want to say no. But oh my gosh, now that I said no, I'm so much happier.
That's awesome. I'm so happy to hear that. That is so great. Yeah, gosh, I can only imagine for what you've achieved and what you do and who you are. I mean, you're going to always have somebody asking you. So, just, what you're going to do to shape that. Thank you so much. Where can people find out a little bit more about you? We'll put the links inside the comments and about your club.
Yeah. So for right now, maybe just reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'm also very active on Instagram at Holly McPeak, no VB, because there's one of those too, at Holly McPeak, or LinkedIn. And I'm going to try and get more active on those. So when I actually do, maybe I do both of them, both my passions. That would be good. And then coach in the middle. But it's what makes me happy. So it's not really work. So I would recommend those two.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. This has been, as a volleyball geek, this has been such a pleasure. But also, there's very few people I've met that are ridiculously successful in their sport, enjoy the process, get to be world class, and after the process, they're still enjoying life, still enjoying, like, there's so many things. And so that tells me that what you've said is true. You're a student of life, that you didn't just, one trick pony of like, okay, I'm just going to do this the whole way. I'm going to learn. So congrats on that. Again, thank you so much for your time. And what I want to do is just real quick, share a couple things here, just some of the feedback. I think you saw some of it. So Danny had mentioned he got to watch you practice on his walks through Hermosa in Manhattan when he used to live in Redondo. So Danny, he's awesome. He's going to be on the podcast sometime soon. But yeah, thank you so much for your inspiration, for what you're doing. I'm looking forward to what you're doing. Whatever you're doing, I'm going to be looking to share it with my daughter so that she can be inspired by it, and to share with my son so he can hopefully even understand just different perspectives on things. You know, I talked about the coaching. The guys is like, go, go. And the girls, it's like different approach. And as a coach, learning, okay, what can I say? When can I say it? When am I allowed to say it? And that sort of stuff. And said in a very respectful way, just understanding how do I tap into what that person is and where they're at. So thank you so much for joining us today, Holly. Hope you have an awesome rest of the week, and I look forward to hearing more about what's going on your weekends. And I've been following your Instagram account and seeing a lot of that. So looking forward to seeing more of that there. Thank you so
Great.
much for coming out.
Thanks for having me. Good luck.
Awesome. Thank you. Awesome. And that's, there's a quick little, oh, you guys don't see that. I see it. So look up Holly McPeak if you've not. Literally world-class beach volleyball player, awesome person, and really doing cool things. She and I've had some good conversations about coaching and developing talent in kids. And I just love that she's so focused on the human being as a whole, not just, what's going on with the individual. So yeah, if you would, Dev, if you do the little stop start real quick on the video, if you can leave the live YouTube thing going, if you don't mind. And I'm going to do the really quick little public service announcement just to remind people as you do that.
Wait, I think it's because it's on your cloud. I think you might have to stop start it yourself. I'm not sure, but I think so. So
Okay, cool. I'll get that. Thank
okay.
you.
Sorry.
So yeah, so we're doing better with our technology here. There's some things, record to the cloud. Boom. All righty. So real quick, and again, actually, let me see something real quick. Okay, most of the people, no, okay, I'm seeing the names are familiar. I'm not going to go through the rigmarole. I'm going to go right to my presentation. So what we're going to do now is focus on the conversation that has to do with you making more time for what's important in your life. So we've talked about how you invest the relationships you're in, and there's a time component to that. We've talked about things. One of the other sort of resources, and in this case, it's somewhat of a finite resource, is our time, our ability to be present with people and connect with people and be with them. And so what I'm going to do is share with you some insights. And again, follow along in the workbook if you like. And really what I've found is kind of like what Holly just mentioned. As you start investing more time to the things that are more important to you, you're going to find that the world responds. I can't prove this, but as somebody who's been investing the last 6 years, pretty much every weekend I can, playing volleyball at the beach, and still been growing my business. And as I've gotten to this 3-day weekend lifestyle where my clients are now used to the fact that I don't work Fridays, I might check email here and there, but I'm not working. I'm enjoying the weekend. And it's attracted a certain type of person. A couple people today have talked about, finding your tribe, the people that you resonate with, the people that you vibe with, however you want to word that. And so the same way we've looked at before, it's guess what? I copied and pasted the ideas and the colors and changed the names. It's the same concept. Some of the things you do are fun. Some of the things are really just very bad as far as they feel bad. And again, sometimes I use the word bad. I don't mean like morally bad, but just things that aren't that fun. And some areas where you're wasting your time. And so we've kind of been doing this, but in this one, this is a very simple conversation because time is the same for everybody. You've probably heard it said a lot of times, everybody, whether it's Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Ariana Huffington, Oprah, President of the United States, world leaders, whoever it is, we all have the same number of hours in a week, and what do we do with them? And so somewhere in this conversation is the idea of dropping and adding. And really all it is identify what you like doing, confirm what you don't like doing, and replace what you don't like with what you like. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. It's really that simple. And so more of the process comes down to looking at where are you investing your time, and are these things that you feel are fun for you? Are they things where you feel like you wasted your time, or are you not enjoying yourself? And that's what I meant by bad time. Like you're having a bad time, you're not enjoying it. And so these are things that in the exercise, I'm going to suggest that one of the first things you're going to do is start looking at those things and then deciding what activities you're going to change. So for example, going back real quick here, actually went a little fast there. Certain things you're going to say, yeah, I just enjoy doing that. And that's great. And I do it X number of hours a week. I'm feeling when I'm doing this thing, I feel like it's wasted. Now, to be really clear here, this might be something where you say, look, Wade, this is with people I enjoy. Um, I like doing these things, but it really, maybe I could, do different things with the same person because I value the relationship, but I don't want necessarily spend more time doing that sort of activity. And then the things that are simply not good, and looking at what could you make in the next either 12 weeks or 12 months as a shift. So the activity to change could be to say, okay, I currently do this activity a certain number of hours per week. I'd like to do it these certain number of hours per week. And so there's going to be a change there. There's going to be a change in the hours invested. And here's where I'm going to reinvest these hours. And here's my target date. So a lot of this can be very simple. It does not need to be very complex. It can be something that's really easy to go with, sort of understandable, or it can be something that you don't do or you make complex. I'm going to suggest that, again, the writing out of this is something that's going to help you get clear on this. Holly mentioned, I've decided to start changing my weekends. This is probably one of the things that in some ways is so interesting about this particular conversation. It's a decision. You know how to change your calendar. I know how to change my calendar. The only question is, are you going to? And so that's where the majority of this work is done around looking at what is it that we're really looking to do. So Holly talked about doing what you're passionate about. And she didn't just say, do what you love and the money's going to follow without you doing work and you're going to go eat a sandwich. She said, no, do what you're loving or find that or look for that, but work hard in the process, be excellent. Her commitment to competence, I think, is so huge. And so whatever you're going to do it well, and then look to bring that with you. So I think that's something that as you look at your time investments to say, what is it that's going to shift? What could that look like? And look to at least aim for something that's better. Doesn't mean you're not happy with where you are. But here's a few things that can help with that. One is you can live longer. You're going to enjoy more fun times because you're going to have more time to enjoy yourself and hopefully with better health. If you work less, and sometimes that comes from spending less, sometimes, especially if you're either in an entrepreneurial situation or a freelancer, or just even big picture, when you spend less, you don't have to work as much. And it doesn't mean you shouldn't buy anything. But at the same time, every time you buy something you don't need, you then have to do the work to earn the money to do that. So there's a book I'd referenced earlier called Put Your Money Where Your Soul Is. And this is a book I wrote quite a long time ago, but it's still out there, still doing well. And a lot of the concepts in it that I'd learned from just different mentors I'd worked with was about investing my time in the relationships and in the people and the things and the expenses that are most important to me. And so again, anytime, if you buy $100 item that you didn't want, and let's say after taxes, you make $20 an hour, well, then you got to work 5 hours. You've just traded 5 hours of your time for that thing you didn't want. So getting really clear about how you invest your time and making sure it's in the things that you want. And then also on the flip side, connecting it to the money piece of not making those investments that are going to compromise your time. Turning your work into your vocation. Now, this is where it depends. Your work might be your vocation. Your vocation might or might not be your passion. There's the idea of service. Again, Holly mentioned she's looking, where can you be of service? Not just, what do you like to do? Well, I like to eat bonbons. So somebody's going to pay me to eat bonbons. Nope, probably not. Maybe there's 1 or 2 people that get paid to eat bonbons. So good for them. That job's probably already taken. There's probably a lot of people competing for it. So can you turn it into something that you're more passionate about? I'm very passionate about this work. Sometimes I've had a few friends say, Wade, let me get this straight. You're investing a day to 2 days a week to help people work in a way where they can have a 3-day weekend, and you make the majority of your income in about 2 days a week. Why don't you just take the rest of the days off? Interesting question, because I feel inspired by this. I also eventually do want to have this become something that's more of an income source. But it's funny when you listen to Chris Krimitsos talk about his path and what he's doing. You listen to Holly talk about where she's going. You listen to Juliana. You get this sort of sense of confidence that comes from, okay, I'll figure it out. Okay, what is going to happen? And so turning your work into vocation can be something that can be very powerful. And it can be something that evolves if you're open to seeing what that could look like. I did not think I was going to be teaching people how to make more money in less time doing what they do best so they can better enjoy their family, friends, and life. That wasn't on my radar. And yet that's something I now do. And from what I've seen, and I keep pictures of people, I got to update some of these that have done work with me, and I've been able to help them. And they've shared with me that, yeah, this is really important. And I don't always get the feedback, but that motivates me. That's really huge. Wasting less time. This is going to be a tough one. If you're working really hard, you want some downtime. Sometimes I just want to veg in front of the TV and watch Netflix or play a video game. But again, you're going to see a common thread of the people in here today, that there are people that invest their time in growth and in learning and becoming better at what they do, and in sharing their gifts and investing with other people. Reduce your obligations, definitely. Rebecca talked about reducing your physical obligations, decluttering the things you don't need, and then also the commitments where you're just not really into it. It's not something you're passionate about. It's not something you want to be doing. Can you take that and turn that into something that you either shift or do something different? Chris mentioned how he's going to be growing Podfest, and some of the pieces that he does, it's best for the organization to grow and for him to be out of certain things. And then definitely, and this is the part we're going to go into right now in depth here, changing your weekly habits and schedules. So we did talk about that first part of doing the drop and add, but basically what it looks like is looking at your current situation and saying, okay, here's how I'm investing my time. Now you can do this to whatever level of depth you want. Some people do this by hours. Some people would do it by half hours. Sometimes people just say, I do 2 or 3 things. I have morning, afternoon, evening. Real simple. Here's what I do in the morning. Here's what I do in the afternoon. Here's what I do in the evening. But the reason I'm using the specific view is if you get clear of exactly what you'd like your schedule to be like, and this is the part where I'm going to suggest you get precise. If you want to call this daydreaming, great. If you want to call this being specific, great. If you want to call this asking for what you want from God, the universe, from whatever it is, great. If you want to call this self-fulfilling prophecy, great. If you want to call this affirmations, whatever you want to call it, get really precise about what you'd love to see happen. Not demanding, not whiny, not entitled, not I'm a victim if I don't get it, not why do they have it and why don't I, but get clear about what you want in that schedule. Be willing to do work to make it happen, and then start looking at, based off of your current schedule, again, what would be your desired schedule? I might have said desired on the last screen. So look at your current schedule, what it's like, then your desired schedule, and then going forward, just looking at over a certain number of weeks, what shifts do you make? So let's say there were 12 changes you wanted to make in your schedule. Let's say you go to your red schedule here and you put it in as clear as you can, and you go to your green schedule and 12 of the boxes are different. Okay, so once a month, change one of those boxes. And in a year, your schedule will be what you want. And again, there might be different things. It might be more boxes, or you might choose 2 a month to change, but just start making the change. And this is the part, this goes back to that consistency, the persistence, gosh, I just so love what Holly talked about of making that connection between her effort and the results, getting her excited to take effort and take action. And so I encourage you, this is something, as you start creating more time to do the things you want to do, it's a positive feedback loop. You're going to enjoy this more. You're going to want to do this. And then you can just map out in between the steps that help you get there. It does not have to be at a certain pace. It can happen more slowly. It can happen more quickly, but it can be something where if you do that work over time, it's going to allow you to make that happen. And so as with the other areas, if we look at what this could look like from a mastery standpoint, optimizing your life can be a few things going on. Number one, getting enough sleep to be happy, energetic, and wake up without an alarm. Now, 8 to 9 hours, you might need more than that or less than that, depending on your situation. But I love that criteria. I read it in a book years ago. I forget which book it was, about when you're in tune with your natural rhythms and you simply wake up, and you might still set your alarm because you have obligations and, okay, wait, I need to be up at a certain time. But kind of like Kramer from Seinfeld, you set your mental, your alarm clock, and stuff works. Actually, it's kind of crazy. Set the attention. Okay, I'm going to wake up at a certain time, and that's when I'm going to do that. And it might not happen right away. Still use your alarm clock, but be willing to do that and look at, again, do you want to do this? Is there a target date, and how's that progressing? And again, I'm going to give you 10 ideas here. You can create your own ideas. 30 minutes a day for, if you do this, prayer or meditation or whatever your spiritual practice is, if you have one, if you want that. 30 minutes a day for yoga, exercise, physical activity, cardio, CrossFit, Orange Theory, whatever it is that you enjoy. 30 minutes a day for personal relaxation and enjoyment. You can start saying, wait, that's a lot of 30 minutes a day. Yes, about looking at the other parts of your dimensions as a human being, not just your physical, your emotional, your mental, your spiritual, your relationships, all those different 10 dimensions we've been looking at. 30 minutes a day for reading, learning, or listening to an audiobook, music, playing an instrument, something that's either helping you grow or creative. This is definitely, and again, all these are indications that you're living in a level close to mastery. You're doing something that you want to be doing. So you're not going to have this happen right away per se. I mean, you could, but look at what you can do with this to start saying, okay, I'm going to have less than 1 hour of undesirable activity per day. I'm eventually work my way out of that, whatever it is, whether it's doing laundry or doing dishes or dealing with clients I don't want to deal with, whatever it might be. Looking for how you can earn the right to not have to do it. You might have to earn the money to pay somebody to do it. Fine. You might need to drop an activity, whatever that is, but to have it to be where the majority of your time, overwhelmingly, is being spent doing what you love doing. At least 1 day a week with zero chores, errands, work, or obligations. This is one of the coolest things in the world if you give yourself this gift. Yes, we have days. Yes, work all needs to be done. But you know what? We have these things, and if you're in the part of the world similar that I am, with electricity and so on, you might have a fridge. And this is not sent to be sarcastic. There might be people listening that don't. But if you have a fridge, we can make food today and we can eat it tomorrow. We don't have to cook it tomorrow. We can take rest. We can enjoy different things. Having a day a week where you have either zero chores or absolute minimum chores, other than washing the dishes to put them away that you just ate so that the house isn't dirty or whatever it might be, allows you to experience a full sense of recovery. I have talked a lot about this idea of pace, and so much of this is a sense of pace. Look, this week, the last 3 or 4 weeks, I've been working 40, 45 hours a week in 4 days, so about 11-hour days, doing something I enjoy, as Holly mentioned, creating an event, but being excited about it, but getting that 3-day weekend, sometimes not being very active, not being very mobile, watching a few more movies than I normally do, but able to get all that time in. It's definitely possible. A less than 1 hour a day of TV, video games, social media, electronic devices. Again, don't have to do that, but that helps you as you create more time in nature. Go be part of that. That's helpful. Time for 3 relaxed meals, 30 minutes or more without pressure or deadlines. And then 60 minutes per day for friends, family, or romance. And again, your exact situation might look slightly different than that, but having the time to have that be part of what you do can be extremely rewarding, very positive, and very easy to make things possible for you. So what I want to encourage you to do is, with all of this, you're not going to have all of it happen, and that's okay. It's not going to all happen at once, and that's okay. But the reason why I've invited you and asked you to be part of this community and to do this work and be able to do this is because there's such an opportunity. I'm going to share my screen here and go a little bit into the community. There's such an opportunity, if you want, for you to start making this a part of just what you do. And what I encourage you to consider is, as we're going forward, again, right now, we're in the event. So if you come into the main part of the online community, this is the online community where we're hosting the event through this. Technically, we're hosting it through Zoom, but the connection point of where we're hosting the where people get their instructions and where you can get your different items, whether it's the questions or sharing different things, are all taking place in this community. And what you're going to be seeing is, in the event section in upcoming weeks, you're going to be seeing more and more events. I'm going to be having, again, the 4 follow-ups to this, where we're going to be sharing and helping other people share what's going on, how their progress is going, and how you can make these things happen. This is like working out. It's something that you don't do once. You don't just work out once. You do it over time, and you get to see more development as you do that. Alrighty, so I'm going to go check the chat here for any questions. All right, awesome there. All right, cool. So let's do this. I'm going to send one quick text here real quick. Debbie, I'm going to ask you if you um, would you mind sharing a little bit about, I know you're going to be talking in a little bit, but um, I really like what you've done with just your life, your travel, your trip, this shift. And you mentioned a little bit, I know maybe you'll get a chance to mention it in your talk, but for those that didn't hear about it, a little bit about, if you don't mind sharing, um, what it is that you did as this shift that's going on with your family, moving from San Diego. Just a little bit of the story, if you don't mind, because I think that's something that, again, resonates with what Chris has said, with what so many people, what Juliana, what Holly, what I've said, that there's this sense of, it's not that everything's going to work out. It's not that everything's just going to be hunky dory. It's not that everything's just going to simply just be easy, but it's a commitment that you say, okay, I'm going to figure this out. Would you mind speaking that a little bit? I'm going to pause myself here and
Yeah,
get our
sure. Go
next
ahead.
speaker ready as well on that.
So I was mentioning earlier that we had had the great purge of 2020 and the great purge continuing of 2021 with my family, and that they're going through a big transition window. And I know for a lot of us with the situation of the pandemic over the last year and some, I know so many of us are tired of even thinking about it, but it's really shifted a lot of our priorities and things that we're focusing on. And so one of the things that I was very present to when the pandemic hit, and I got this strong intuitive hit that I should go to DC, which in the middle of a pandemic sounds kind of crazy to do, right? But I had that feeling, and so I contacted my mother, and I'm like, "Look, mom, I got this hit that I should come. Would you want me to come?" And she's like, "Yes." So I was literally on a plane the next day, and when I got out here, I'm actually then to DC from San Diego. Um, I was really present to why I was there, right? And I think some of us have been getting even elevated insights into things that we're supposed to do, and it's really a time for us to listen to them. So we had that big purge over in DC. It was a lot of hard work. I was exhausted. I was very ready to go home. But when I was flying back to San Diego and I was flying in, normally when I would fly into San Diego, I'd be like, I mean, it's beautiful, right? There's ocean and sailboats and fly in really close to the buildings and things, but it's just stunning when you come in. But this time when I was flying back, it was really interesting because it felt like everything there was starting to dry up. I was having this experience, and maybe you've been having some of this too, and feelings of like a stirring of maybe somewhere else you're meant to be. I know I've heard a lot of people feeling kind of a calling to either move out into nature or shift their location entirely to a different place on the planet. But I was having that feeling of like this isn't where I belong anymore, and I was really terrified by that because my husband has always been a California guy. I grew up in LA, and I thought we have this beautiful home. All of our friends are here. It's a beautiful place to be. And I was like, I don't even know how I can possibly ask him to move. Right. And so I said, all right, well, universe, God, creator, whoever is here, um, if you want me to do this, you need to show me how, because I have no idea. And so literally, I think within 2 weeks, I was having a conversation with my husband. I said, honey, I don't know how to tell you this, but I feel like I'm not supposed to be here anymore. I feel like I'm supposed to be back in Washington with my family. And I don't ever want to tell you you would have to leave where you love. So this is a really hard thing for me to say, but I feel trapped. And I just told him very straight out. And he at first he was very resistant, let's just say, to the conversation. Within about 2 days, he came back and said, all right, let's put our house on the market. And literally it was like, the support that happened from there was amazing. Like I talked to a friend about it and she said, I'm a broker. I will cut you a special deal on this and my mother will stage the house. And she said, it's COVID. So you want to be out of the house. So please move out. So we basically within, I think it was probably, I don't know, it was 3 weeks total that we downsized the house, got the RV, put 3 cats and my husband and me in an RV, and moved across country. And the things that showed up were crazy. Like this guy came to help us with the house. He had a daughter who wanted a car. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with my car. He was willing to like exchange that. Like all of these little synchronous events showed up to support that. And since I've been here, I've really recognized that it's where I'm meant to be. And had I resisted that, I think things would probably have not gone very well. And I think I would have missed out on some amazing time with my family that I've known I needed to do. So if you're having something that's showing up for you right now where you're feeling like it's not normal, it's a little out of left field, but it's something that's an intuitive insight for you that's coming in that's where you're meant to be next. Yeah, I really encourage you, even if you don't know how, like even if there's some part of you that's like, I have no idea how to do that, um, just kind of turn it over and say, all right, well, live in the question of what would have to happen for that to happen, or um, what would be the best way to make, for this to flow through in my life. And rather than having the answer to that, and I'll talk a little bit about this later, allow yourself to be in the uncertainty and live in the question, let your life respond. So that's that story.
Awesome. Thank you. Which by the way, for those of y'all, there's, sometimes where we have like little, like 2 to 3 minute segments and it's like, hey, Debbie, tap dance. Okay. And obviously if she just mumbles and, sings I am Henry VIII, I am, it doesn't really have the same effect. It's just something meaningful. So thank you so much for sharing that.
You're
Debbie.
welcome.
And I love that story. And I think I'm interested to talk to Andrew to hear your husband, Andrew, to hear his take on that. So
Awesome. Well, the other Andrew coming in, I'm going to hop
other
off.
Andrew, come on in.
Good to see you.
Hey, thank you. Andrew, wow. I was telling Chris earlier, this is so cool. I get to bring you all on, which is not, I'm used to you all bringing me on. So for those of you all, Andrew is another one of the gentlemen that works with PodFest. They do such an awesome job. I've learned so much from working with him. He is a ridiculously talented, committed, and amazing person. And I was about to call you young man. I don't know, 49. You're not that much younger than me. But anyway, he's a good young man. He's a good boy. But he's an awesome person. And he's going to share with you about creating a contagiously passionate life. I'm going to let him take over the mic and I will pop back in as he is finishing. Thank you so much for joining us today, Andrew.
Of course. No, I'm excited to be here. And hello, everyone. Good to see you. Just to make sure who is all on the chat, feel free to say where you're tuning in from so I get a sense of the geography of everyone and making sure you're all active and you didn't leave your computer or phone somewhere and go for a run. So definitely type in the chat where you're tuning in from. Love to hear from you. Debbie's from DC. Woo! Go Debbie. Represents. And I'm actually in the East Coast of New York right now. I got a white background to try to catch up with Wade and be as cool as Wade. And so trying to do my best to make sure you all get the information you need for today. We got Almega in Orlando, Wade in Naples, Florida, and we have someone tuning in from Denver. Let's see. Oh, Danny's tuning in from Denver. So awesome. Good to see everyone. All right. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and show you the presentation of creating a contagiously passionate life, because that is what I'm sure you all are here for today. And knowing, how do you bring more passion into your life and how do you make it contagious so that other people want to be a part of it? And before I get started, I want to share a very powerful quote that really sparked a passion in my own life. And this quote is by Martin Luther King, and hopefully you all recognize this man. And he said, "If you're not willing to die for something, you don't deserve to live." And I'll say it again just because of how powerful a quote it is. If you're not willing to die for something, you don't deserve to live. And this is such a fantastic quote because it is so easy for us to go through the motions. It is so easy for us to be on autopilot. It's so easy for us to not recognize the beauty of life and how short it is and how much things actually do matter. And if we don't have that passion in our lives in the first place, how can we make that passion contagious? And so as we go through this presentation, I want you to really start thinking about what are these things you're willing to absolutely die for, put your life on the line for, to get your message out there, to have your vision be heard. And I'm actually going to do a workshop style presentation. So I hope everyone has a piece of paper and pen ready to go, or at least a Google Doc notepad, or if you have a pigeon carrier out there somewhere to get the connection that way. Whatever you have ready to go to take notes. I hope everyone's ready because we're going to go through this really quick. And Wade says, "Andrew, we want something that's actionable, that's tangible." And I said, okay, let's do it. So first, just so you know where I'm coming from, believe it or not, I did not come out of the womb being a passionate public speaker. I know, very, very hard to believe. This is actually me in 8th grade. I was about 5'2" and 120 pounds. And I did not have a beard. And I actually The reason why this picture is so significant is because I had a decently happy childhood. My parents got divorced at 8 years old. That was unfortunate. But fast forward to 8th grade, I was president of the student body at my school. I was the starter for the basketball team, and I was a lead role in the school play. And I thought everything was going great. And then I went to a private Catholic school, which is one of the most competitive in the state of Oregon, if not the nation. And I thought, I got this. I'll keep my train running. I'll keep going with this. And I actually got cut from the basketball team, not just the A team, but the B team. I wasn't popular enough to even make the student school government secretary. And when it came to the school musical, I couldn't even make it as a background singer. And so to say that my first year of high school is rough would definitely be an understatement. And I recognize that, you know what, there are two choices in life. You can either let things tear you down and you can be an egg where once an egg hits the ground, it splatters all over the place. It says, woe is me, everything is awful, everything is bad. Or you could be a bouncy ball where once you hit the ground, you could bounce right back and keep fighting and keep going and bounce higher than before. And I thought, you know what? I want to be someone who bounces back. And so I read the book, Awaken the Giant Within by Tony Robbins. Highly recommend you check that out. I'm even going to type that in the chat here to make sure everyone can follow along okay. Awaken the Giant Within by Tony Robbins. And that book really sparked me and helped me recognize once again, how important it is to have more enthusiasm, energy for things. And yet I was still holding myself back a little bit. And so fast forward to college, I went to University of Oregon and still had some fun. There I am chilling with an Elvis Presley impersonator. He was showing me his rock and hit moves and being able to have fun there. But I could tell that there's still some missing link in my life. There was still something that I wasn't doing correctly, I was holding back on, and I could definitely improve on. And my moment, my big epiphany actually happened when I was in a fraternity. And the fraternity called is Delta Tau Delta. And believe it or not, we weren't all about partying all the time. And we weren't all about making sure that, that parties were the priority. Delta Tau Delta at the school was known for having good grades, for being involved in school. And my epiphany moment happened when I decided that I wanted to be the social chair of the fraternity, making sure that everyone was having fun throughout the year. And I was going for the position. And at that point, I had a little experience with being in school musicals, with giving presentations. And so here I am, I go up to the stage, I'm all confident and thinking I'm going to do a fantastic job giving this presentation. Of course, they're going to vote for me, no problem. And then I didn't get voted in. And I'm going, well, that's weird. I thought that I thought I did a good job giving a good presentation. And so I was distraught. I was going, geez, I can't even get, I thought I was a good speaker, but I can't even get voted in by my own fraternity. What's going on? And fortunately, one of my fraternity members came up to me and said, Andrew, the reason why we didn't choose you is because you weren't passionate enough. The reason we didn't choose you is because you weren't passionate enough. And that was such a huge light bulb moment for me. It was huge because we tell ourselves in so many different ways, oh, if I don't actually try hard enough, I can never really fail. Oh, if I don't put everything I have into something, then that way I can be able to not take the blame in case it doesn't go my way. And so when he told me that I wasn't passionate enough in my presentation, I thought, you know what? You're right. I wasn't giving it my all. I wasn't having an emotional connection. I was just going through the motions and doing what I was supposed to do besides going all in. And once he taught me that concept of just being passionate about something, going all in, not holding back, that's what really sparked an amazing trajectory for me. And because of that, I actually went on to become president of the club of Toastmasters at the University of Oregon. And by learning this concept of passion, I was actually able to be voted the top public speaker in all Central and Southern Oregon at just 22 years old. And I could tell that the energy and the enthusiasm and the passion that I did bring to the stage, that's why I got voted as that top speaker, because I knew it was more than just going through the motions, making sure that you eliminate filler words, making sure that you use body language, making sure you make eye contact. It's more to that. It's the intangibles. And by adding that extra level of things, that's what helped me to succeed. And then by being voted the top public speaker in all of Central and Southern Oregon, I was able to find my dream job where I got paid to travel around the entire state of Oregon, giving presentations to high school students, inspiring them with entrepreneurship and professional skills, making sure they have the skill sets they need to be successful, and being able to get paid to travel around the entire state of Oregon. And it was an overall great gig. And I'll lead workshops for these students. I teach them public speaking skills. I teach them how to start their own business. And being able to have a dream job out of college was amazing, because there's a study out there that over 65% of people don't like their job. They don't like their career. And so being able to be a part of that 35%, I knew passion was a big part of that. And with that passion, I also went on to run a marathon and be able to survive that. And I also took my passion and wrote a book of bird puns called Toucan Play at This Game, being able to help inspire others to get a good laugh on when it comes to having bird puns and have that creative endeavor happen. And just really recognizing that when you do something, do it well. Don't hold back. And there's another famous author out there who says, if it's not a hell yes, then it's definitely a hell no. Don't live in maybe land. We don't have time to live in maybe land. And so making sure you go all in is definitely essential. And then, of course, for those who might recognize this guy, this is Chris Krimitsos. We were able to put passion into creating a Guinness World Record breaking event called PodFest Global in August 2020. And we were able to serve others and help them find their skill sets and match their passions to make sure they have what they need. And we were able to bring over 5,000 people together, over 350 speakers in August 2020, getting my first ever Guinness World Record. Just this last March, we're pending a Guinness World Record to be another world record ×2 with over 5,800 people, over 500 speakers. And life is just so much more fun when you have more passion, when you have more enthusiasm, and being able to really convey that really shows people want to see it. People want to be a part of that. And so now it's time for you to create your own passion. So now get into this workshop session of the presentation. Hope everyone has their piece of papers and pens ready to go. I'm going to put a quick little timer here because in case you've already done this exercise, it doesn't hurt to do it again and making sure that you can keep reiterating and reminding yourself why you're doing things in the first place. I want you to ask yourself, what fascinated you as a kid? What puts you in awe and wonder and made you go, wow? Was it sports? Was it art? Was it just being able to talk with other friends? One of my first childhood memories actually was having my dad used to own a pizza chain. And one of my first childhood memories was actually being able to come in and share pizza with everyone. And that just brought me so much joy because I love food. Apparently my classmates also love food. And just being able to have that shared experience together was incredible. And so definitely fascinated me as a kid was obviously food. Got to have your priorities. I love sports. I love spending time with people. I love learning about history. And I was always interested and always curious about something all the time. And so really making sure that you take the time to write down what fascinated you as a kid and make a list of those things so you can go, oh yeah, that's what my inner kid wants. That's what my inner kid enjoys, and being able to really recognize that. Next question I want you to ask is, what settings made you popular? All right, what settings made you popular? And as you think about this, the reason why I said what settings is because I love a video that called Adam Ruins Everything. He's a comedian who does these informational videos on YouTube. And what he says is that there's no such thing as extrovert and introvert, because everyone has knowledge and expertise about certain things. For example, if I go into a public speaking room, of course, I'll be able to talk about public speaking and leadership and presentations and how many slides you should have per presentation, how many bullet points per slide. But if you put me into an auto body conference about cars, I'll be like, yeah, go cars. and I won't know much about the subject. And so kind of writing down and making note of like, what are the certain settings, what are the certain environments and conferences and events that make you thrive, that make you go, yeah, I actually do enjoy speaking on this subject. I do enjoy talking to this group of people. I do enjoy spending time with with this kind of community. And making note of that will be crucial for you to understand your passions. Next question. If money wasn't an issue, what would you work on? If money wasn't an issue, what would you work on? And the reason why this is so important is I have a quick story to help back this up. So the story goes is that a wealthy man goes on vacation in Mexico, and he comes across this fisherman. And the wealthy man says, "Oh, you're a fisherman. Are you enjoying fishing?" And the guy goes, "Yeah, yes, I am." And the wealthy man goes, "Well, why don't you think about scaling up your fishing business?" And the guy goes, "Oh, and then what?" "Oh, and then once you scale your fishing business, then you can be able to have employees." And the fisherman goes, "Oh, and then what?" "Oh, well, and then once you have a bunch of employees, you can build a very successful, wealthy empire." "And then what?" "And then after you build a successful empire of fishing businesses, then you can sell it off for all this money." And the fisherman goes, "And then what?" And then and the guy goes, "And then you can go fish." And the reason why I love this story so much is because it's easy to forget why we're doing things in the first place. You know, what are the things that make you happy along the way? Like, you don't have to go build a multi-million-dollar business or company just to go fish in the first place. It's okay to do both. Or I've also heard stories about people who they're very happy just working that 9 to 5 and getting their basic needs met just so they can go do that fishing. And so recognizing that we shouldn't have to, not shouldn't, but we must not hold off on the things we actually enjoy doing in order for us to make the sacrifices that need to happen. And so recognizing that everything can be monetized. I mean, I've literally saw a YouTube video about a woman getting paid $100,000 just to have people watch her sleep recently. Okay, so if someone can get paid to have people watch them sleep, you can get paid to whatever your passions are, whatever activities you enjoy doing, and just recognizing your end game and recognizing what is it that makes you happy. Next question to ponder. What vision and message are you willing to die for? All right, making sure that you're writing this down of what's the vision or message you're willing to die for. What is it that when you leave this earth in a physical sense, what do you want to be remembered as? What do you want people to say about you? What do you want to be said at your funeral, at your obituary? And recognizing what is that most important thing to you. And if you don't know yet, figure it out. It's a funny human thing that humans do where we say, "Oh, I don't know." But if you ask yourself again that if you did know the answer, what that would look like, there's a good chance there's a little voice deep in the back of your mind, of your head going, "Oh yeah, I guess this could work too," or this might be able to make it happen. And so really recognizing what is that vision, what is that message you're willing to die for? And then once you know that, it becomes so much easier to get out of bed each morning. It becomes so much easier to carry different presence and different energy about you and say, "This is what I stand for. This is who I am. These are my values." And people recognize that. People recognize that because a lot of people don't take the time to do what you're doing right now and saying, "You know what? I do want to know my passion. I do want to know the vision and message that I stand for. I know how important it is, and I'm willing to die for it." Because once you recognize what you're willing to die for, everything becomes a lot more clear and you become so much more confident in everything else you do. So hopefully you've been taking the time to write down what the vision, what the message you're willing to die for, and write it down on a piece of paper and a document and a notepad, whatever kind of way you have. And then the final question is, who needs to hear this message? Where can you speak to them? All right. Who is it that if it was a younger version of you and they had heard this message, it would have really helped them out? Whether it is someone who's in their 60s plus and they got through a divorce past the age of 60, what do you do now? Whether it's a 10-year-old who knows nothing about fitness or nutrition, whether it's a 30-year-old who's going through a 30-year-old life crisis thinking, "What the heck am I doing with my life and my career?" Who needs to hear that message? Who needs to hear about that vision that you have? And where can you speak to them? Where do those 10-year-olds hang out? Where do those 30-year-olds hang out? Where do those 60-year-olds hang out? And how can you make sure that they hear this one thing that you feel like you are put on this earth to go, "How am I going to thrive today? How am I going to dominate? And how can I make it happen?" So making sure you write down who needs to hear the message, where can you speak to them, And then once you have a sense of that, part two of this presentation, a little surprise of you, is I'm actually going to teach you how to actually get in front of those people, how to actually get speaking gigs to speak to them and present to them. Or if you absolutely hate public speaking, I suppose I can teach you how you can train someone else to speak for you. But of course, we want you to be the star. We want you to be the person who conveys this message. But as long as the message gets conveyed in some way whatsoever, that's the most important thing. So once you have your vision and your message, once you know who you want to speak to, let's talk about how to actually get booked. And really recognizing that in order to get booked in the first place, you have to know it does take luck sometimes, in the sense the universe can open up to you. And a quick little story is that there is actually a school on luck. Okay, there's a school on luck. And this psychologist and scientist discovered that people who told themselves they were lucky were actually more lucky, believe it or not. And it was the funniest thing that, for example, so he'd take one group of people who thought that they weren't lucky. He took another group of people who thought they were lucky. And one of the things that he'd do in the luck school is he would have them walk down a normal street. And on that normal street, he'd put a $20 bill just like somewhere on the ground, hidden in the bushes or something. And all the lucky people, sure enough, they would always see that $20 bill and go, oh, sweet, $20, and go and pick it up and then keep walking to the next assignment. All the unlucky people, they would all miss the $20 bill. And when the person would tell them, hey, did you see that $20 bill that was laying on the street right next to you? They would go, oh, sorry, I guess I wasn't lucky enough. So telling yourself that you're lucky in the first place does make a huge difference as you convey your passion and as you build your speaking business. So really recognizing that. And then once you get your lucky personality, really take the time to spend time with people who want to see you succeed, who want to be successful, who are passionate, who are enthusiastic, who do convey great energy out there, because you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So even if you're a super passionate, contagious, enthusiastic person, if you're spending time with people who are going, oh man, I'm not lucky. Oh man, I don't know my passion. Oh man, I don't know my vision. It's only a matter of time before you get from here to here, and you're gonna get brought down somewhere or another. So really recognizing who's your pack, who's your tribe, who are those people who are going to constantly elevate you and support you and have your passion be contagious to them and have their passion be contagious to you. Get those set in place. Everything else is easy from there. All right. So speaking time, the one you're very excited for. So once you have a presentation about what you want to talk about, make sure you have a topic, a description, get a nice headshot, a professional photo of yourself, get a nice bio, and a speaking reel. And in case you don't have any of these, then really make sure to get them and figure it out and ask someone who does have the answer to this and just keep going. And I read a book recently called Straight Line Leadership. And one of the things they talk about is stop stopping. All right, stop stopping. Just because you don't have a speaking reel does not mean you should give up on your speaking opportunities to be able to convey your message and convey your story. Just because you don't have a perfectly written bio doesn't mean that you shouldn't figure out how to, whether it's ask for advice from a copywriter or have just a friend or family member just talk about you and have them write the bio for you. Just keep going and making it happen. And then finally, make sure you create a CRM where you want to speak. Believe it or not, it does take work to be able to have a speaking reel. So really recognize, or not a speaking reel, but a speaking portfolio of where you want to be talking, recognizing when you're reaching out to them, what time, what they said, and what the next steps are. And then finally, recognizing that fortune is in the follow-up. That'll put you ahead of so many other public speakers and presenters out there, is really understanding the importance of following up with people, reply to them again, make sure they got your previous messages, know when the timelines are, and that will be a huge difference maker. And then once you get booked to speak, leverage that presentation. You know, one of the biggest things I learned in the speaking world is that once you speak somewhere, you can speak everywhere else in that area, and you can leverage that opportunity with other opportunities. So for example, I used to be a speaking coordinator. I book other people's speaking gigs, and I got one of my first clients a speaking gig at one school. I think it was in Tennessee. And once she got that gig, I started calling all the other schools in the area saying, hey, my client is going to speak at this school at this time. She should, do you have opportunities for her to come speak at your school too? And they'd say, oh, well, yeah, she's in the area, then yes. And I said, okay, here's her speaking fees. Do you have this kind of budget? And they'd say, yeah, we do actually. And I'd say, all right, great. And we'd close the deal. So make sure you follow up with people, leverage presentations, and there you go. Get your vision and your message out there. And then finally, because you're here today, I want to give you a special gift, the Confident Communicator Checklist. This will give you a great sense of how to make sure your presentations stick out with passion, making them contagious, having the audience pay attention. I took a little screenshot of half of the list to kind of give you a sneak peek of what you have in store for you. And all you have to do is contact me on andrewjosephweiss@gmail.com, or you can find me on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram at the Andrew J. Weiss. Just give me a DM, and I'd love to hear from you so I can send you that checklist. And I won't subscribe you to any emails right now, so as I don't have an email list, but just want to be able to serve you, give you what you need for that Confident Communicator Checklist, and make sure you're on your way. So with that said, Wade, are there any questions? I want to make sure I'm not missing anything in the chat here.
Thanks so much, Andrew. Got a lot of amens and compliments and support for what you said. Definitely on, gosh, a lot of different things here. It's been so interesting for me to see. You and I have talked a lot about business, passions, life outside of work and whatnot, and I'm just really impressed for what you've accomplished already, and what you're already doing, and what you continue to do. So first of all, congratulations on that. I think that's awesome. I think a lot of the people that I work with are, when they're talking to me about, oh, well, he's a millennial. It's like, oh, okay. It's all right. Everybody sit down. We're gonna have the millennial talk. And and the thing is and obviously, like anything else, people either, they found their passion, like any other generation. There's people that people associate with or don't or whatnot. I just love that you're going after what you're looking to go after, and more than anything, and you and I talked about this when we did the podcast interview, which is not out yet, but it'll be coming out, is just your decision just to continue, going forward and moving forward and growing, even though you mentioned, like in the interview, that you weren't as tall when you, not just when you were born, of course, that's obvious, but as you grew up. And so I just think there's something to be said for that decision, that level of commitment, like you mentioned in the Martin Luther King quote, of just continuing to move forward, continuing to choose something, and go with that. So I'm, one of the things that I think maybe people don't always get to see, they don't get to see the backside. So right now, of course, as you know, Debbie's helping me with a lot of the back end stuff of what's going on now. I've worked with you with the Podfest part. You're a huge part of that with the Podfest. And that's where you see when people really actually implement. People live what they say they're going to do. And, probably if someone were to ask me, what would you say about Andrew? Andrew does what he says and then some. But with a level of passion and intentionality, and excitement and gratitude that is genuine and willing to serve. And so, for any people, people who are looking to see what you're up to, I definitely encourage them to do that. I'm looking forward to doing more stuff with you and connecting with you more as we work together more. So, man, thank you so much for sharing what you have. And again, everybody go into the community, connect. All the people are in here. They're making themselves available. They're making it possible for you to connect with them. So I really encourage you, as somebody who's been in the audience at times and has been on the stage, quote unquote, sometimes. We're not superheroes. We're not magical people. We're people who are doing a job. At your job, you're a hero at probably whatever you do. If there's something you need, something you want help with, just let us know. And we're happy to help. And like I said, Andrew's the real deal. So thank you so much for coming out to speak with us today, Andrew. I'll keep you posted as we go from there. And I really appreciate it, man.
Sounds good. Thank you, Wade. Good luck with your conference. Good seeing everyone. And have a fantastic day. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for showing me the ropes, man. I wouldn't be doing this without your help.
I got you. No problem.
All right. Take care, buddy. Awesome. So, one of the things, just think of that song, and the hits keep on coming. Um, we've got such an amazing group of people. And as I've mentioned, you all have heard me say amazing, awesome, cool. Um, I don't know if it's 5 people because I'm developing a network that's more than 5 people. And we've got 11 really, really good, awesome, cool speakers today. But what I'll suggest to you is these are people, and I don't have 10,000 people that in my Rolodex that meet this criteria, but the people that are on here today are people that really do the work. They put in the time. And so I encourage you, and then many of the people in the audience as well, whatever it is that you're looking to do, just start, if you're not seeing a theme here, hopefully you are, start moving towards what you're doing, what you want to do. Make that choice, make that decision. You're going to do something that's awesome or great for you by your standards, what is aligned with what you want, and start moving in that direction. All right. So this is a conversation that a lot of people enjoy if they get it. And if they don't get it, it's a very frustrating conversation. And it's about freeing up money to play with. And there are a lot of different ways to get a result. You could say skin a cat, but I guess it's kind of a mean way of saying things, poor cat. But there's a lot of ways to get a result. And a lot of the times when people want to make more things happen in their life, abundant-wise, they think, I've got to make more money. I've got to do more. I've got to work harder. And working hard can be fun, but there's a point, and this is, I think, the difference between the grind and being good and not being good. As I've had people say, "Wait, do you want to do this 3-day weekend? You're lazy." I say, no. I hustle. I grind for 4 days a week. I do the work that I want to do. Now, sometimes if it's summer, it might be 7-hour days or 6-hour days or 5-hour days. And other times it might be 10, 11, 12-hour days, whatever it is. I give myself that time. I commit. I do the work. And I really get to put myself into it. And then I also get to have time on the weekends. If my spending were out of control, I would not be able to do that weekend part without accumulating more debt, without making things happen, without doing stuff like that. So what I'm going to suggest to you is that this is all about understanding, kind of like we did with the assets and time wasters and liabilities, looking at what of these things are things that you want to invest in, you want to spend on, or you want to trade with. And it's a slightly different conversation. The graphic's kind of similar, but I'm going to give you an idea of a conversation around investments, trades, and expenses. And just like in the book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki gives you his own definitions, for example, of what an asset is. And if you haven't read that book, Understanding an Asset Before You Invest in Real Estate, definitely very, very valuable and relevant. What I'm going to go with is a simple idea here. When you give money for something, you don't always get something back of equal or greater value in return. So you put money into something, different things might happen. If it gives you back more money than you put in, I'm going to call that an investment. So you made some money, you had some sort of gain. If it gives you back the same amount or something of equal value, I'm going to call that a trade. And if you get back less than you put in, I'm going to call that expense. So I'm going to use real simple math. If you gained, it's an investment. If you broke even, it's a trade. If you lost, it's an expense. So farmers, the most effective ones, invest money and time in their crops. If they align with the laws of nature, their investment's usually going to pay off. Effective employees invest money and time in their people. Effective employers invest money and time in their people. If they align with the laws of business, their investment usually pays off. Effective parents invest money and time in their children. They also invest energy, but in this case, we're focused on the money part here. If they align with the laws of life, their investment usually pays off. Most great investments will pay off over time, not necessarily right away. So patience is going to be required for success. And as somebody who's grown up in the insurance industry and that business model, you see there's so many companies that are named after farmers. There's State Farm, there's Farmers Bureau. There's all these different things because that's a model. It's a nature. It's a, what do you want to call it? Lifetime value of a customer. It's how businesses can grow. Now, at times you're going to have to trade. So if you're in business or in life and you want something that you don't want to produce, you're going to have to trade for it. So effective farmers trade money for raw materials because it's more effective to buy the raw materials than to make them because they're farmers. They focus on the farming. They let somebody else focus on that other part. Farmers make money in their business, not from making raw materials. So while it might be great to get the best deal, it's no need for them to profit on trades. In fact, it's best for the suppliers of the raw materials if things work out to be profitable. We want it to be that that supplier stays in business. If I'm a farmer and I'm depending on some sort of input to my process, I want to make sure that my supplier stays in business. Effective employers trade money for supplies and materials. So they invest in people, improving in systems, but they trade for things. So I want to pause on that. When you get that, an employer trades money for supplies and materials because you can buy those. You can't really buy people or their loyalty or their commitment or their passion. You can buy their time, but we want more than that because employers who trade money for time get a low commitment. Employers who who invest time and money in people get better returns over time and better quality. So you want to invest in people, invest in proven systems, and trade for things. So we want trades. This is slightly different than the other conversations we've looked at. But we want to spend as little as possible. In this sense, the most effective farmers spend money on almost nothing. Crops that are likely to fail eventually end up as expenses. So they don't want that. So if they try a crop and it doesn't work and they find, hey, in this part of the country where I'm at, it doesn't work, I'm going to move away from that. Crops that the market does not wish to buy usually end up as expenses. And anything that ultimately leads to a loss of money is an expense. Some things will appear to be investments, but prove to be expenses. That happens sometimes. Effective employers spend money as little as possible. Failed investments eventually are considered to be expenses. So something we thought was going to work out as an investment didn't work out. Okay, we look back with hindsight and say that was an expense. But it's not always to see that an investment will end up failing. That's why we want to avoid anything that we know we're spending on. So sometimes I'll hear people say, you know what, I've got a loss leader. I'm going to lose a bunch of money and maybe I'll sell something. Well, why not? Let's skip the loss part. Let's just go to the part where we sell the thing. Let's figure that out. So spending is waste. It's a waste of your money, your time, your effort, your energy, your everything, your life force. Avoid proven expenses. And what I mean that something just proves to be a bad idea, stay away from it. Never intentionally spend or waste money or time. So now what we want to do is we want to invest big, trade a little bit, and spend nothing. Invest as much and as often as possible in high quality people like yourself, projects, and causes. Trade when necessary for high quality goods, needs, and raw materials. Never intentionally spend money or time. If you know it's an expense, avoid it. Why would you spend money when you could invest or trade? And you're still going to end up having some things turn out as expenses. So focus on those top two areas. Sometimes you won't know until after. Learn from your mistakes and see what you can do to make it as likely to succeed as possible. So here's some examples. Investments in things such as your personal growth, your gym membership, assuming you're using it, and your personal growth, assuming you're learning from it. Emergency savings, retirement savings, college savings, prepaid college plans, student loans, if that's, again, going to be for an education that helps you learn and you're going to apply that education. Supporting a charity that does good work, supporting education, supporting a cause, giving gifts, paying it forward. All these are things where you're making an investment. Doesn't guarantee they'll all pan out, but chances are they're going to be investments. Trading, we need to trade. And again, think of it trade. Some people say, well, wait, wouldn't I want everything to be an investment? No, because other people need to make money too, so that the system can continue. So we want it to be that you pay a fair rent for your home, your utilities, your insurance, all these different things so that the system works. If everybody else goes out of business and just you're in business, that's not a good system. But what we want to get out of are the things that are guaranteed expenses. Addictions, bad relationships, unused items, unused memberships, credit card interest, overpriced cars, junk food, loan interest. Okay, maybe a little junk food, a little bit of sugar. I'm a sugar guy. But in other words, things where you're just giving away money, tax penalties, late fees, bank fees. There's really almost nothing redeeming about these. Again, I have to look at that junk food thing. That's interesting. It depends on which junk food it is and how good it is and how many calories and how big it is. everything else there, I think is something we want to let go of. So what we want to be able to do is have you look at where you're putting your money and what's it doing. So if you look at your investments and your trades and your expenses to see what is it you're doing, and then start looking at how you can find 12 areas where you could look at your current amount, find a desired amount that you want to shift that to, make that change in that money outflow, and then decide where you're going to reinvest that and set a target date for that. So again, it's not always going to be guaranteed that we know if something's going to be an investment or a trade or an expense. But for the most part, on our trades, we want to make sure, if you're buying something, you're buying raw materials, you're paying for a home, you're paying for a car, you want to make sure you're getting a good deal. When you're investing, you at least want to know it's something that has a really good chance of turning out to be a very positive thing. And when something looks like an expense, you want to be thinking about it for a while. You want to be seeing, do I want to do this? Do I want to give this a while before I do this? Do I want to perhaps put this on hold, pause, wait on that, and then create a situation where you're more likely to end up in favorable situations? It's like the situation of buying investments. Most people will tell you you make your money on a stock when you buy it, not when you sell it. And technically, mechanically, yes, you make the money, you receive the money when you sell it. But if you bought at a really high price, if you bought real estate at a really high price, if you overinvested in anything, it becomes a lot harder to make the money back. If you overpay an employee more than they're worth, it becomes hard for that to be made back. And so what I want to do now is, again, bring this to this mastery part of the conversation. And of all the different pieces, this is so precise. And again, you can use these ideas or create ideas of your own that are similar to this. And the first thing is to look at, do you have enough income to pay your bills, live within your means, and save 20% monthly? Now, that might feel like more than you want to save, or you might say, wait, I'm not sure if I can do that. But again, this is a mastery milestone. So it might be that you say, Wade, I first want to earn enough income to pay my bills and live within my means. And then eventually I want to save 5% monthly, then 10. But again, this is something to be aimed for. 0 credit card debt with balances paid off each month and no interest paid. Emergency savings fund equal to 6 months of your take-home income. So if something happened, that you'd be able to use that. Personal income protection. Now, in the United States, this is often referred to as disability insurance. And that's the type of income protection where if you're unable to work, the insurance company pays a percentage of your income, usually about 70, at most about 80% of your income, because you're unable to work. So if you become sick or hurt. A lot of people don't have that. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're a solopreneur and you don't have disability insurance and you suddenly became unable to work, you got no income. Unless you have other systems set up or passive income situations. But either way, if you have the income, you want to protect it in some form or fashion. Family income protection, which is life insurance equal to 10 to 20 years of your income if you have a family that's counting on you. You want to have a situation where all the debt you carry has an interest rate under 5% and your credit score is 800 plus. And obviously, it's better if you don't have any debt or the least amount of debt, maybe your home or a car loan. You have a monthly budget. You track your expenses with a software and you review that monthly. You're able to travel and enjoy life comfortably according to your priorities. And again, you might or might not be a traveler, but to know that you can do it. And this is one of those things like retirement. Some people say, Wade, I don't plan on retiring, but I want to have enough money available. So if I need to, or if medically something happens, or I decide I change my mind, I want to be able to. I might not execute it. I might not decide to do it, but I want to know that I can do it. Being able to comfortably give to charitable and educational causes you believe in, and building a net worth to afford your educational goals in retirement at your same lifestyle. Again, you might choose not to retire, but knowing that you can do it, knowing you have the ability to do it, is something that can be extremely powerful and extremely liberating. So Al, yes, you need your flan. I agree with you, man. That is absolutely true. And definitely working on this, working the smarter, not harder. The more we spend on things we don't need, the more we just end up really just kind of wasting our time and doing things that don't need to be done. So what I want to do here is, this particular section is kind of a quick one to cover, and we have some momentum. Our next speaker is Well, she's been doing dual duty today, and she is an extremely talented individual. She's a very good friend. Debbie, if you'd come forward, if you don't mind.
Sure. I'm still here, guys.
Awesome. So, okay, no, but hold on. We gotta give you the proper introduction. Debbie, well, it's not Debbie who does the. So, Debbie is an amazing person in this sense, in a lot of senses. There are a lot of people who tap into different parts or dimensions of their life, and they get really good at that, and they leave the others unexplored or untapped. As you can tell by a lot of the speakers we have today, we do have people that are looking to develop their whole person. Debbie's background is very grounded, software, business, and yet also what she does in addition to helping people launch their podcast. My podcast, I had taken three courses before I connected with Debbie, and Debbie helped me get my podcast up and going. So thank you for that. Without that, none of you all would be here most likely if that had not happened. I don't know how long I'd have kept doing that. It took me 7 years. I was like, I'm thinking I'm gonna do it. I'm in this. I can't. I started, and she helped me implement. And sometimes you need a coach. You need somebody to help you make that happen.
Not in 7 years, though.
Maybe not 7 years.
No,
Yes,
not with
exactly.
us. We were shorter, right? It was like less than a year. I don't know. It was quicker.
Oh no. Oh, once I started with oh yeah, no. Once I got your help, it was up in like 7 weeks.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
Even though the target was 6, but I got it done in 7. But I'll stick with it. That's still good. But she also is very involved in coaching people. She has a podcast called The Spiritual Entrepreneur. She helps people really with all the dimensions: body, heart, mind, spirit, not leaving parts out. So I am so grateful to have her sharing what she does. And I wanted to make sure that she got a chance to even get a little extra time to go in depth, because what she does is powerful. It's some of the notes she has, you'll be able to see in the handout after, but I encourage you to get fully present for a real treat. Debbie Adea, my friend, she's awesome. Take it away, Debbie.
Thank you, Wade. Yeah. So, guys, I know we've been doing a lot. So I was just thinking we could maybe just take a deep breath in through the nose and out. Maybe stretch your arms up overhead and just reach up. I know we've been kind of going for a while, so just stretch a little, take a few deep breaths. I'm going to bring my slides up here and get this going, and then I will be sharing my screen with you. I've been on the back end. I'm switching hats again. Here we go. All right, let's do this. And mine are actually in Canva. Everyone's got these very cool slides. Here we go. And here we go. Okay, hopefully everyone can see that. Wait, if you can let me know if that looks good for you. I might even bring up the chat just
All
to check.
good, looking great.
Okay, good. All right, guys. So is my chat window showing up for you, Wade, or no? Do you see that?
No, it's not. I just see
Okay,
your
great.
screen.
I'm going to leave that up just in case I want to ask some questions. All right, guys. So I'm really excited and delighted to be with you today. I just want to acknowledge you. I know that there's a lot of places that we could be on a Thursday. And you guys have taken a lot of time to really be here to better yourselves, to be in community with other people, and are really stepping even more into the expression of your unique gifts and your purpose. And I know if you're attracted to Wade, you're probably someone who has a really good heart, has a lot that you want to do in service, because he just attracts really good people. And you probably are really passionate too about lifestyle, just given kind of why we're all here. So thank you for being here and making this a part of your day and your week. I'm really honored to get this time with you. And here we go. So you're in the right place. You already know that. So I'm going to skip this one, I think, because we have a lot to cover. But basically, if you're here, if there's something that you know that you're meant to do, but you've been kind of hitting snooze on it, or you're doing what you're passionate about, but maybe you want to monetize it a little more so you can fund your lifestyle, or you're funding your lifestyle, but you're maybe not fully fulfilled yet. You're not really sure what your passion is. Any of these places, if you're any of those, you're in the right place. And during our time together, I'm going to share with you just 3 simple practices. I know that we're covering so much here, and what Wade just covered is really great on the tactical aspects too of funding your lifestyle and making sure that everything is in place. We've had a lot of great speakers here today. I want to focus in with you on just some simple things that you can do that will make huge difference. They're those little hinges that swing the big doors they talk about, right? These are little things that you can do that will completely transform your experience, behind and in support of everything else that we've learned here today. So, in case you're meeting me for the first time, so which I think we all are, other than Andrew and Chris and Wade. But Wade had asked me to share my story with you, and he said that he thought maybe some of you might actually find yourself in some of the story of my life. So if you'll bear with me and just give me a little bit of time, I'd like to share some of my experience with you. I've been on the purpose journey for a while, and I probably know how you feel. For years, I felt the fear of being seen, and I didn't know what my purpose was because I was really hiding and cloaking parts of myself that I was scared that if someone knew about me, they'd think I was absolutely crazy or weird or different. And maybe there's some part of you too where you've been like, gosh, if they knew that about me, they might not, they'd judge me, they wouldn't like me, I'd be ostracized. I think most of us have that somewhere. But mine was actually an integral part of my purpose, which I didn't know yet. I also know all too well the inner pull when you're doing a lot of different things, but you're feeling that there's something else that you're meant to express or do, and it's kind of nagging on you from the inside, like it's there and it's pulling you, and you know it's there, but you're not always sure what it is. But it's very clear that it's there. I've also experienced now what, that syndrome when you create a lot of success in your life, but when that success, even no matter how great it is, isn't aligned with your purpose and what you're here to do, it feels empty. And you get to this place, well, okay, so I thought I'd feel a little bit different. So now what? Right? That place. I've been there too. And I know what it's like to be held back by some like invisible force. And it doesn't matter how much action you throw at it, how many strategies you take. It feels like running in quicksand, right? Like you can't seem to get to that next place. So I've been in all of those different spots on my journey. I grew up in Washington, D.C. We've talked about that a bit in my RV trip out here. But what's interesting about my background that I hadn't shared yet is I grew up in a very cosmopolitan, also a very like mystical family. I call it like a Claire family, clairvoyant, clairaudient, clairsentient family that has a lot of different gifts, intuitive gifts. And my grandpa was in the FBI under Hoover, and my grandma was a mystic. My father was president of a bank. He was also a yogi and a minister. And my mom was a VA. She had her own business doing administrative services for people before VAs were a thing, but she was also very deeply gifted in her intuitive abilities. And so we would talk about things at home that I thought were absolutely normal, right? We'd be sitting around the dinner table and they'd be having conversations that I thought, oh, this is just common what people talk about. And I remember going to school as a young child and talking to the kids at school and having them be like, what? You're crazy. Like we would talk, I had, it doesn't sound very out there, so just bear with me. I am a very normal person, but we'd have like, deceased relatives visiting at dinner, right? And I thought that was a normal thing, which evidently it was not. Now, and when I was growing up, that was not a cool thing. Like that was not okay. And I literally thought they were going to lock me in a rubber room and throw away a key if they ever found out. Cause that's what my grandma told me. If you tell anyone this, they'll lock you out in a rubber room and throw away the keys. So as a young child, I started to hide a lot of the gifts that I had been given. I have, I can feel other people's feelings. I'm very intuitive. And I instead talked about the things that I thought were acceptable. I focused in on becoming salutatorian of my high school class. I got a dual degree in information decision systems and management from Carnegie Mellon. I went to work for Oracle Corporation, if you know who they are, quickly worked my way up the ranks there, thinking that this is what I was supposed to do and that these were the conversations that I could have, and tucking away and kind of, only in my own private space, having those other conversations with family and very close friends. And so one year I was sitting at Oracle and it was a New Year's Eve, and I wrote out my list of things I wanted to do that year. And I found a list from 2 years prior. And I looked at the two lists and I was like, wow, in 2 years of my life, I've done nothing of the things I say are most important to me. The lists were exactly identical. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do one of these a month. I'm going to schedule them. And so I went through and you can see some of the pictures. I ran a marathon. I got scuba certified, became a licensed skydiver, traveled Europe. I did a bunch of different things in that year. And at the end of the year, I checked off most of my list and I was like, well, now what? I thought that I was making this money, right? Which I was making really good money at the time, to someday to be able to do these things, have these experiences. And I was like, I don't feel any more fulfilled. I don't understand. And so I thought, well, if it's not about experiences, which are great because they expand who you are. And it's not about acquisition or money. What is it about? And maybe you can relate. Maybe you've had this conversation with yourself at some time in your career. But then I thought, well, maybe it's about contribution. So I left high tech, Redwood Shores, Silicon Valley, went over and started working for one of the leaders in the coaching industry. And I thought, well, maybe if it's about contribution, if I'm making a difference for people, I'll feel more fulfilled. And while I loved being of contribution of service, there was still something inside of me that kept pulling on me and nagging at me, telling me like, there's something else here for you. And I couldn't quite get there. And so I ended up leaving there and going out and doing a lot of trying to find this thing of what it was, the fulfillment, what I was seeking, that purpose, right? And I wrote a kid's book. I took a gazillion courses. I tried foreign currency trading. Okay, guys, I'm not good at that. That is not my gift. You're supposed to go opposite the trend. And no, just not for me. I did a lot of speaking and live events. I wrote my own song, put it out on Apple and iTunes, and just tried a lot of different things. And then, what really happened for me was I ended up feeling more lost than I did before. And no matter what I tried, I still felt this nagging feeling like there was something else for me, but I just couldn't quite figure out what it was. And then one day I was flying on a plane trip from San Diego to DC and back, and I listened to a podcast on podcasting. And I know Chris was talking about John Lee Dumas, and that was who had actually done the podcast. And I was like, oh, I think I want to start one of those. But here's the thing, I didn't know what I wanted to do my podcast on. And my friend, I had this domain, Spiritual Entrepreneur, and she's like, well, why don't you do it on that? And I thought, oh, I can't talk about that, right? Because that part of me that felt like I would be locked in a rubber room was terrified of sharing that voice, sharing the gift of what I had been given with the world. Like I was so scared that I would get locked in a rubber room. And what happened was it opened up and freed me. And what I started to realize is that what it is truly about expressing that unique set of gifts that we've been given, the beautiful, purposeful parts of ourselves in service to humanity in some way that completely transforms our life experience. And I'm going to go back to where I just was because I lost my screen. Hang on one sec with me. Okay. So before I was really afraid to be myself and share my truth, and I struggled with being seen and fully trusting my own soul and my life's purpose, to where I actually, over the course of, I don't know how many 260 some episodes we have now, but somewhere in the middle there, when I put out a push publish and got my podcast out there and didn't get locked up, they didn't come get me, I began to feel comfortable with my own unique gifts and my own message. And I started to have that nagging feeling inside of me go away. And I started to feel like, oh, yeah, this is what it is. This is what it's about. So, maybe there's some part of you that you're afraid to express. It's kind of hiding behind there, wanting to come out. Maybe that's that part of you when we do these journal questions that you're like, oh yeah, I loved that when I was a kid. Or maybe it's some aspect of you that you're like, wow, if they knew that about me, I don't know. But the thing is, when we have that part of ourselves and we're so scared to share, it's usually a rich part of ourselves that is really a big part of our purpose. So I encourage you, if that's there, definitely feel into that, listen to that. And if there's some part of you that you're like, I don't know if it's valuable, definitely know that when we discount some part of ourselves as well, that's also an indication that that comes easiest to us. And it's something that we're meant to do. So today I finally, the path that I've taken is looking good. Everything is going well. And as I mentioned, it's really about expressing your gifts in service to humanity that I find where fulfillment is. But the thing is, I almost didn't do this. I almost picked a safe show topic because I was terrified to put that episode out and talk about my own story. I really almost didn't launch my podcast. Thank God I had accountability because it wouldn't have happened otherwise. I almost never shared my true gifts with my clients. I had these, C-level executive clients that I would talk about sourcing, but I wouldn't talk about any of the stuff that we were doing at a deep level where I would let them know what I was doing. They'd be like, I don't understand how all this stuff is happening, but I couldn't talk about it. I was too scared to share the truth of my experience. And I almost turned my show into someone else's because I was too afraid to say no. I was letting people come on just because they wanted to be on the show, and I had to learn how to say no. And I almost missed out on the greatest gift of my life, which is really um, the best advice that I could ever receive, which is that expression of my own soul's voice in service to humanity and the wisdom of who I am, because I was trying to be someone I thought I should. So if you relate to that in any way, all I got to say is thank goodness I made a better choice, and we all need to. So let's dive into it. Okay. So what I'd love for you guys to do is to type into the window, the chat, what does purpose mean to you? Like if you could give a definition to what purpose is for you, like how does purpose speak to you? Is it something that you like what how would you define it if you had a definition for it? I'm going to give you a second to alignment with my reason for being. I love that, Wade. That's beautiful. Yeah, alignment with my reason for being. If you guys, anyone else wants to chime in, go ahead. I'm going to pop over to the next screen here. Okay. This is one of the definitions that they have in the Merriam-Webster dictionary, which is something set up as an object or end to be attained, or intention. So it's an intention, a resolution, a determination, right? And I love this definition I found, which was purpose is the place where your deep gladness meets the world's needs. Isn't that beautiful? And Danny's saying, that's what I was going to say, LOL. Great minds. Just saying, Danny, great minds. And to me, it's the intention of one's soul and being here, like what we're here for in this lifetime, like, because it is intention truly, right? So what is that intention? So some signs that you are aligned with your purpose. So if you're experiencing that, what people are coming to you for is what you really enjoy doing most. If you're in the zone a large portion of your day, when you have these synchronicities, kind of like what happened when we were coming here, I was definitely in alignment with where I was supposed to be, and everything flowed really easily moving from San Diego to here. When synchronicity is a way of life, and you find that there's a lot of support for what you're doing, you're really aligned with your purpose. When you can't imagine doing anything else, even when it's hard, you're like, yeah, but no, I got to keep going. You're pretty sure you're on purpose. And when you get energized by it rather than drained, when it builds energy in you, and when you feel pulled towards the activities that are related to what it is that you're doing, you're in alignment. Some signs that you're not aligned, and you maybe can feel into where you are in these two slides, is when you're white knuckling on the regular, when you're like, oh, I'm going to make it happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen, right? But you're forcing it to happen, right? Or you have a high level of resistance to related tasks over time. You're like, oh yeah, I'm clear. My purpose is not editing my show. My purpose is hosting my show, but not editing my show, because it drains me and I have a lot of resistance to it, right? When there's a lack of fulfillment, a feeling of, now what, like we talked about, or, when you have a lot of success in one area, you feel that kind of like, this is it, right? If there's something pulling on you from the inside still, and it's pulling you in a different direction, most likely you're not in alignment. Or when you feel drained by it and need to take a lot of time away from it, if it feels like it's like you're running in quicksand, like you just can't seem to get where you're wanting to go, or like you're running in the desert and there's really no fulfillment for you, but you're still running because you feel like you need to be running, maybe to make money or for some other drive. But you're not feeling, filled up, or you think that you have to pay the bills but you'd rather be doing something else, and you're clear there's something else. Thanks, Wade. So how do you get aligned so that you can fund your lifestyle? So I'm going to give you 3 practices that I think they're very simple in my mind. Like they may seem really easy, but I tell you, they're game changers. So the first thing is to know and follow your intuition. And my intuition was telling me my whole life that something was missing, but I just wasn't listening, because I was like, no, I'm supposed to be over here, when this other thing was talking to me the whole time. So one of the things when I work with people, that the things that I help them to start to do is to understand how to know when you have a yes or a no in your body. So this is a great little exercise you can do, is just to think back in time to a time when you made a decision that was absolutely right for you, and it was a yes, right? And you knew it was the right thing for you beforehand. How did you know? Was it something you said to yourself? Was it a feeling in your body? when you had that experience? Like just think back to that time. And how did it feel in your body? Whatever part of your body was responding, was it a lifting up and forward? Right? Was it something that you just kind of you felt like chills on your body? There's signs that we get when we are having an intuitive guidance towards something that is right for us or something that's not right for us. And I really encourage you to get really clear on this, because when you can use this guidance system in your life on anything that shows up, you will constantly be moved in the right direction for where you're meant to go. And when you don't follow it, it's like the little whispers become shouts and the shouts become like two befores upside the head. Maybe you've had that experience where you've been like, oh, I knew I was supposed to do this thing, but I did this other thing. How did you know? Like what part of you knew? Start to pay attention to the inner voice that's talking to you and start to make this a part of your litmus test. Do people already do this? Or if I'm curious if anyone here wants to share, like, what are some of the ways that you know when something is a yes for you or a no for you? Do you have any particular things that you notice? Like for me, I feel a pull upward and forward when there's something is right for me, when it's a yes. And I know it's a whole body yes, like it's definitely for me. I feel everything just feels moved forward. When I feel like I'm being moved back and down, I know it's a no for me. When I get chills, I know someone's telling me the truth. So here we go. Wade says, a calm feeling of serenity and confidence. So yeah, so start to pay attention. I'm excited. I wake up earlier. Beautiful, Danny. I love that. Beautiful, Wade. So yeah, so start paying attention to those things and notice what your own inner wisdom is telling you and follow this, and you will automatically be guided towards more resources and be able to fund your lifestyle, and you'll be pulled to the things that are meant to happen for you. Things totally shift when we do. So you can use your intuition for being in alignment naturally to choose what path to take, to choose clients, to decide on your day's tasks, decide on your best strategies, or for any decision in your life or business. The next thing that I love to use is the power of questions. So back when I worked with that coaching company, so I worked for Anthony Robbins companies back in 2000. It's been a while. I've been in the industry. One of the things that Tony teaches a lot is talking about the power of questions. And so I've used them a lot in my life to create things and put things in alignment and create results. And there's simple things that we can do that are completely transformative. So I personally believe that all of your best answers live inside of you, that you're the best expert on you and no one else knows what's better for you than yourself. And one of the best ways to access that guidance is through using the power of questions. So here's just a few different ways that you can use them. You can use them to gain vision, to be able to see more clearly. You can use them to identify resources, and you can use them to recognize unconscious blocks. There's a lot of ways you can use them. Those are just three. So I'm going to kind of walk through those with you. So to gain vision, just to like give you an experience of this, if you just take a minute and close your eyes for a second and just take a deep breath in and out. And I want you to imagine for a moment that you are fully living your life purpose. And maybe you already are now, but it's maybe the next level of what that purpose is for you. And just feel into how that feels in your body and start to take notice of what would you experience if you were living your life purpose at the highest level right now. Who would you be spending time with? What would you be doing with that time? Just whatever comes in first. Who would you be serving? In what ways would you be serving them? What does that feel like for you to be in a place of doing that? And now I'd love for you to imagine that I've given you a box and I'm giving you some beautiful wrapping paper in your favorite color with a big ribbon, some tape, scissors. And if you could wrap the most precious gift in that box that was a gift of you, something that was unique to you, and give it to someone that you are meant to serve, what would you put in that box? How would you like them to feel when they receive that present? How would they shift or transform by receiving that gift from you? Just take that in for a minute. Feel what that feels like in your body. And then open your eyes and come back with me for a second here. Notice how you're inside. You probably had something show up for you that was a vision of something new that you didn't maybe see before. Maybe you did. If there's something you want to share, feel free to type it in the chat. But notice how quickly and easily you can access those answers just simply by asking some questions and closing your eyes. So when you're looking for vision, it's important to close your eyes so you can see inside. Some people hear, some people feel, some people know, and some people see. And some people, we see it in different ways. If you study NLP, you'll find out that people put things in different places, even in where they store information. So another way you can use questions is to identify resources. So again, let's go ahead and close our eyes one more time if you'll play along with me. Take another deep breath in and out. And for this exercise, I'd like for you just to not judge anything, but allow whatever's going to come into your mind to kind of come across the screen of your mind. In your mind's eye, just see what comes in. And I'm going to ask you this question and just capture for the moment whoever flashes before your eyes, your mind's eye, not judging it, just listening and seeing what comes in. So, who is it that you could call right now that would be able to help you with your next level of living and funding your ideal lifestyle with your purpose? I'm going to ask that question again. Who is it that you could call right now that will be able to help you with creating that next level of funding your ideal lifestyle with your purpose? And just take note of who shows up in your mind's eye. It may sound totally crazy, but you might not have thought of that person. Just keep that in your mind and who that is. And next question I'm going to ask you is this: identify what are the key leverage points available to you right now. So what is around you right now that you may be discounting or not seeing that could absolutely serve you in funding your ideal lifestyle with your purpose? And again, notice what comes in. What is around you right now that you may not be seeing or maybe discounting that could help you to live and fund your ideal lifestyle with your purpose? And go ahead and open your eyes. And if there's something that came through there, I'd invite you to write that down as well and capture that. But see how you can also ask your greatest wisdom, your own self, for resources without having to look outside of yourself. All those answers are inside of you. And then another way that you can use questions that I love is to uncover blocks. So again, we're going to just do one more exercise with your eyes closed. So go ahead and take a deep breath in, close your eyes for a second, in through the nose and out through the mouth. Okay. If I were to ask you right now, if there's anything that you feel is standing in your way of living your life purpose and making great money doing it, what would it be? Again, if I were to ask you if there was anything that you feel is standing in your way of living your life purpose and making great money doing it, what would it be? Just notice what comes up, no matter how logical it sounds or not. And when you think about what is standing in your way, when you think about that thing that came up, what is the feeling that you associate with that thing? So name that feeling, whatever the emotion may be, the feeling, anger, sadness, fear, any of those emotions. Keep going with your list. When you think about what is standing in your way, what is the feeling that you associate with it? Capturing that as well. And then what I'd love for you to do, and I know it's uncomfortable typically, these feelings, but is just to allow that feeling to come into your body wherever you experience that. And when you feel that feeling that's associated with that thing that you feel is standing in your way, just take note if there's anything that comes to your mind around an experience or a person or associated memory. Maybe even something you say to yourself that's related to that feeling. Could be a flash too. And if you have that come in, go ahead and when you open your eyes, if there's anything again you want to jot down while we're doing this, please go right on ahead and do that. So you can use questions in so many different ways to support you on your journey of funding your lifestyle, living your life on purpose, and truly just having a great life experience. But my absolute favorite way of using questions is doing what I call living in the question. And so we talked about this a little bit when Wade had me come in off onto camera earlier. But what I call living into a question, what I mean is this: a lot of times when we ask a question, we're seeking an answer because we like to live in certainty. We like to know definitively what the answer is to any question that we have. And it's uncomfortable for most of us to live in the uncertainty. But in the uncertainty is where all possibility for anything lives, right? It's where nothing is defined yet and where we can create anything. And so, one of the most powerful exercises that you can do is to pick a question that you're choosing to live into, meaning you choose a question that you're going to ask yourself and leave it open without an answer. And if an answer comes in, you'd say, what else? And what happens is when we do this, so for example, it could be like, what would it take for me to live my life fully on purpose at the next level and fund my lifestyle beautifully? And you may get an answer and you say, great, well, what next? What next? And you just start to notice that your life will respond with synchronicities in answer to that question. Or what would have to happen for me to create this thing, or to achieve this thing, or to experience this thing, XYZ. So these are things that you can start to ask, and your life experience will absolutely shift as you live in the space of being in the question without having it closed down in a definitive answer. So I would encourage you, and in the journal that in the workbook that Wade has given us, I put a place there for you to capture the question. I would just encourage you for the next 2 weeks to pick a question and just do an experiment and play with it and see what happens when you start to pick one of these and start asking it on a regular basis and living into what shows up, and start to pay attention to what shows up in terms of synchronicities in your life. And then finally, and I know that Holly was talking about this too, and most people you talk to who have achieved a lot in their life will say that saying no is oftentimes way more important than what you say yes to. So like the more no's that you have, the more spaciousness you create in your life to have other things that you're meant to be doing come in. So knowing your intuition, right, is going to be a first step in knowing if this is a yes or a no for you. But I'm also give you a little litmus test here that you can use just in terms of questions that you can ask yourself. So I know a lot of us operate too in the space of FOMO, fear of missing out, right? So letting go of those things or things that are misaligned with you that really aren't for you, you create the room and space for the things that are aligned for you, that help you to create and fund your life in bigger and more beautiful ways. So one of the things that you can do is ask these 3 questions. And I have my assistant now asking me these because I'm not historically the best person at saying no. So I told her, I said, look, anytime an opportunity comes up, I want you to ask me these 3 questions. And the first question is, what does your intuition say? And that's when you check in, you feel like, however, it makes me want to get up earlier in the morning, or it's, I get this calm feeling of serenity and confidence, right? And I know it's a yes, or you're absolutely pushed away by it and you don't want to do it, right? That's your intuition speaking to you. And so I asked her to ask me that. The second question is this aligned with my greater vision? So if it's something completely out of left field and my intuition is saying no, it's not going to be something I'm going to want to do, right? But it could be that it's something out of left field and my intuition saying yes. So it's not 100% aligned, but there's something there. So this third question is a really good one to add in, which is, what is this costing you And is it worth it compared to the other things that you need to be doing? And follow that. So if you get a clear, definitive answer to these, you'll know pretty quickly as a litmus test if something is right for you or not right for you. And I just encourage you to say no more, like not no more, but no more often. Because in saying no more often, you're going to create a lot more room for your beautiful, radiant yes and what you're here to do. So today we covered these things. I think, Wade, you said I help people connect with the confidence they need to give themselves permission to pursue the dreams that are aligned with their soul. I love that. That's beautiful. So we talked about these 3 practices today: knowing and following your intuition, making sure that every aspect of your life and business is aligned with your soul, and you will find that it greases the tracks for you and everything moves way more smoothly. Practice 2, using the power of questions to create alignment and results, and living into the question, which I really encourage you to try out. And then practice 3 is saying no more often and following that. And also, one of the things you can do is start to work on removing those unconscious blocks that you identify through questions to help you, because sometimes we're basically working against ourselves. It's like we're pushing a car uphill instead of putting gas in and driving it, right? Or we're saying, I want this, but there's some part of us that's pushing back at us saying, no, right? That push pull. So doing some of that work is also very helpful. Anyway, if you still have questions, I put some journal prompts in the book. I would love for you to take some time to play in the workbook a bit and set some time aside. You can put it in your calendar right now. I do believe when we schedule things, they happen. When you can go through and do the exercises in the workbook, there's some great questions in there. I know that Holly was also talking about how a lot of people don't know their passions. And I think it's a great way to identify more of your purpose and passion and what is important to you. And I know a lot of us too, we're talking about, what moves us forward and what our community needs to be, like questions you could begin to ask yourself that will help you to have the support that you need. And then you can also find me anywhere and everywhere. I'm at Devi Adea everywhere. My team is at support@deviadea.com if there's anything that I can help you guys with. My podcast is at spiritualentrepreneur.com. We've had amazing guests on that show and a lot of evergreen content out there. Danny, we were talking about that. And I also put together a little offer. If there's something that is a big block for you and you want support, I usually am a higher investment for that, but for Wade's community, I put something special together for you guys. So I'd be happy to support in that way too, whatever I can do to help you with your purpose and funding your lifestyle. So thanks so much for taking this time with me, Wade. It's great to see you. I'm going to stop my share. And there we go.
Awesome. That was so good. First of all, thank you. Thank you for sharing
You're
that.
welcome.
I'm glad that the schedule turned out where we got you have a little bit extra time to go deep into it, because I think there's so much to that. And one of the things, and part of me looks at maybe even making what I do tighter, because it has to be an elevator speech, which of course no, it doesn't. But it's that thing that there's something that, when you said, what is it you do that you're passionate or that stirs people? And I'm like, okay, I've got all these. And then of course, go a little deeper first the brain goes to work and then go a little deeper. And so much of the specific work that I do around this 3D weekend stuff, it's not tactical. It's not strategic. That's what people think they're coming for. The strategy is really easy. It's like what Wayne Dyer used to say about, smoking. You don't put the cigarette in your mouth. Step before that, you don't buy cigarettes when you go to the store. Step before that, you don't go to the store. The mechanics are easy. The getting to the mechanics, the willpower, the gumption, the inspiration, all those different, whatever the specific situation is to do that is the part. So for me, it's like not pushing people to yes, but getting to the people to that point where they're like, yes, I can do this. That's what I do. And I'm coming to realize that being able to communicate it's like when Rebecca was talking about decluttering and she said, well, if you just have somebody come in and take out the trash, and I responded, yeah, that's like a $10 an hour task. But if you have somebody intentionally going through this and walking through that process, well, similarly, if you have somebody saying, hey, guess what? Do sit-ups. Well, that's not a very, very motivating or important function as a fitness coach. And that might be part of the mechanics, but somewhere in there, that coach is, oh, hey, let's focus on your goals, your vision, your why, your all these different things. Hey, we're going to do this. And help make those connections. Like I was talking about, that she saw that connection between the work and the results. And I'm seeing for me that being able to share with people. So thank you for this. To be able to say, yes, I help you get to that point when you're ready. I think for some reason, Failure to Launch, the movie with Matthew McConaughey, is kind of getting that person where it's like, look, you have in that movie, he has all the tools. He's a good looking guy. He's wealthy. He's this, he's that, and he's supposed to be married, but he just won't do anything. And I just think of so many people. I'm going to be sharing some of Al's stuff, the interview I did with Al about Al Mega, about him shifting to a 3-day weekend lifestyle. And so much of it was opening a possibility and then him pursuing it. It wasn't about, well, wait, I don't know how to not work 3 days in a week. That's not really a difficult skill, Wade, but the actual getting there to do it is the work. And that's the part I'm coming to realize. And in all that is higher value, higher impact, and ultimately higher dollar work. But saying to somebody, hey, fill out this calendar here and fill out this one and make that one look like that one. Well, yeah, no, wait, I get that part. So it's helping me understand, because as I explain to people, a lot of times people say, well, wait, oh, you do productivity, right?
Mm.
Yeah, that's like, I don't know, saying to Aretha Franklin, like you sing a little, huh?
You
like,
just
yeah,
yell. No.
that's it. I just sing a little. That's all. That's as if there's not more going on there.
Well, I'd like to acknowledge you because I will say one of the things that I've learned about you, and you guys, if you want to chime in, I know you all love Wade like I do. You are someone that actually holds belief for people. It's something I've noticed about you. So, for example, I did that VIP weekend for Podcasting on Purpose, and we had talked about it. And you're like, you could just go and rent a place and do this in person. Everything you're doing online, you could go and do this in person and put together these events. And they were great. And it was just a natural flow how that all kind of came together. But I was like, I don't know, an event in person. I mean, I speak at other people's events, but that's a whole thing. And you're like, easy, like done. Right. And so you kind of held that space for me to do it. And sure enough, I was like, well, Wade thinks it's easy. Okay, it's done. I'll just go do it. And it's been great. And I've done them in Seattle and DC and San Diego. And it's really worked out well, but pre-COVID. But you just do that for people in your life. You naturally hold the space. I call it like borrowing someone's belief. So they believe in you and they're like, well, maybe I don't believe I can do that yet, but I'm going to borrow their belief that I can do it because they believe it and they believe it so clearly that I believe I can do it now too. I'm just going to borrow that until I fully believe it myself. If it feels aligned and it's the right thing. Right. So all of that's really great, but yeah,
wow. Yeah, that's so true. Thank you. I'd forgotten about that. So real quick. So Debbie's doing this awesome podcast course and I'm saying like, no, you don't get this. I've literally sat on 3 courses from 3 of the best people in the industry. So it was not the course. Let's be crystal clear. There was nothing wrong with the course content. It was me. And I'm like, I can't do this. And it wasn't a competition either. For those of y'all who are saying, but I can't compete with the top people in the industry. Debbie was able to deliver something that I couldn't get somewhere else in helping me overcome my obstacles to get it. Again, I didn't need the process. I already got it, but could I implement it? And so when you did that and helped me go through that, I was like, gosh, the only thing would have been better than this, because it was like you're showing up for a call once a week and I got a sense of, okay, am I ahead? Am I behind? And well, Debbie, the only thing better than this, I thought of my clients who are entrepreneurs, is lock them in a room. Lock them in a room for a weekend and don't let them out until they do it.
That sounds horrible.
And it was just like, I mean, that was pretty much the short version. That's what my clients tell me all the time. They're like, Wade, make me come into a room and do it. And you're just like, and I know you know the mechanics. I know you got it. And I was like, that was awesome. So thank you for feeding that back to me. I wrote that down. Because that's a better way to explain it than I do productivity.
No, you source greatness in people, and you really you hold a belief for them when they don't even believe it for themselves. It's part of something that you do, and you see things for people that they may not see for themselves too. I think that's easier for us to see each other's things. I think for all of us, it's way easier for us to be able to. You could have a hand on your face and be going, why why do I not see everything that I'm looking at? And the
Absolutely.
other person's like, well, if you took your hand off your face, you would be able to see, but you can't see it because it's on your face, right? You don't always know. So there's that. But anyway, I have so enjoyed this time with everyone today. And I had told Wade earlier that I had another speaking event after this. So we put me kind of at the tail end of today, and I've got to be able to kind of support everything today. But I'm going to be watching a lot of replays. I have a feeling for all of the people that have been here. And I love you guys already. I haven't even met everybody, but I can feel the energy of the group, and you guys have shared such amazing things with each other and have been so supportive. So and I've loved everything I've learned today too. So thank you guys for sharing all the nuggets. I have notes. right
Awesome.
here.
Thank you so much for all your help, Debbie.
Yeah, it's been my pleasure and my honor.
Have an awesome
Thanks
day.
for
We'll
having me.
be in touch again.
Okay, sounds great. All right. Talk to you guys soon. Should I bring in the next person for you? I can
I
do
would say
that.
I'm bringing in Bunny now. I'm going to
Okay.
reset the recording. Hey, Bunny, how's it going? All right, let's get you to unmute there.
I just yelled at Debbie and said that was awesome. So
Thank you. Thank you,
hopefully,
buddy.
hopefully you heard it energetically.
I hear you. Thank you.
That was
That's
awesome.
awesome.
Thank you.
So,
Now, Wade, what are you going to do now? Like, mic
no,
drop.
because here's
For
the
everybody
thing. I
listening,
just
it
got
doesn't
my
get better
mind
than
blown,
Debbie.
and I've been waiting for yours. And I'm so ready because Bunny's already coached me up a couple times in this, and Bunny has a way of coaching you up in a way that is this powerful, so clear, so to the point, borders on backhanded compliment.
Yeah, it's
Of-
sugar-coated butt kicking is what it's been affectionately deemed.
What? So again, what kind of butt kicking?
Well, sugar-coated. I didn't know if I was
Sugar-coated
going to
butt
cuss
kicking.
today, so I'm
I
going to
like
say
that.
sugar-coated butt kicking.
That is awesome. So everybody, we've been at this for a while. I'm sorry if you need a break because you're about to be moved again. Bunny is awesome. The first time we talked and I did the pre-interview in a podcast, I was impressed, and we did the interview. She is just somebody that invites people and challenges people to be a better, way better version of themselves. And I thought, okay, that was awesome. And then I realized from talking with her how much she has at the center of her life, what's important to her, how she manages her time, how she gets paid well, how she makes time for her family. She's a devoted wife.
Air quotes, air quotes.
Air quotes, devoted. Her husband loved that. But you're ready for a really awesome treat with her sharing a little bit about how to make time for family and abundance and just whatever else that she does that's awesome. So thank you so much for being here, Bunny.
Yeah.
So great for you to be here. And whenever you're ready, you can just share your screen, and then I will, for your slides part, if you want to do that, and then, or if you
It's
don't have
just
slides,
me.
that's cool.
You guys just get my face.
Okay, all good.
This is just
So
a conversation. And
I'm
Wade
gonna
already
take
knows.
I'm going to take myself out and I'll pop back in and I'll be listening.
Yeah. So thank you. I am 100% here for you guys. And so when Wade and I talked about doing this, I said, whatever's going to be helpful for the community. So with that being said, put your questions in the comments, put what's alive for you in the comments. I'm going to share a little bit about my story. And then as Wade set up, a little bit about how I got here. The one part of the introduction that Wade put out there that last night I was reading and laughing is the fact that I can tell you how to do this for you. The reality is I can tell you how I did it for me, and I can tell you the thoughts that I had and that evolution, but really the only person who could ever possibly tell you how to apply this to your life is listening to this right now in front of your computer. Hint, that's you. So I am just here to support you and here to share with you my knowledge. And it really, to be able to kind of take you to the center of it, I want to be able to give you just an imaginary scenario. So imagine that you're 14 years old, you're a super active athlete, and while you're at a softball tournament, you just collapse in the middle of the field, in the middle of the game, and you regain consciousness for just a little bit. to see everybody panicking and huddled around you. And then you don't regain consciousness again until you're in the hospital. And you see your parents having these hushed conversations in the corner of the room and in the hallway. You're not really sure what's going on. And this happens on and off for the next 3 years of your life. And then you end up going to college and spending a lot of time, a lot of your life in a hospital doing tests and being poked and prodded and not really getting any answers. And you watch how everybody around you starts to treat you a little bit differently, like you're fragile. And there's a lot of conversation about what you should or shouldn't be doing in your life right now. And none of that really feels authentic. It just feels like you're being micromanaged, and it at some point stopped being your life and started being somebody else's. And there's a point when you realize that you in your college years are on more medication than your grandmother when you're trying to assist your grandmother in putting her medication box together. And something clicks in that moment. And you decide, there is a difference between surviving and thriving in life. And if this is your last day, what would you want that legacy to be? And you start thinking in terms of tomorrow's not guaranteed. And then you realize it doesn't matter that you have this diagnosis, that you have a disability. Any of those things, tomorrow wouldn't be guaranteed if you didn't have any of those things. And so just sitting with that, I'm going to ask you, what would you do? What would you do if this was your life? You can put in the comments, you can take a note and just ask yourself, because this is a really powerful question. In the terms of what Wade asked me to do and to take you on this journey, this is the starting line. What would you do if that was your story? It's mine. It's my story. And I can tell you that I became a professional stunt woman, that I have 2 amazing, beautiful daughters. I have 5 companies. I am a growth coach, retired stunt woman, retired therapist, and professional investor in other companies, as well as in other lives. I like to think of it that way. And that didn't happen overnight. That happened through a series of questions of valuing my life and the value of living my life. And so when people ask me to be able to say, like, well, how did you do this? I'm laughing right now because the thought didn't occur to me that I had another choice. I could be in a hospital. I could be in bed with this heart condition. That was what ended up being the diagnosis, is I do have 2 heart conditions at this point in my life, but there was no other reality for me. It didn't occur to me. It's almost like the diagnosis finally gave me permission to live my life and not just assume that it was something that I would get done tomorrow. If right now, if this very moment, I told you that tomorrow wasn't guaranteed, what would you do? And then why don't we give ourselves that freedom, that amount of freedom and that amount of latitude in our lives to be able to do what we're passionate about? Debbie just spent a ton of time sharing some amazing truth bombs with you guys about purpose. And I have a theory, and this comes from the retired therapist brain, but I have a theory that if everybody on earth was able to live their life and fulfill their purpose, we wouldn't actually need therapists anymore, because anxiety and stress exists in the future and it exists in the past. It doesn't exist in the present. And this is why so many people do so much mindfulness work about being in the present. There's really 2 big arguments for living your life in the present. One is that you don't have that stress and anxiety of being stuck in the future and wondering what will happen or perseverating on what did happen. The second is that you get to witness right now. How many times in the past month have you noticed that people are having a conversation like this, not even looking up? Or pre-COVID, out at dinner, where you see couples that are out at a date night, both on their phones. And so there's so much of this present that we're missing. And I was missing. I was so worried about when the next heart episode was going to come, when I'd have to be hospitalized again, remembering how it impacted my parents every time I passed out, that I couldn't be present and enjoy the moment. And how that translated to work was I was distracted. I was preoccupied. I was tired because I wasn't sleeping. And my work suffered from that. And my work wasn't fulfilling my purpose. So I'm hoping to be able to take Devi's work and roll that naturally into what I'm going to be sharing with you about being able to do work-life alignment. Now it's what our company, A Better Place Consulting, focuses on the most is work-life alignment. And as Wade said, as far as productivity, it's not so much about getting more done, it's about getting the right things done. And so if you look at your to-do list today, and if you look at what's called an Eisenhower matrix, there's important and urgent, and you can do the quadrants around that. And I didn't make you a slideshow because I wanted this to be a conversation, but it's basically a quadrant that you're able to see in real time when you take your to-do list, what's important and urgent, and be able to do that. What's not important and urgent, and question if you really need to get that done because it's not important, what's not urgent and important. And then you can schedule that for another time that's not right now. And then what's not important and not urgent, which we don't really need to think about. And so you can also delegate some of those things within your life. And when you're able to take everything out of here and put it down somewhere, just set it down and take it out of your mind. It allows you to be present. You can relax. You can literally feel your shoulders come down and stop wearing your shoulders as earrings. And really sit in your true value. And it's so important. It's so important for you to value yourself, because that's where it starts. When you say the first question that I asked you, what would you do? What would you do if you had my story, the beginning of my story? There's a lot of different endings. There's a ton of different endings. And I would tell you that my story has a happy ending, but it hasn't ended yet. I believe that it has a happy ending. And the second question that I meet at that starting line is, do you value you? And if so, how? When I started this journey of valuing my life, and I don't mean in an egotistical way of valuing me, right? My time is worth $2,000 an hour. No, that's not it. Valuing my life. Because when I answered that question of, do I value my life? And if so, how am I living my life in this gift of another day? I have a heart condition. Every day is a gift. So if I'm given this gift, how then am I utilizing it? How then am I using that gift to make the world a better place and fulfilling my purpose? How am I not squandering this gift? Another gift of another day with my kids. I remember having 4 miscarriages before my first child and 2 miscarriages after my second child. Let me back up. 6 miscarriages total, 4 before my first, 2 after my first, before my second. Being able to receive those gifts, I value them so much more. I value my kids, not all the time, but a lot, because of the difficulty that I had in my life having children. And all of those nights in the hospital, all those tests, I value my life a lot more today than just the assumption that I'm going to have 80 years. My assumption this morning was that I woke up in order to be here with you. I focused on the one thing I was going to do within my purpose to add value today. And that evolved into 2 things, because my daughter made honor roll. And so we must go get ice cream tonight, because I want her to know that I value her. So the background collar is my service animal. So if you hear him, that's just him snoring and getting comfortable sleeping. So one of the things that I want to leave you with to think about, I'm not going anywhere right now, but one of the things that I want you to take note of, either mentally or journal down, is if I don't value my life, who will? And this comes from relationships and employment. This comes from relationships with my spouse, is when I don't value myself, it's very, very difficult for somebody else to value me. And even if they do value me, I don't necessarily believe it. I don't necessarily hold that. Wade could be like, Bunny, you're awesome. And I'd be like, yeah, thanks. You see, I didn't cash that check. That check bounced. I'm limiting my value because I'm not seeing it through that lens and allowing that check to make its deposit in my life. And so being able to add that value, it means so much. And you get to show up in a more confident space. And by you going to work 5 days a week and saying, my value is this 6 hours of work that I actually do, and the other 2 hours, I'm just sitting here twiddling my thumbs. Why can't you get paid for 30 hours? Why can't you be in the office for 30 hours and get paid for results instead of time? This is the relationship that must be broken in order to have more value in your life, is the exchange of time for a finite amount of value. Every day that you wake up needs to be that infinite amount of value. And that doesn't mean that you can't work a 40-hour work week. It just means that if everything in your life is fulfilling, your work, your family, your self-care, if you have that value for yourself, then that's what life looks like when you go to work. But if not, if you have my situation where you're like, I did the math, I know how many hours I have in a week, and to give 40 of those hours to a job, that's not going to work. And so as Wade talked about, when this happened to me, there's several evolutions in my life, and we're going to fast forward to the entrepreneurial journey. When I first started, I did strategic planning. I'm laughing at myself. I did strategic planning, executive coaching, all of this kind of stuff. And I set my market value at what other people were charging. That's not my value. That's somebody else's value. And strategic planning is what somebody else is doing. Work-life alignment, being a retired therapist and a third-generation entrepreneur, that is smack dab in the middle of my value. That's a combination of all of the skills, abilities, passions, and purpose that I have in this amazing entrepreneurial cocktail that just is mind-blowing and would win some kind of bartending award. Strategic partnership or strategic planning sessions are like 4 hours of my life I'm never going to get back to make a 600-page document that no one's ever going to look at in the next 3 years. And it's pretty much an expensive doorstop. And I would come out of those sessions feeling so drained. And then I would go home with my family and I would not have any time or energy because I would just need to recover because I had to get on another plane and travel to Dallas, Texas to do another strategic planning session. I don't get energy out of Dallas, Texas. This is not to knock anybody here from Dallas, but I'm a beach girl. And so I need to be on the coast. And I remember thinking, like, if this is my last day, and I know it's morbid, but I kept asking myself, like, if this is my last day, can I go to bed at peace with what I did today? And it's like, no, because I was in a conference room all day long creating this piece of paper that no one's going to look at, and it's not going to add value to this world. So no, this is not my value. And so I came up with this hypothesis that if I just stuck with my value, I could make more of an impact and more money. And it was a hypothesis. If I am the Ruth's Chris of business coaches, instead of the 7-Eleven that's doing everything that everybody else is doing and charging what everybody else is charging, I can charge Ruth's Chris prices. And Ruth's Chris is only open like 4 hours a night. So maybe I can just work 4 hours and charge those prices, and we'll see what happens. Amazing. It makes total and complete sense. When I go back, people work. And it makes so much sense because think about a professional athlete. I think about when I was a stunt woman. I took that stage for 4 shows a day, and they were like 40-minute shows. So if you think about that, that's maybe 160 minutes. But actually, I was on stage for maybe 20 of those minutes because my character didn't come out at the beginning of the show. And, there's just transitions. It was a live action stunt show. So maybe I took the stage 20 minutes. So 20 minutes, 4 times a day, that's 80 minutes. 80 minutes a day. And I made an entire stunt woman's salary. And now when I wasn't on stage, I was practicing my craft. I was practicing being a better me. Not a better stunt woman, a better me. And that included working out. That included studying my lines. That included being up to date on safety practices, but it also included taking care of myself. And so I earned an entire salary for 80 minutes of work. And a football player, they show up and play 1 3-hour game a week and make millions. So maybe it's not about time for money. Maybe it's about being able to find that thing that you are the very best at, that nobody can do like you, and relentlessly pursue that and be paid according to your value instead of according to the time. Being paid for what's produced and how it's produced. That strategic planning session, I was professional, but I wasn't passionate. And so I wasn't making as much money as I do now when I show up with just 4 clients a year. 4 clients is all I take a year, and relentlessly show up with them on this journey of work-life alignment. And it's not work-life balance, right? There's no 50-50. It's work-life alignment so that you show up confidently as you, whether you're at home with your kiddos, whether you're working with a client. And in your head, I know we're going a tiny bit into marketing, but in your head, it's not about selling somebody on you. It's about serving them. And it's this knowledge that and permission that if you don't do this, no one else on the face of this planet can do it. You're here for a purpose. You're here for a reason. You have so much value in this world. And so being able to lean into that and being able to own that. And if you want to work 3 days a week, if you want to work 1 day a week, Wade and I were laughing because he was introducing the speakers and talking about, these speakers are all actively pursuing this 3-day work week. And then some of our speakers are pursuing a 1-day work week. Last week, it was like the only day that I came into the office was to talk to Wade. And that's because in the time that I'm not with you, I am exploring and refining and perfecting my craft. And that will be a lifelong journey. And being able to share that experience, here's the thing. If I was in a hospital bed, I could not be here sharing that experience of my life that I chose to live. I believe that from a cellular level, that the fact that I decided to live my life, I actually made myself healthier in the process because I wasn't giving up. I wasn't surrendering. I wasn't restrained by other people's views of what my life should look like. I gave myself permission to live my life. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't know what exactly that looked like, but I just kept showing up for it. I just kept sharing my value. And then I started to see the return on my investment. And I started to see how other people who went to school to be a therapist and graduated with me and were just charging what insurance would bear. When I started doing private practice, because I wanted to be able to work more authentically with clients and not spend 6 hours every single day battling insurance claims, I was like, I wonder what would happen if I just did more of what I'm good at and remove this whole insurance barrier. And then other people were like, I didn't know we could do that. Well, why not? So what's one thing, put this in the chat, what's one thing today that you're going to commit to doing to add more value in your life? And what's one thing that you were going to do today that you're going to commit to not doing? Because part of the homework that I want to give you, and I'm going to break it down, is when you say yes to something, I want you to identify what you're saying no to. When I'm saying yes to being a professional stunt woman. I'm saying no to a traditional career. When I'm saying yes to taking my daughter out for ice cream, I'm saying no to probably getting to bed at an early, decent bedtime. When I'm saying yes to being here speaking to you, I'm saying no to my family because I'm here with you guys. And so being able to just acknowledge that and having this life accounting system is one of the most amazing, precious gifts, rather than saying, oh, I have the time. Yeah. But what are you taking that time from? Are you taking that time from your family? Are you taking that time from yourself? Are you taking that time from your future? Because we're not measuring time anymore. We're measuring value and being able to align that work and that life. And another piece of homework that I want to give you is to put an autoresponder up. And this homework is going to be I'm giving you the 7 simple steps to running your company and not letting it run you. And that also applies to life. And I emailed it to Wade, so he's got it to share with you guys. But if you email me, you get an autoresponder, and it sets expectations. It says everything that you need to know in order to have the appropriate expectations for our value-filled interaction. It gives you information that I repeated over and over and over again and then put into a autoresponder. It gives you access to a bunch of resources that is my brain captured and recorded so that you don't have to wait for me. So that's your second piece of homework. First is the yes or no exercise. Second is to put up an autoresponder. Third is to take out your calendar and find 4 hours next week for self-care time. And then find 4 hours next week for family time. And what I'm doing is I'm not saying, how could we get started on this? I'm just getting started. Instead of listening to 30 minutes of Bunny talking and being like, oh, that was good, I took notes, I wonder how I'm going to take action on that. I'm going to make sure that with 3 minutes left, you take action on it. So take your calendar out and find 4 hours for self-care time and 4 hours next week for family time. And you're already actively reducing the amount of hours that you're working and picking up your phone to check email, and you're giving yourself a higher quality of life and adding more value to your life. Whether it's that you wanted to listen to that masterclass or go surfing or go play beach volleyball, whatever it is, this is your time. And so at the end of next week, you're going to have 8 more hours for your life than you had this week. Intentional hours. Not with stress, not with anxiety, not wondering what you're missing because it's scheduled. You're not missing anything. It's on your calendar. The last piece of homework that I have is go and download the 7 simple steps and let me know on social media. You're going to pick one of those steps, one of those simple steps to implement between now and the end of next week. And if you want accountability, you can let me know on social media. On Instagram, it's at Bunny Has 6 Legs. And on LinkedIn, you can just look up Bunny Young. And I'm offering to be able to hold that accountability for you until the end of next week. As long as you let me know, I can't energetically just know, I'm not that good. But as long as you let me know, I'm offering to hold that accountability. And I hope that you take action on at least 1 or 2 of these homeworks because you're worth it. Your life, your purpose, your value is here. Al says, I've dropped the negative baggage and live happy. Woo. Wade, if you want to come back, that's what I have for these amazing difference makers. And I did my best to squeeze it all in. If you guys have any questions, I'm looking through all the comments. No questions. I think I'm good.
That was awesome, as I knew it would be. I didn't know exactly what it would be like, but I knew it was awesome. Thank you.
Here's a secret. I didn't either.
That's good. That's good. Thank you so much. That's what I knew you were going to do. I didn't know what it was going to look like, but I knew you were going to do that. Thank you for that. I got so much from that. There's so much. Some people, you have this, the ability to just cut right through it. And I imagine some of it's your story and some of it's you, what you've chosen to do. Because I imagine there's many people who have a similar story and that's the this concept, the card, the excuse card they give every time they meet somebody. Oh, see, this happened to me, blah, 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 blah. And the rest of it's a sob story. Um,
Yeah.
it's interesting. In my case, my sob story is I have it so well. How dare I want more? And I've been working on it literally for years, and you're helping me show life is just too damn short. I don't have time for people who are committed to mediocrity. We'll all do stupid things sometimes. We all do mediocre things. We all do bad things sometimes, or horrible, and sometimes great things. But to have that be something that I'm okay with, it's just not okay. So
Yeah.
thank you
Yeah.
so much for that.
Yeah. The two really quick things is, Wade, when you ask yourself how much that thought is costing you, how much are you going to continue to let it cost you? And the second thing that I love to be able to put as a mantra is, instead of why is this happening to me, why is this happening for me? Like, what if this is happening for me? And I think I've shared that with you before, but
Yeah.
for those of you listening, when you have life happening, it's happening for you instead of to you. And that's a huge shift and a huge difference. It's made such a difference in my life. So thank you for allowing me to be here with all of you beautiful souls. And if there's anything else I can do for you, I'm happy to do that. I've already let Wade know that. So you guys have that carte blanche, and thanks for making the world a better place. And I'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, buddy. Have an awesome rest of the day.
Bye.
All righty. So as I've shared with you all, it's just one after another, and we have another awesome person who is going to share with you how you're going to figure out how to find the energy to do all this by being on top of your sleep, on top of your habits. Molly, welcome to the show. How you doing? Let's see,
Hello, I had to get that mute off. I am
Yes.
doing great. How about you?
Awesome. When I scheduled this thing at 9 hours, I'm like, I might be pushing people. And because of the quality of what we have in the guests and what people are delivering, there's no drop off in the intensity, the excitement, the energy, anything. We have more people than we started with. Everything's going in an awesome direction. So I'll just tell y'all real quick, Molly is wicked smart, really, really detailed on things. She's going to use some big words that you, or at least I don't know all the words. Danny, this will be a good challenge for you, my friend. Danny knows a lot of big words. But I think what you're going to see is that she has a practical sense of how to really make sleep an ally and something that fuels your life, and so many different things that you do. So I'm just going to get out of your way. Thank you so much for coming, Molly. I'll be, of course, in the background if you need anything, but you can just go ahead and start sharing your screen, and you're ready to go.
Perfect. And then just to double check, we're still good at the 30-minute mark, or sorry, the top of the hour mark. And then if we have any questions, we can just bring those in. Great.
Yeah, actually, well, the next speaker
Yeah.
will start at the top of the hour.
At the top of the hour. So we'll
we're
want
1 or 2 minutes after. So yeah.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to double check.
If
Great.
you see me mysteriously like show up on the screen, like, hi, then usually and some people like, how do you, Debbie asked me, how do you tell somebody? I said, well, I've seen Andrew do it. You just kind of show up, and they're like, what's Wade doing here? Anyway.
Yeah,
get out of your
exactly.
way.
That's the prompt. Okay, well, we'll keep it timely. Absolutely. Okay, so I'm just going to share screen real quick, and so we're going to get into it. Okay, so a couple things. What are we going to be talking about in this segment? We're going to be talking about sleep optimization, how to optimize your sleep in the 21st century, and why, with the aim to transform your health, mood, productivity through technology, accountability, and behavioral change. Those 3 elements are really what we aim to stand on from Sleep is a Skill. It's our real ethos of how to make a difference with your sleep over the long term. But first, who am I and why am I going to be talking to you about sleep? Who is this blonde girl? What is her deal? Why is she so obsessed with sleep? So the backstory on me is that for many years of my life, I was a bad sleeper, or that's how I thought of myself. I had a lot of labels. I'm a night owl. I'm a short sleeper. I'm, and also justified, righteous about it. Listen, it's not a thing. Like, you don't even need to worry about it. I really, had it that it was just a fixed way of being for me. And there wasn't a whole lot else to say until I went through my own period of insomnia while traveling internationally. And I ended up at my lowest point going to the doctors in Croatia, or one of the lowest points, going to the doctors in Croatia with Google Translate, saying, help, I can't sleep. And, left with their version of Ambien. And in that moment, really knowing, okay, I gotta really make a difference with this. This can't be my life. That was sort of the inner dialogue. And so began this whole quest to really transform my sleep. And in the process, what ended up happening was not only bring my sleep back to how it had been, which, as I shared, wasn't that great, but actually bringing it to new heights that I had never known possible for myself from a quantifiable perspective. And then really what ended up happening was when I began to restore this area and bring back power to this part of my life, that it really felt, honestly, again, like my rock bottom of my whole life, that I can't even do something as primal as sleep. What? So then by bringing that back, it really really shifted my sense of who I was and what was possible, because it really felt like such a challenging thing. And so I couldn't stop talking about it. And so a flash forward, now we have online courses, we have newsletters, we have podcasts, weekly podcast release. We have all kinds of partnerships and collaborations and workshops and all kinds of things to really make a difference with people's sleep. So while it was such a challenging period for me initially, it ended up being one of the best things that could have happened. And so from that place, I'm also, one of my other aims, besides just the what to do and the how to do it, I hope to also bring a sense of hopefully even enthusiasm or renewed excitement, dare I say, in the world of sleep and what could be really possible for you, no matter where you might be at your sleep. Now, I know my story is maybe one way of relating to sleep, but even if you have it, well, my sleep's okay, or yeah, I've struggled with sleep, no matter where you fall on the spectrum, my intention is that you'll leave with some real practical things to put in place with your sleep immediately. Okay, so why sleep is so critical. I won't belabor this point too much. I think many of us have a sense like, yeah, I know sleep is important. You should probably get more, and you might have varying degrees of intensity around that. But just as a couple primers or places to stand up the why. We have some fun stats here. People who get fewer than 6 hours sleep routinely are at a higher risk for, let's list it all: diabetes, heart disease, stroke, cognitive decline, death from any cause. We're talking all cause mortality. And then some of the fallout, as it relates to things like weight gain, cortisol, or higher levels of cortisol, glucose instability, a number of things that we might not even connect to difficulties with our sleep. And that was also part of my story, was that when I wasn't sleeping leading up to that period of insomnia, I wasn't making these connections with things like, an uptick in levels of anxiety and getting sick more often, a number of things I wasn't correlating with some of the management of my sleep and my health. So I want to then quickly, so assuming we're all on the same page that sleep is critical, and if you have any questions, don't hesitate to put them in the chat, but assuming we're all on the same page that, okay, yeah, I'm in it. We need to up level this area. So how, and what do we do about it? So at Sleep is a Skill, we have a couple frameworks that we operate within. One is called a sleep tripod, and it's workability between psychology, physiology, and environment. And so if you're looking at each one of those legs, there might be one that pops out more for you at depending on where you're at in your life. So sometimes it's very obvious, someone just goes through divorce, there's a death of a loved one, something very acute. But then probably what I see more often is I see that, but I also see just chronic stressors, a kind of low grade, whether it's anxiety, depression, different things that people are dealing with that might be impacting how they're relating to themselves, their life, and then ultimately their sleep. Just like low grade stress that's sort of present, and we begin to think that that's how it is. Physiology, then if there are changes in hormone production. So, for instance, women going through menopause, if there are kind of nutrient deficiencies, a number of things that might come up if we were to do a more in-depth sort of testing panels and understand what's happening deeper. Very common ones like low vitamin D, low magnesium, B deficiencies, iron, thyroid issues. So a number of things that might be happening behind the scenes that are impacting your sleep results. And certainly it's not an exhaustive list. As we know, there's a number of things that can fall into that category. And then also environment, which I would make the argument that many of us, even if we might think, oh, my environment's pretty solid, that there are absolutely things that we can do to up level this, but not even just in the bedroom environment, but we're talking how you're living your days, what, a number of things that can impact from the moment that you wake up that can affect your sleep. So we'll talk about what those are. But first, in that standing a bit in that element of our environment, but also how that bleeds into those other areas. The thing I want to present us to is this call out from the World Health Organization in 2016 that 90% of the time is the amount of time that the average person spends indoors. According to that stat, that was pre-pandemic. So it's likely that that number could even be even higher at this point. But what does that have to do with sleep? Well, one of the second frameworks that we operate within is called circadian rhythm entrainment. And entrainment is the synchronization or alignment of internal biological clock, of your rhythm of your biological clock. And so from that place, we're looking to really strengthen our circadian rhythm. Now, I certainly didn't know before I had my, issues with my sleep that our circadian rhythm had a spectrum that existed within, so that you can either have a really strong circadian rhythm or a weak circadian rhythm, and that you might be oscillating somewhere on that spectrum. But the truth is that many of us living, particularly within the West and our modern society, are finding ourselves closer to the weak side of that. So from that place, there are a number of things that we can do to influence that circadian rhythm. But before I get into that, I wanted just to see if there's anything burning coming up here. Oh, yes, absolutely. 90% of the time indoors is huge, completely. And so why does that matter? What does that have to do with our sleep? Well, from this circadian entrainment framework, now, if we are finding ourselves indoors, it's very much like we are becoming somewhat zoo animal-like, right? We're inside, we're not being exposed to the rhythms of nature, which for thousands and thousands of years really kept us on schedule to those rhythms of nature. And when we go outside of those rhythms, we find that there's a lot of upset that seems to happen for the body. So what does that look like? If we take you back to how life would have been run, and our understanding from ancestral knowledge is that we would have been sleeping outside within the elements of nature. We would, when the sun would rise, then of course, the light would be present, and then the environment would warm up. So with those two things, that light and then also temperature timing would be two elements that would just keep us, that would be an alerting mechanism for us to awake. And that would also align really nicely with cortisol. So cortisol is meant to, if things are really all functioning with a strong circadian rhythm, we'll have an uptick of cortisol in the morning hours. And so that would actually be a really good thing. So that would be a way for us to take on all the things that we got to do. It's like our natural inborn, morning coffee that just is applied each morning. And then you're able to take on all that you got to take on. And if we are not being exposed to that change in light, that change in temperature, we're devoid of one of those key mechanisms. And these are all known as Zeitgebers, which is just stands for time givers. And one of the most important ones is this light. So with light, let's see if there's anything, due to lack of live events and work, right, see? I feel you. And so the struggle is real. And at least if there's, if it's any solace, we're not alone in finding ourselves really struggling with this. So what are some of the things we can do? Well, if light is one of the top down most heavy impactors of our circadian rhythm, then what we want to do is stand in the knowingness that the dosing and timing of our light and the type of light is going to make a profound difference on the setting of our master clock. And the master clock is known as the suprachiasmatic nucleus. That's probably what Wade was mentioning. One of the things of, some of these different words. What do the words mean? You don't have to know these words. It's more just knowing that there's this master clock in your brain that's directly connected to your eyes. And the reason that's important is that starts to have us begin to have more reverence for our light and the timing of our light and the type, because that tells our body what to do and when. So if you get nothing out of what I'm saying, my hope is that one of the first things that you can begin really, hopefully starting tomorrow, is that when you first wake up, that you're aiming to get yourself outside of that indoor zoo-like environment that is very, static often in its dosing of both lighting and temperature, and instead get ourselves outside and being exposed to full spectrum light, which sends a number of triggers that are separate from these indoor lighting that we're often exposed to. And then, yes, 20 minutes a day of natural sunlight at the minimum can help people with sleep cycles. Very, very good point. So sometimes people get confused on the when of that. So we want to try to anchor that earlier on in the morning. Some of the, guideposts will say things like, before 10 a.m. Of course, this depends on your particular sleep schedule. That's kind of a blanket offering. If you are someone that's going to bed much later than average, we can sort of adjust that, but you do want to aim to get as close to those rhythms as possible. But either way, no matter what even if you're a shift worker, I work with a lot of people with crazy schedules, work with a lot of poker players who have, tournaments and all kinds of things at crazy hours. So we strategically time when they're going to be exposed to their light. But no matter what you got going on, you want to have that ideally the first couple hours of when you wake up, and the earlier, the better. And then do know that while sun exposure throughout the rest of the day later on is valuable for a number of other reasons and related to vitamin D, it's kind of more excitatory. It can be a nice way if you're kind of dipping in, like, say, the afternoon to wake yourself up and that sort of thing. However, it doesn't impact your circadian rhythm as much as that first shot of light. So just being aware of that. And then on the flip side of that light element is dark timing. So obviously you can't have the light conversation without the opposite, and which is that darkness. So you're aiming to have as big of a ratio as possible. So you want to have as much light exposure throughout the day, but then really post sunset. So whatever time sunset is for you and wherever you are, you want to aim to have a very, very dim lighting experience in your environment after that. And then of course, total darkness for night. And really, while we're not aiming to get like neurotic or obsessive with any of the things that we're talking about today, I will say if there's anything that you focus in on, it's to get that environment right, your bedtime environment, so that it is as fully dark as possible. It was a couple little lights glowing, but no big deal. Take the time to, kind of cover those up and make a difference with that. But it goes back to this conversation of the why. And that's because that ratio will really help to inform the body of what to do and when. So this we have available on our website that you get with, we have weekly newsletters and all kinds of things that go into our podcast and that sort of thing. But this is one of the things you do get with sign up. It goes in deeper of the optimized bedroom, and it will have kind of a breakdown of, what it doesn't have to look exactly like this, but the point is that you're looking to optimize for some of those things that we know can make a difference with your sleep. Let me just double check and see if there's anything. Okay, hang on. And, perfect. Yes, exactly. I know. I was just traveling the last couple of days. I was just in Utah, literally as of last night. And the space I was in had a lot of extra light coming in, and I can measurably see the difference that it made on my sleep. So, really doing what you can to make a difference with that light is important. Now, what's the second part of that kind of hierarchy of the things that will influence your circadian rhythm is your temperature. So like we said in the example of living outside, is that the temperature would be higher throughout the course of the day, and that would make a difference for your experience, for your body's experience of what it needs to be doing and when. And so you want to start bringing in a shift in that temperature in your space when, if you do have control over your temperature. I know some people have challenges with that. If you do have the control, you're aiming to have it as cool as possible throughout the course of the night, and as warm as is doable for you and your environment throughout the course of the day. And having that that ratio is what we're looking to impact. But here's the interesting thing. So this is where we start to get into all of these other things that can influence your body temperature that might be outside of the ambient temperature in your environment. So a very common one I see is meal timing that disrupts the quality of or the ability to fall asleep and then the ability to stay asleep. So one thing that we suggest is known as circadian rhythm, or circadian rhythm intermittent fasting. And again, just another series of words that really just relate to aiming to eat within sunrise and sunset. Now you might kind of wonder what, for some of us in the winter times, especially, the sun is setting, sometimes like 4:30 or whatever it is. And we are aiming to still really eat as closely in alignment with that as possible. Now I know that's not always in alignment with society and within what many of us think for our scheduling. So totally get it if you're not able to completely align with that certain times of the year, but as much as possible, aiming for that to be something you lean into. And if you're tracking your sleep, so that's where we really lean into technology, accountability, and behavioral change, because that technology piece will have us start to get really connected to what makes a difference and when, and how to choose, and how and when it makes sense to choose a different lineup to your day. So say if you have a really important meeting or what have you the following day, being really mindful of the timing and type of your food can really help support an improvement in your sleep quality and quantity, which goes into that meal type conversation. And with that, what you want to do is start to really get connected to your glucose levels. So I have a lot of clients wearing continuous glucose monitors so that we can understand, are they having crashes in their glucose throughout the course of the night? Because that can be a very, very common reason for those wake ups throughout the course of the night. So also leaning into that tech to help to understand yourself through this data can really often make a big difference for people. Movement timing is another one. So this one could be more like, okay, yeah, I can get that. Many of us might know that working out later on in the day could, impact the quality of our sleep, or ability to fall asleep or stay asleep. Just real quick, we have a call out about waking up several times a night. Just up and take deep breaths to try to fall back out. Yes, absolutely. So wake ups are probably one of the more common reasons that people come our way. And so with those, there's a number of reasons for wake ups. And I will say that glucose conversation can be one of the top most or very in the list of common reasons that can fall in there. And it can be shocking when people do invest in continuous glucose monitors to see, oh my God, like it just perfectly aligns. I know it's something to think about. And then there are many other common reasons for wake ups that we probably have an idea, but maybe not fully connected to how much they really do impact, things like alcohol. Of course, having that added level wake ups, THC, if you are, playing with that caffeine timing, if many of us have a knowing that could impact things, but then also nutritional deficiencies, depression, anxiety, stressors, brain always being on 24/7, absolutely, all of those things can really, really, but they can also be measurable. That's why I think it's really important to lean into these pieces of tech to track your sleep and your health, because you'll start to see things like your heart rate variability shift. You'll start to see changes in your heart rate. You'll start to see your body temperature shift, respiratory rate, how you're breathing. So, we're not even today on this call getting into the conversation around more disorders as it relates to sleep. So obstructive breathing, sleep apneas, all of that, but those are very, very real in creating a snowball effect where then we're having a poor relationship to our sleep and recovery. But so just real quick with the movement timing, of course, we're aiming to have our movement more within the rhythms of nature as well, to kind of align with that ancestral wisdom of, probably not likely unless there's a big battle or something that we would be running around in complete darkness. You would do what you need to do during the hours of sunlight, and then post sunset, then leaning into more relaxation, connection, rest, that sort of thing. I'm not proposing that we're going backwards to that. Clearly, I'm, tech heavy in this conversation too, but it's just something to look at from a blueprint. Now, beginning to wrap up with some of these things, social timing is a very common topic. So social jet lag is a term that was coined to explain when we would have consistent bedtime, wake time-ish, throughout the course of the week. And then the weekend comes, and then there would be an uptick and we're going to bed late, waking up late. I know with COVID, it's a little different. So I think it could use a new terminology like self-created jet lag, some term of that nature. But what it really means is we didn't get on a flight, we didn't go anywhere, but now we're experiencing some of those same symptoms of jet lag because of the fact that our circadian rhythm has been so thrown off just by our management of our nights and our days. Now, thought timing, kind of like what was in the one of the call outs about, brain being on 24/7. Now, this one is one that I think could be a lifetime quest for many of us, is to really start getting connected to creating a 2-part system to our day, where we have during the daylight, sunlight hours, all kinds of activity, taking action on things that could be bringing stress in our lives. We're having those difficult conversations. We're cognitively just really challenging the brain. We're doing all kinds of things, movement, meal timing, all that stuff, right? But then in the evening, shifting over to a dim to darkness experience, and then in alignment, more fasting during that time, more relaxation during that time. And how can we have a 2-part system? And presumably a lot of you might be entrepreneurs, I would assume, and that's most of the people that I work with. And so from that place, we can really be challenged to create that clear divide. So this one, I think, can be a really worthwhile one to dive into. And then just a couple more call outs real quick at the end. Chronopharmacology is really just known as the science or the timing of drugs that we're taking. That could also relate to those common ones that we spoke to, caffeine, alcohol, THC, but then there's also supplements, and then there's prescription medications and all kinds of things that could be impacting your sleep. So you want to do a real audit of what you're taking to ensure that none of those are negatively impacting your sleep. And then real quick, I want to say, if you only take away 2 things from what I'm saying today, please let them be these 2 things: that light and temperature are going to play a massive role in that strengthening of that circadian rhythm. And this is not to take away, we can't step over that original framework, that sleep tripod, psychology, physiology, and environment. And assuming we're really working on those and have awareness in those, then from entraining your circadian rhythm, you want to just make sure that you're getting the max amount of sunlight and daylight throughout the course of the day, particularly anchored in the morning. And that at night, you want to lean into darkness, since melatonin is known as the hormone of darkness. And so in its ability to be produced at its highest amount, you want to make sure that there's darkness present, because that will definitely impact the production of that if there is more blue, green, and violet light in your environment that can throw that functioning off. And then temperature, you want during the day to get that body temperature up. you know, even the fact that our thoughts can actually heat up our brain matter, which is a really wacky but interesting, fascinating concept. And that one even there's gadgets out on the market that are aimed to help cool down the prefrontal cortex from overthinking, from rumination, from stress, from anticipatory anxiety, all of those things. So we want to be reallocating our efforts during the day to be getting to handling some of those things that might be really stressing us, working all that out, and then shifting over to lowering body temperature in the evening hours. So from that place, I'm just going to check in on this chat. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Yes. Great set. So perfect. So I'm glad you guys are getting some value out of all this and the mogulpreneur. I love it. And so what I wanted just to check in on is if there's any questions that are unclear about some of those steps that you can take immediately to make a difference with your sleep. So if you do have any call outs, please don't hesitate to put those in the chat. Oh, the AM walks. Yes. I always say that too. Yeah. The clients that have dogs that they walk the dogs, they really went out, I'm telling you, just because they know that no matter sunrise, you know, it's raining, it's whatever, they're getting themselves out there, and we're aiming to create this muscle of that we do these consistent things every single day, and the body loves consistency. So really leaning into that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Molly. One of the questions I wanted to ask, and I just remembered, we actually can go a little long based on.
Okay.
Sorry, I just wasn't after the fact. I don't know how to text you in between. I'm like, okay, she's gonna, because I know you're a pro. You're gonna end at 4. One of the things, and it goes on top of what Al had mentioned, and there's 2 parts to it. One of them I wake up quite often in the night. It depends. Sometimes it's because my wife moves or I move and the bed moves a little.
Yes.
So we're going to work on getting one of those beds that just doesn't move as much. But in my case, like this week, event coming up, something's on my mind. Normally I'm chill, but then, you know, ideas start popping in. And years ago when I was in my teens, I started doing meditation stuff. So because it used to take me like an hour and a half to fall asleep. And then I finally figured out how to fall asleep. What do you find practical tips for a person that says, yeah, I've got a lot going on, you know, I mean, do I write it on a list and trust that I won't forget it? Because I know I have that I'll sometimes in the middle of the night just get up, even though I don't want to put on my thing, but I'll just pick it up and, okay, type this. Because if I don't type it and know that it'll be there tomorrow, I'll spend the next 2 hours thinking, oh God, I'm going to forget.
Yeah.
What's usually happening when somebody gets up in the middle of the night and can't go back to sleep? And what can they maybe do about that? Because I know Al had mentioned that too.
Yeah, absolutely. Great call about the anticipatory anxiety, super, super common. And rumination about the thing that just happened. So maybe for you tonight, like, did that go well? Did I do the thing? Blah, blah, blah. You know, we all got that. Absolutely. And so fantastic call out. So what do we do about it? So one of the things that we lean into is called ACTI, acceptance commitment therapy for insomnia, versus CBTI, which is cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia. So ACTI is a bit of a softer approach, and you're aiming to lean into acceptance when you do have, say, like those wake ups or difficulty falling asleep, and the practicing of that and noticing all of those, you know, thoughts and experiences that are coming up, and then how from that place we can versus fighting it and trying, oh, why am I doing this? It's ridiculous. And that kind of Chinese finger trap, and then kind of going more and like resisting, and then like the relaxation of it allows us to kind of ease out of that. But I think it can also help to have some other strategies maybe it can certainly help me and so many other clients that are like, okay, that's nice acceptance, but give me some actual things to do. Some other things. So one thing that you want to start noticing is what are those really repeated thoughts that are coming up each night? Because often you might think, no, they're just totally different each night. But it turns out that for most of us, they are very much in the same fabric. And so one of the things so I have my own kind of running list. I have I literally have a Google Doc of it, and it's surprisingly uncreative. It's like 20 sentences that I say are so this is my flavor. I have like a good girl thing. So I'll be like, oh, why did I say that? Oh my God, that was so stupid. Oh, they're going to think this. Oh, blah, 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 all of these things. And I write them out exactly in my own verbiage, because, you know, we all have a particular way of saying it. You might have I don't know, swears in yours, whatever you might have, your version. So you write that out because then you can spot it and it's a red flag for yourself. Oh, I'm doing that thing again. Oh, and it's for you. So for me, it's like I'm trying to get it right. Like I might be strategizing about what's coming, upset about how it went, all of that stuff. And when we see that, then we can actually, in the moment of noticing, oh, I'm doing that thing, then it frees us from that thing. So really starting to log that. And then I will say, again, this could sound like a light one, but breath, so leaning into the breath, but I like to do it from a data perspective. So there's different tech like the LEAF, LIEF, is one that will measure your heart rate and your HRV throughout the course of the day and with those stressors so that you can literally see when you change your breath, you lower your heart rate. So there's a real cause and effect, not just like, oh, a nice idea. And that can often help to be a place to stand to get yourself back to sleep or to fall asleep.
Awesome. Thank you. I know for me, the ability to get more on top of my sleep, just even the one suggestion that I took that you gave me when we did the interview for the
Yeah.
podcast of, getting more dark. I mean, having the room be more dark.
Yes.
That's something that I used to, my parents and family makes fun of me. I used to say, well, can you make it lighter? And like, well, no, it is what it is. And for me, that's a big deal. Maybe it's not for other people. Maybe some people can do it. But it makes such a difference that even the nights when I wake up and then go back to sleep and different things, I just know I'm able to do more. And I think for most of us, whether it's just having energy for family or friends or for work or for just the weekend, I don't want to sleep away my weekend. I'd like to
Right.
enjoy the weekend if I can. So, wow, there's so much this, and you dropped a couple doozy words. So thank you for that.
Oh.
Just in case people like Wade couldn't deal with like 2-syllable words. What's going on here? You dropped a couple there, so I feel better.
I was
about
trying to soften those. That's so funny.
Yes.
Well, it is such a fascinating area. The topic of chronobiology is just fascinating in general. So leaning into that, and I think just reigniting an interest in this arena that is so crucial and foundational for health, I think is very exciting. So thank you for offering and allowing the forum to do that.
Awesome. Thank you all. And just to share with y'all real quick, just it's in part of the giveaway stuff that she's sharing. Her optimized bedroom. It's one of the things she has as an opt-in. Really knows her stuff. This one has less of the big words, more pretty pictures. So see, I'm going to help you with your marketing there.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes. And little numbers for different things. So yeah, but really, really good stuff and some very practical suggestions. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you for your follow-up. Thank you for all the promo you've done. Just such a professional. I appreciate you doing all this. And I look forward to the next time we get to work together.
Oh, me too. I appreciate what you stand for. And big thanks to everyone listening and more to come. So thank you, Wade. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. Have an awesome rest of the week.
You too. Bye.
Take care. All right. So what we have coming up now is y'all have been hearing Al Mega or seeing Al Mega or hearing him. If you say the words, it'd be whippa. It's rather loud with energy and passion. Al has been in the chat sharing different things. And basically, we did an interview earlier this week because he can't be fully present for the whole part. So he'd have to pop in and out. Wanted to make sure we had it ready. So this will be in this one particular one, I'm actually going to be playing the video. But it's a video of an interview. So you're probably not going to notice. You'll notice that I have a different shirt on. You might wonder why I changed my shirt. But what has been so interesting in working with Al, which has been great, is that Al has taken on being willing to make change and make shift. And so a lot of what's going on, a lot of people make this very big. They make it like, oh, I've got to do this and this and this. And if I don't do all these things, nothing can happen. Al has taken something very simple. And he and I had talked about this conversation about 8-9 months ago. And within that period, he was able to make some practical changes as in his employment agreement. So he has a comic company, which he does, and a YouTube channel and a whole lot of other stuff, which is awesome, which is one of his side hustles. But as his primary income, he has a job. And he was able to figure out how to get to a work arrangement where now he has a 3-day weekend lifestyle. And this is something most people say can't be done. Well, superhero Al Mega has done it. So I'm going to share this here. feel free to put comments in the chat as it goes, but I'll let this play. And there's a lot of cool stuff in here all around that conversation of deciding to take action. So I hope you all really enjoy this. I think it's going to be great. Welcome, everybody. I am so excited to have an opportunity to interview my friend Al Mega. Al's going to share with us about how he created a 3-day weekend opportunity in less than 9 months from when he decided to. And he is a brilliant creator. He has a side hustle business called Comic Crusaders, where he shares his passion with other people who are into comics and that pop culture and so on. And he's also a really just dedicated, awesome person. So thank you so much for joining me today, Al.
Wepa, thank you, Mr. Wade G. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate everybody. What's up? My name is Alexander Perez, aka Al Mega, the CEO of Comic Crusaders and Undercover Capes. What's up? What's up?
Awesome. So thank you so much for joining us. And for those of you all listening, I messed up. I forgot to hit the record button. So we're doing this again. That's how dedicated my man Al is here. We got like 30 minutes or 25 minutes through a really good interview. I messed it up. So these things happen. But what I wanted to let you get a chance to share, and today, is one of the days that you work, the day that we're hosting this live summit. But I want to be able to share with people because you did something that's awesome. You and I met just a while back ago and shared some ideas. And then next thing you said, Wade, I've got a 3-day weekend job situation. I was like, dude, that's awesome. So share a little bit first, if you don't mind. Why did you want to create a 3-day weekend lifestyle? What did that mean to you, or why did that even come on your, why is that important to you?
The 3-day weekend, again, this is something I've wanted. You definitely were basically that leaping point for me to, jump into it and definitely proceed it. But prior to that, I had a job where I was working consistently. I mean, what was weekends? What was 2 consecutive days off? And I had those 7-day work weeks, working through holidays. And I mean, not 8-hour holidays, 12 hours. So working through Christmas. I mean, having a pause for New Year's Eve, hey, Happy New Year, and go right back to work. I mean, tough times, needing to do it. Economy was hard, wanting to come home. And again, this was Black for a while. It's very stressful, and I just needed to figure out there has to be a way out. There has to be a different way. There has to be a better opportunity here.
Awesome. Okay. So when you look at where you were at before, again, you're balancing a couple things. You have your Comic Crusaders that you're doing where you're very
Yep.
creative. You invest some of your time and energy there. You're doing your work. Why were you not able to create this before? What were some of the obstacles? Like, some people might say, well, wait, this happened. Why didn't Al do it before? What made it difficult to do before? Were you overwhelmed? Was there too much going on?
Oh,
Did you not ask?
Overwhelmed. Again, a lot of work when you work for a company that had a skeleton crew, ready to be sick, or rather, some folks, honestly didn't want to give 100%. They didn't want to talk trash, but in every job, there's always that type of person that doesn't give that 100, while you see yourself doing that 200. That what's going on here. So they work you to the bone, and again, economic situations. I had to work that time. But again, it was making me tired. And even my wife was realizing that at the time. Like, again, this was darker.
So this is something I know a lot of people are overwhelmed by their workload, and I know sometimes people even fall into that trap. I did this for a little bit where I was doing work that I was a little overwhelmed by it, and then so I just went more into, okay, well, I just have to put my nose down and really just not accept it, but just determine, okay, well, that's the way it's going to be. At some point, it sounds like you made a shift, but I know from
Big
talking
shift.
to you, there were also some variables that shifted. First of all, what motivated you to start pursuing this more seriously? Like what triggered you to say, okay, I got to do something different about this. I've got to make a shift.
Well, the trigger was me finding the Podfest family and then running into one and only Wei G and your panel that you had during that particular Podfest summit. and you spoke my language, 3-day weekends, I began to dream. So you were offering an opportunity to learn how to possibly achieve that, or at least, create that roadmap, if you will. And why not? I reached out and you set up the time and we spoke for a couple of weeks. And here it is, folks, the Bible that I printed out, my roadmap, thanks to Mr. G over here, that has helped me in that process to say, okay, let me not be afraid to have this conversation. I hope the opportunity arises. And guess what? The opportunity was arising, which was amazing. So it's like everything was falling into place for me. This had to happen apparently.
Awesome. So how did you, a lot of people get concerned that if they bring this up with their employer, they're going to burn bridges or they're going to get fired or the employer's going to get mad at them. How did it come up with you and how were you able to, start this conversation?
Well, luckily, my company was moving over and got purchased by another company, if you will. So that company had a mentality of valuing time, family time, your time, especially the time off. Said, okay, here. So I'm here. I'm a top performer on my previous, I'm going to kick butt over here as well. I mean, they invited me over to join the company. So obviously that meant something big that obviously they understood that I do have a value. So that's important. People know your value. Um, so when the opportunity arose, like, what would you like to see happen here? Okay, so the question was laid out. Hey, no fear, jump in, folks. Well, I'm a top performer. I could do that same amount of work in 4 days. You know what I mean? In the equal 40. I'll do the long shifts if I have to. 10-hour shift for 4 days. Give me that 3-day week. I'll perform the same, probably even better. And it's true. I kill it. I see my numbers and you know, I murder it, and it's great. And I'm able to prove that. So they considered it and not just considered it, but then made it happen for me. And Wade, let me tell you, when I first had those first 2 days off, those 3 days off for the first time ever, like over 2 years, I was anxious. I had no idea what to do with myself. I'm like, instead of me sitting in front of this computer, typing away, doing my job, taking care of our wonderful customers, like, what do I do with myself for a day? Oh my God, my wife is working upstairs. Like, what do I do? It's wonderful, but then obviously I planned things out. I figured out I could do things for Comic Crusaders. I could, take care of the house, take care of the family, do things for them. You know what I mean? And take care of me and have some value time. Like, hey, she doesn't like certain shows that I watch. So, hey, guess what? She was. I could take care of the big TV for a moment on my day off. Or talk to amazing people like yourself and others, create those opportunities for myself on my days off. So that way I don't have to hurt my time, for work. And when work is work, it's work. And, but I could utilize my time so much better now. And I feel relaxed. I feel color coming back to it. Look at it. There's more salt and pepper than ever now.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think that's a few things. That the pace is huge when you start getting to have things go at a more chill pace, a smoother pace. I noticed you mentioned something. Your employer had, it sounds like, some sort of metric to validate that you're doing your work,
Of
and then
course.
also you had some sort of reputation that preceded you, that you were known as a top performer. How did that make the conversation easier with your employer? I mean, did they get a lot of resistance, or did they say, "Oh, well, hey, as long as you can do this, we're up for it"?
No, they knew, they saw through my time from the other that I am a person that could do those, that I was a long termer, a long shifter, that I over excelled in those times. So it's like, why not have a high performing person or in a high performing shift, and give them the time. Why not? If they need me, they could feel free to reach out, but they told me no overtime because they value time off. What value this company has for real. And that's also important when you work with it. If your company values you and values family values, for example, then I mean, they will listen to you, especially if you are performing. Again, do not undervalue yourself, people. It's key. Be confident in the conversation.
Yeah, I think that's, one of the things I just remind people of, and sometimes people forget, is if you're an employee, you might not understand what a big deal it is to an employer when they lose a good person. or to
Yes.
try to replace a good person. It's very costly. Whatever that person's monthly salary is, it might take them 3, 4, 5 months to find somebody. So they're losing that money. And then it takes them about another 50% of whatever that salary is to then train, have somebody else taking their time out of their day to train that person. So it's very costly. And it's not
And
to
it's
say that,
also trust. Trust,
oh,
it's going to take
absolutely.
time for the employer to again not have to retrust someone else, especially when you're valued. I mean, I had employers cry when I've left jobs, but they've also broken my heart because they were good people too. I've always worked with people that were entrepreneurs. I mean, this is the first time I really work in corporate again since high school. Otherwise, I've worked always with entrepreneurs, so I've always had special relationships with people. Maybe that's why I enjoy talking to so many people because I've spoken to those that have been on that journey.
Absolutely. So now, other than, you said you have more time, you get the big TV sometime. How does that feel just in general different as far as your ability as a provider, as a person in a family to be able to connect with your family more? What's that like?
Well, it's wonderful to be able to have family time, a family dinner. Again, we watch to go ahead, sit family dinners at the sofa. Let's watch something cool like Creep Show, something cool that my daughter could connect to, and it's just fun. We're having those moments now, where I'm not thinking about work. I'm not thinking about anything. It's just, you know, taking that moment, being in the moment with your family, and getting scared or laughing at it when somebody jumps for no reason. Hysterical. It's just so small things, man. It matters so much to be able to have it after not having it. I've been through a lot of most. Lost my wife, 5 years ago, because she got sick as well. Hence, another reason why I was a one income for a while. Her health wasn't there, so there were so many escapes. We've hit so many bottoms, and it's been a long journey, but I've never ever given up. My vision, my dream, wanting to do something bigger. And this year, like I said, it's 2021 opportunities opening left and right. So God's good. Let me tell you, you just keep doing what you do, be righteous in what you do, and stay focused on what you do, and you got this. It's just the
Yeah, I
truth.
think what's so amazing to me is that you're also doing this Comic Crusaders, and I'll share a little bit more about that now because you have this business that is this more than just a fan site, more than just comics. It's really bringing together a lot of creators, making a lot of things happen. How does your current situation help you with your side hustle, and share a little bit about Comic Crusaders if you don't mind?
Comic Crusaders, the website is all about comic pop culture. Pop culture, it's fandom. It's a love letter to fandom. I have everything: comic books, movies, film. I mean, we speak to everybody. Our vidcast and podcast are part of that. I get a lot of great content and previews from Marvel, DC for you fans out there of that stuff. But we definitely celebrate a lot of independent. All of the guys that are up and coming, the guys and gals. So we show them a lot of love, and it's wonderful for me to be able to receive an email at times like, yo, please, we would love to be reviewed by you guys. Yo, we would be honored, and that humbles me. Like, why? But why does it humble me? It's because I've built an amazing family of team members within Common Crusaders that are international. And believe it or not, I found them all socially, and I have, contributors from the UK. That's my boy Johnny Hughes. I made him my EIC. He's been with me the longest. Over 2,000 contributions to the site. Amazing person. Yeah, my amazing writer. That's the machine we call him. That's UK, and I got people in Ireland and in Australia, and all over the US. I mean, it's amazing the community and family we've built, through Comic Crusaders and on the Cover Case, which is the podcast network that fell onto my lap that I allow my team to run and build upon, their particular podcast for their fandoms. It's amazing. It's fun, and we do it in a positive way. It's a getaway. No politics, folks. I promise you, it's all fun. Get away.
Well, yeah,
Lenny Kravitz
what I
said.
what I love, Al, is you have such a focus on family, and you and I, connected through Podfest, which is an awesome family of people that just support each other, support
Oh yeah,
other creators, and sharing their voices.
big
And
up.
it seems like that's a lot of what you're doing with your work. And again, I think it's so cool that you can have something that's so um, you're not choosing. You're doing both. You're finding a way to do your passion. You're finding a way to pay the bills. You're finding a
Yes.
way to make time for life. You're doing all three. And I think so many people think that that's not possible. And right now, it's perhaps never been easier. It's still work,
Yeah.
but it's never been more flexible to make that happen. What are your
Yes.
long-term plans with your work, with Comic Crusaders, and just everything else in general?
Well, I hope that Comic Crusaders could take over the work one day, and that way that my passion becomes my full time, and how so? Well, connecting with the right network of people. And I've been fortunate enough to meet a lot of very creative folks that have led me to have opportunities to have conversations that could lead to very big things, God willing. And, hopefully I got a couple of things in the works there, and trying to make this, this site be that one-stop shop. I have an app in the works too for Comic Crusaders. It would be a one-stop app available on Android and iOS, for example. You're gonna get all the podcasts there, or the vidcast, the website news, you know, personal chats, events through the app. I mean, it's gonna be amazing. So it's about growing and trying to now, monetize it, in a good way. Again, I'm also working on a comic shop. My boy is my partner. So we're gonna have a Comic Crusaders comic shop where you could pre-order your favorite comics ways.
So that, yeah, and see what I love about this, Al, is this is, to me though, you're willing to do the work. So many people,
Yeah,
you've been
man.
doing this,
Gotta do it.
Comic Crusaders for years, and so when it takes off, and I think that's going to be the case for you, when it's not going to be that this just happened one day, or you went to one course and all of a sudden, no, you've been doing the work, and yeah, you might have gotten some insight. Maybe you got some insight from me, you got
Yep.
some, I'm sure, insight from a lot of other people as well. What would you advise people to do who want to start moving towards even just the basics of, hey, I want to have more time off? When you look at what you did, you were competent, you were already getting results. What would you be telling people if they wanted to open up this kind of conversation in where they work?
Um, a lot of jobs use your metrics. So if you have metrics, use that. Use that as your leverage. See, hey, look how well I performed was. I mean, having an extra day, maybe here or here, actually is going to work in the benefit. I mean, I perform. There was time open. Why not? Because you could shift around here and here. I mean, leverage what you know, leverage the knowledge, learn the company. You could do it. And again, it's just not having the fear. Just get over that. I know a lot of us are introverts and are afraid to take that step, but again, do like I did. Alexander Perez was the introvert, but even when at work, when it takes something like that, I'm Al Mega, the extrovert. Let's get it done. Even if you got to go that far to even create another persona for yourself to make it. That's like from Wade God to Mr. J, the super persona over here. So yeah, do what you gotta do. Just go for it. Don't be afraid. That's what I
Yeah,
say.
and I just
Be
love that you've
afraid.
done it. I know your tone with people and the way you're respectful towards people of saying, hey, this is what's important to me. This is, this would be really great if I could do this. And when you back that up with results, I think that's a lot easier to do.
Absolutely.
Where can people learn more about your work?
Well, you can just check me out. Check out my website, my awesome website at comiccrusaders.com. Then you can check out my extended podcast family at undercovercapes.com. Right. Check out our YouTube. We have shows coming out from my awesome family, and I'm on one with my partner from Australia. So, and that one is a cool one because you'll appreciate the name. So, you know how I'm always saying wepa, right? So apparently the Australian version of a wepa is yeah nah. So we've come up with the show name, the Yeah Nah Wepa Show.
That's awesome.
So we have a blast just talking about nothing. So meaning we cover everything. And it's fun. So, we do that every Saturday night, and my family does, all types of shows covering film, classic film, old comic books, new comic books. You know what? We got it all, folks. And again, it's all fun. It's knowledgeable. You learn a lot. My team, International Comic Crusaders, that I'm also on every other Sunday, we teach people comic history. So you want to know the OGs of comics and who did what when. ICC every other Sunday.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us, Al. For those y'all get to know Al, he is a lively personality. His work is awesome. And I hope his insights can help you start understanding and just believing that it's possible for you to create the type of work situation, the lifestyle you want, and enjoy your family, your friends, and your life a lot better. Thanks so much for joining us today, Al.
No, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Woo! Wepa, let's do it. Get it done, Mr. G. Have an awesome event. This is great.
Absolutely. Thanks, brother. All righty. Hope you all enjoyed that. Gosh, there's so much to that. The main thing I just love of that is Al deciding it's time to do it. let's do this. Let's make this thing happen. And yeah, whippa. I love that, man. Thank you so much for that, Al. What I'm going to do is get ready for our next presenter. And our next presenter is, gosh, so talented, so willing to share her expertise, so willing to give. And a lot of people that start things out maybe kind of have an idea of what they're doing, or they think they have an idea of what they're doing. Catherine is an immensely talented person, knows what she's looking to do, can have the big conversations, the important conversations, but she can also focus on what's important to the people she serves, and how she can help other people. So I'm so happy to have her here. How you doing, Catherine?
I'm doing great. How are you, Wade?
Doing great, thanks. So good to see you here.
Nice to see you. Thank you so much for having me. I love the energy that you have with the speakers. So Al's got the positive energy. Molly, I mean, my
Yes.
God, everything she talked about on sleep, it's like my life. She just summarized in 30 minutes. And then I love Bunny and how you got to take time for you. And that's something that I've been learning a lot about, and I can vouch for all this good stuff that the last three folks have been talking about. I love it.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's been interesting. I just kept getting better people, or good people and great people every time responding. So for a while, I wasn't sure if I could have an event with this much depth to it. But because of the quality of the people we have and what they're doing, we've been able to do that. So thank you for joining us. And I'm looking forward to what you're sharing. I'm just going to get out of your way and let you get started. I'll be here in the background if you need help with anything. And what you can do is, if you start sharing your screen, I'm going to get my face out of here. And then, yep, we can see that. So you are good to go.
All right. Awesome. And let me see if I can open up the Q&A so I can at least be able to read it. Or if you watch it, that'd be
At
awesome.
the end, I'll bring in any questions, or you can check in. It's easier to be present with your presentation and do it
Awesome.
after.
I love
But yeah, you're good.
Awesome. Thanks, Wade. And thanks everybody for listening in and letting me just kind of share some of this stuff that's taken me a few years to figure out. So today we're just going to talk a little bit about committing to something bigger than yourself. And just like Al talked about earlier, sometimes you just got to do it. And I am convinced that if you're just going to do it, you have to start with a small win, celebrate the small win, and step on to the next challenge. So we're going to talk about the importance of the small wins and how that can create momentum that is going to create the change that you are looking for. If it is something small that you're looking for or something big, it all starts with something, that first step that you make. So I've got two goals for today. The first goal is I want to be able to either reshare information with those of you who are already familiar with some of this. Maybe you've forgotten one or two of these things. And then the second goal is, if you're new to creating change, I'm hoping that you're able to walk away with one or two ideas at the end of this. The second goal is what I mentioned a little bit earlier. I'm convinced the only way to be able to get results is to be able to start with one small step. And let's use our time today to be able to share some ideas on how you can create these small steps that are going to create change. A lot of folks might wonder, a little bit about who I am. And I have spent 20 years traveling around the country, helping other people grow their business. And it's been a lot of fun. I've had a lot of experiences that have allowed me to make mistakes and also learn and be able to share some stories with you today. I think some of the most fun that I had was managing a proposal team that actually had a success rate of 90% new business year over year. So we had a lot of fun and a lot of hard work, but we had to figure out how to tell the story. And there were a lot of small wins in the beginning of that. So, I was traveling a lot, and I always just wondered, what else is out there? How can I do something to create a bigger impact? And I said, if I could ever figure this out, I would love to be able to pay it forward. And I always joked, if somebody wrote a book about how to just do this stuff, much like what Bunny said, she can share her story and what works for her. I feel like I can share my story and what worked for me. And if you can take a combination of a little bit of all these stories today and make it your own, I think you're going to do a phenomenal job. So this is my way being able to pay it forward. And I'm excited to be able to share this with you. I'm going to share a few case studies throughout the day or throughout this next 30 minutes. And it's creating small change. And we were able to put together a team that was able to create a $12.1 million public and private partnership to help close the broadband gap. Also, the same process that I'm going to talk about, these ideas, also helped me double the South Carolina clients that were in South Carolina for a company that was based in upstate New York. I also use the same, technique to be able to recruit and onboard the first new client that a financial institution has in over 20 years. So to bring in a new client in over 20 years, that's pretty phenomenal. And that stuff just doesn't happen overnight. So that's a lot of just, let's push the chip a little bit further and see how far we can go. And some of the same stuff that I'll be sharing with you actually works for college internships. I've got some talented babysitters and they have dreams, and we use some of these tricks to help them. So we'll go ahead and get started. These three things that I just want to share with you, I can share a bunch, but I just want to stick to these three things for today. And the first one is all about respectfully challenging people and ideas and thoughts. And the second thing I'm going to share with you is ask, listen, and thank. And the last one is going to be about leveraging technology. So respectfully challenging, a lot of people will initially think that that is scary, and they don't want anything to do with scary and confrontation and courageous conversations. And we've got to remember that respectfully challenging is not meant to be scary, but we need to understand that there are a lot of difference of opinions that are out there, and these need to be seen as learning opportunities. And when we can take this and be able to have these conversations with other folks and be able to respectfully challenge, and we've all seen people challenge in a non-effective way, and that could be, shooting daggers across the table or the Zoom room or being disrespectful. But there's a way of being able to say, I hear your idea, I hear your point, and here's maybe 2 or 3 other ideas that you may want to consider. So being able to share your opinions that are maybe different than somebody else's is extremely important, and that's definitely a learning opportunity. You might be thinking, this is something that I feel a little bit uncomfortable with. And I want you to think that, if you have the courage to be able to step up and to be able to speak and be able to share what your opinion is and what your insights are, it could be something that opens up the door to another idea that's in the room that maybe somebody didn't know was there yet. So we all know when somebody speaks, our brains are kind of getting primed, and that idea that we're listening to could be something that sparks another idea that actually can solve the problem. So it just takes a little bit of courage to be able to speak up, raise your voice, and be able to share what you're seeing, because it could trigger something else in the room. I've got a couple of examples of just how to respectfully challenge, and I'll share this first one with you. It's the ShamWow. It's those little towels that are super absorbent. And I was looking to get into a position at a different financial institution. I've only been with 2 really financial institutions over the course of 20 years, really. So I don't change companies very often when I was working for corporate. And this last company that I wanted to get into, I knew that they had a water main that broke. The city's water main broke in front of them, and it flooded their technology center. So they had to shut down the entire financial institution, have everybody work from home, and clean up this flood. And so I had to think creatively. And so what I did is I sent a box of ShamWows from Amazon and sent it to the CFO and made a note in there and just said, when you get the mess cleaned up, give me a call. And that was enough to spur a conversation. And if you think about it, when you're in disaster recovery mode, you only have the C-suite folks that are coming into the buildings, and you can't help but notice a large box of ShamWows sitting on the CFO's desk. And that spurred a conversation of who's sending you towels at a time like this. And it turned into a conversation, and they realized that there was some creativity there. They knew that they needed some creativity in their bank, and they reached out to me. And long story short, it turned into a great 7-year relationship with them. So, just think creatively and respectfully challenge of how you can provide value or create insights that maybe other people aren't seeing. This second step is all about ask, listen, thank. And on most computers to the left and to the right of the space bar is a little button. It's an ALT button, ask, listen, thank. And we all thought it was for alt, but it's actually ask, listen, thank. And these three words can change your life if you choose to let it do that. And it's been a lot of fun being able to try these questions. So you might be wondering, what exactly do I want to ask? And I've got some ideas that I'm going to share with you in a minute, but I want you to remember everything starts with a question and that we need to be curious. And if you're living in a community and you're wondering what kind of subdivision is going in or what kind of stores are being developed, or you're just curious, be curious, ask questions, see if you can help, ask if there's anything that you can bring your expertise to the table. And it opens up doors. And when you're curious and you're asking questions and you're showing that you're interested in what they have to offer, it just creates that relationship that makes it easier to continue the dialogue down the road. And it may be a great conversation one day, and it may be 6 months later that you need to reconnect with this person because you have something that can maybe make their life easier. So asking questions is just a very a fun way to be able to open up the door and be curious. So if you don't know where to start, I want to be able to share with you that that these great conversations definitely start with great listeners. So keep that in mind. Very often we think that we have to provide so much information, and really all we need to do is ask these questions, and they need to just be open-ended questions, and try not to do what I like to do with my elementary age child, which is ask these yes or no questions. I'm not getting anything out of it. So I've got to rephrase these words and rephrase my questions to be able to get good content to come out of him. And we need to do the same thing with the other folks that are around us. So samples of good questions to be able to ask. I love to ask questions that cannot be Googled. So if you Google something and you can't find it, that's usually a good sign that that's a great question to ask. Another thing to consider is the future focused questions, where you're actually going to be able to say, what are one or two things I can do in our next meeting that's going to make me more effective? What are one or two things I can do in the next engagement that maybe makes onboarding a little bit easier for you? So when we ask these future focused questions, it's actually taking the heat off of these people. They don't have to think about maybe something that happened in the past that they weren't paying attention to, but it's just kind of opening it up, and it's very future and it's very open, and people are willing to share information with you, and it makes it easier on you to be able to receive the information because it's out in the future. And then one other process of this ask, listen, and thank is we want to be able to create purposeful follow-up, and we want to be able to follow back up with these individuals to let them know how that conversation impacted you. And so we want to ask these questions, maybe future focused questions. You want to listen to what they had to say, and you don't want to argue with them because it's so easy to say that you already tried something and it didn't work. But just listen, because the third or the fourth idea that they share with you could actually be something that is easy for you to implement to create a little bit of change. And then after they share that information, we want to be able to say thank you, and try not to make any commitments. When we say thank you, we just want to say thanks. We don't want to commit because you might want to go back and sit on that for an idea and just kind of process it and realize that you don't need to do all of that. Maybe just take a piece of all these suggestions and you can still create that impact. So ask, listen, thank. It's to the left and to the right of your space bar. Every single day you turn the computer on, and it's an easy way to remember, a way to create a conversation that maybe you wouldn't have had otherwise. And if we have time a little bit later, I'll share with you the difference between a mentor and a sponsor, and it's a game changer for your career. So this last piece is all about leveraging technology, and in this unique space that we're in right now, where we're starting to get back into conferences and people are starting to show back up to meetings. I don't know how well we're going to get full swing back into it. I think there's been some comfort of being able to work from home, and we've been able to kind of stretch some different ideas to be able to see how efficient people can be and how we can have work-life balance in a new, better way than probably ever imagined. So we want to be able to control our network, because our network is what allows us this freedom that Wade's talked about, that Molly and Bunny and Al, all these things come to us when we have our network. And so we want to consider a few ideas in order to build a stronger network, in order for you to be proactive, to be able to connect with folks. And just like most of the other speakers that have spoken today, we just want to work smart, and we don't have to work so hard anymore. And since I've left corporate almost 2 years ago, I love it. And I've realized that if I work pretty smart, I don't have to work too hard. I figure out what my gifts are, what my niches are. I focus in on that, and it allows me so much more freedom and flexibility. And I think we can do the same thing when it comes to growing our network. So I want you just to kind of think about, some low cost tools that could be right in front of you. And before we do that, just talking about network and technology, this individual, Zig Ziglar, he was around many years. He's since passed, but this quote just sticks home. And, you can have everything in life that you want if you just help enough other people get what they want. There's so much truth to this. And if we can show up authentically and just be able to continue to lead with value and help other people first, if we help enough other people, they're going to come back and help us when we need their help. So a few samples of just being able to leverage some technology in the LinkedIn is to be able to tailor the language to show how you help others. A lot of times folks are using LinkedIn in order just to list a resume. And what we need to do is be able to tailor that language to show how we're helping other people, and maybe show the way that you want to live your life, the words that you want your life to become, and go ahead and incorporate that in how you're helping other people. I have found that just proactively connecting with other people with a very authentic message of, hey, I saw we had a few people in common, and I just thought it'd be great to connect. And I just send that simple message, and I probably send about 50 of those a week. And, 60% of them actually accept the message. And then I'll get another 10 or 20% that actually come back and take a phone call. And, it's just a 20-minute phone call. And you would be amazed at what kind of folks that are out there that are just like us, who want to be able to connect with folks and just want to take 20 minutes, have a little outbound conversation, exchange ideas, build the network, lead with a little value. Say, if something comes across my plate that I think you could help with, then I'll be glad to make the introduction. And I think that's just a great way to be able to control who you're meeting and how you're growing your network. Also, just from a sales and a business development standpoint, a lot of times when you go out to look at profiles on LinkedIn, there's a whole section over to the side that says others also viewed. And you may want to consider to turn that off, because that's technically your competition. And you may want to just have folks that are visiting your page just stay focused on your page. And my favorite new piece of technology right now is podmatch.com. And I know that Wade has the next speaker that's coming up is with Podmatch, the creator of Podmatch. And I've had more fun reaching out to folks on Podmatch and being able just to network that way, and to be able to connect with people over video calls and be able to share stories. And it's just been a great experience. So I would definitely recommend going out and using Podmatch and checking it out, and see if you enjoy doing an interview and being able to share your story. You might be surprised. So just wanted to quickly recap. I just shared some ideas and some of this stuff. If you're new to creating change, you might be able to take one or two ideas. If you've been creating change your whole life, there could have been one or two ideas that maybe you forgot about that we could revisit. And the second goal for today was just to let you know that if you're going to create results, you've got to create small wins. The small wins are going to create that momentum that creates the change. And the broadband partnership is super exciting for us. We've got 256 miles of fiber that's actually going into our community to close the broadband gap. And what that is, allowing us to do to be able to support the farmers that need the internet, to support the telemedicine community that needs this internet, just the education, the workforce development, it's been really huge. But that was just a leap of faith of one small win of getting people of diverse backgrounds in a room and asking the question, do we need reliable broadband for our future? And so that was one win. And then we would have the next meeting and then I'd ask the next question. So it was a great learning experience. It sounds like it was super easy and it happened overnight. It definitely took about 2.5 years in order to pull this together. And but there was just great people that came together, and we just did the best we could with what we had, and we followed the breadcrumbs to the next step. And it was a lot of fun. And the same stuff that we just talked about allowed me to double the clients in South Carolina for a company that's based in New York. And also to be able to recruit one new customer. The first new customer in over 20 years was pretty exciting, but that stuff doesn't start unless you can create one small win that can then begin to create some momentum. And this stuff even works for getting college internships. So just want to remind you that you definitely can handle this. And if you don't know where to start, I want you to just think about something easy, like just begin to think about what is something easy and low hanging fruit that maybe you can take advantage of. And you might be thinking, I'm not very creative. I don't even know where to get started with this kind of stuff. I can't tell you how many times I've actually gone out to Google, or I've gone out to Instagram or Pinterest or wherever I need to just to start getting ideas. And if you're stuck, shoot me an email and I'll see if I can get creative with you and see if we can help you get in the door. And if you're wondering how much time any of this stuff's going to take, I think most of us can find 3 minutes to go out to Amazon to order some ShamWows to send over to a prospect or an opportunity of where you're trying to get your foot in the door. And if you want to just keep learning, I've got a couple of my favorite books out there. And this third one, Strength Finder, they have this also for students. So if you have high school graduates that are graduating right now, you can get Strength Finders for students. That's available. I'm giving them to all my babysitters and folks that are in our neighborhood. And 3 ways, if you would like to continue the conversation, I have a page of free resources that are available. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, or if you'd like to grab a virtual coffee, my calendar's there as well. And Wade, I am going to listen to your questions and check the chat room.
There you go. So you can pull down, I'll go down to the chat. So first of all, just got a lot of feedback on what you were doing. I had mentioned that a lot of times, as much as I've tried, as much as I've taken these, taken courses on active listening and different things, I genuinely just get so excited when I think I have the answer and I so want to just fix everything that sometimes it's difficult to wait on that. And Al was saying it's the same thing. And I think that's just something that shifts. You mentioned that that's a huge part of what you do. How would you say that shifts the dynamic? And actually, when I think of, and I try to be careful with things that sometimes might annoy people, but you're a woman, I'm a man. Men sometimes were raised, okay, I've got to fix this. I'm going to take care of this. And my wife would be like, wait, I don't need you to fix this. And sometimes I want you to listen. And then you go into the business world, it's like, oh God, now I'm even more confused. And I simply see you're a person. I don't see you as a woman or a man. You're a person. So, if somebody has something I think I can fix, I'm like, okay, great, I can help. And yet, in my experience, when people do that to me, it almost feels like, or it can feel like, depending on how it's delivered, that they feel like I'm helpless. What do you say is why is it sometimes not so good to offer the solution too quickly or not listen first? And then what do you find happens that people open up when they do listen?
for most people, they need to come to that realization themselves in order for that impact to hit home. I don't think everybody is that way. I think a lot of people are that way. At times, personally, I feel like I need to work through and get through that mud. And even with the coach that I'm working with now, she's dragging me through this mud and I'm, doing this next step. And I'm like, ugh, I don't want to do that, but I'm going to do it. So I do it. And then I also just want her to tell me, hey, from this 30,000 view, what do you see? And then I kind of balance it between those two things. But there's a lot of different personalities. And I think if you just want one big impact with one simple answer, just help them ask the questions that help them figure it out. And the acronym AWE has been really helpful. And it's just asking the question, and what else? And just let them process, because you don't know if they're internally processing it. If they've already processed it, they just might need a little extra time. And asking, and what else, is another way to create some space for them to keep leaning into it and keep learning. And when they do finally ask, hey, what are one or two things I could do? A, that rarely happens, but B, take them up on it and be able to share.
Awesome. Thank you. I think there's something that's so brilliantly elegant about what you do. And I was going to ask you, I want to make sure I got this right, because I've gotten a lot of cheesy pitches on LinkedIn, and I'm sure you have too. And for the most part, there's a few varieties I see. There's this, hey, we're in the same field, blah, blah, blah. Great, let's connect. No problem. I'm good, because it feels light. There's the person that right away you can tell they're about to copy and paste something in. I'll still say accept, whatever. I don't know, it helps my numbers. Maybe someday I'll sell them something. Who knows, whatever. But when their stuff comes in, I'll usually like, hey, now's not a good time or whatever. My plate's full. But you said that you basically just said, hey, I'm happy to connect. I'm happy to see if we could be of value to each other. I mean, is it really, and you're going to say, oh, yes, of course. Is it really that simple? I mean, it seems, I guess some people just, you said some of them reach back out to you and some of them just, it sounds like just long game, like, hey, we're in the same area and maybe we'll run into each other. And then I guess if you see something that's relevant to them later, is that kind of how you play that out, or?
Yeah, it's pretty boring, isn't it? It's just being me.
Oh, it works. No, it works.
Yeah.
Well,
So yeah, I send out the message. I'm like, they look kind of interesting, and we've got a couple of connections. So I feel like they've been vetted out by my second connections. And if you see that they're active and they're commenting, I think it's another way that they've embraced the technology and they're leaning into it a little bit. And for all we know, they could be just as apprehensive as the rest of us. And they took a chance to do that. And I've found that those that are showing up and giving, they're in the same boat that we're in. Like the folks that are rising up to the top, they had somebody give to them and they are giving as well. And the higher up you go, the more you realize that there's a lot of people out there helping a lot of other people, and we need to do the same, because I think that's the secret to getting up there, to being able to help more.
Yeah, that's one of the things. I'm going to bring it up here, but I'm going to ask you to stay on, and I'm going to invite Alex to jump in when he wants. But in the meanwhile, I'm going to pull up the screen sharing piece, because one of the things that's been so really mind-boggling, mind-shifting for me is with doing Podmatch and connecting with people, I didn't realize there were that many people of a high quality that I would connect to. Now, a lot of this also, I believe, reflects on who Alex is and who he attracts. And Alex also introduced a lot of this at Podfest, and that's a certain group of people that they attract. So but like you said, there's people out there, and most people, if they're doing a podcast, there's a certain group that are looking to, do the metrics and just kind of make it run as quickly as possible. But most people are trying on some level. And so for me, it's just been so cool to see, just like you said with your LinkedIn conversations, for me, this is what's my podcast has turned into. And when I started my podcast, I was very apprehensive about having it be something where I would ask a lot of people stuff because my first like 50 or so episodes, I did solo episodes. I was kind of insecure. Like, I don't want you coming on my podcast and then buying somebody else's stuff. So I'm going to talk. And of course, that's great, but then you don't get a lot of interplay and nobody's referring anybody to you. And then as I started doing the interviews, I started with a few people I knew who I'd known for years. So that was safe. And as I started doing this and met Alex about a little less than a year ago, and started getting people coming in, and eventually, of course, you'll still have a couple like anything else. Like, ooh, that was an interesting interview. All they did was talk about their book or their cat or whatever, not their cat, but anyway, they just went on. But what's so interesting to your point, there are so many people, and this is the part that has blown my mind. There are so many 7-figure earners in my space who I've never heard of and probably will never hear of or run into in the airport or anywhere else. We won't bump into each other. We won't steal each other's clients. There's 7.5 billion people on the planet. And that's something that to me has been so awesome to experience. And Al, if you're ready, Alex, if you want to pop on and jump in, I just wanted to let you get a chance to say hey to Catherine. Because I don't know if have you met Catherine? I met Catherine. We met each other through Podmatch.
That's great. I love that.
Hey, Alex.
Hey, how are you? We've
Great.
chatted, and I've watched a video that you sent me for one of the segments of my podcast. So I'm familiar with you. I've seen you in that same exact spot, sharing that. So thank you for that. But yeah, this is our first like person-to-person introduction, I believe, right?
Yeah. I love Podmatch. I mean, it's been a game changer. And as a
thank you.
female in the South who normally has other people tell her stories, you go to cocktail parties and I hate that it's just that traditional environment that sometimes we live in. And then I lived under the corporate story for so long. This is my first chance of being able to tell my own story and my version of what my story is. And it's been really a lot of fun. And it's also a way for me to figure out, do I want to host a podcast as well? So I
Right.
dabbled in and you're the reason that, Wade and I were able to connect and so many other people and so much talent out there. I'm extremely
Oh,
impressed
yeah.
with what you've pulled together.
Well, thank you. That makes my day right there. Thank you so much for that. I
Yeah,
love that.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I thought everybody was just scratching each other's back just to get more downloads, and then I started getting really good guests. I'm like, no, this person, and like I said, maybe it's not original. I use the word awesome a lot. You're like awesome. I'm like, why can't a lot of things be awesome? The fact that my heart beats, that's awesome. That's great. That happens every day. Doesn't mean it's not awesome. So, Catherine, thank you so much for coming
Thank
out,
you.
for sharing what you do. For those of y'all who are listening, Catherine is just fundamentally solid, awesome, just in that sense of there are certain people, and I'm meeting more and more people like this. And this is who I'm finding a lot of work tracks. Danny, who's listening right now, who I hope to have on one of these events sometimes. Danny Brissell, who's going to be on a podcast interview that I did, that I met through Podmatch. He's fundamentally sound. Rennie, I mean, there's just so many people that it's nice to see people that are doing the work. So thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for sharing all that. And as I told everybody else in the community, if you have questions, find these people. It's the same people. If there are pictures in there, it's them, and you can reach out to them. And we really just are people looking to help each other do stuff and grow and learn. And yeah, of course, it'd be cool to get paid sometimes, and we want to make sure that happens. But overall, there's a certain heart center of intention of doing it in a way that helps everybody. So thank you for what you're doing, and I look forward to connecting with you again soon. And thank you for all your sharing and promotion. Catherine's awesome.
Thank you guys. Have a great afternoon. And Alex, I can't wait to listen.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was great to hear you talk for the last bit of time. I thoroughly enjoyed that. So thank you.
All right, and yeah, let me do this because one person, just so you know, I'm gonna, I guess it's called demote you or whatever it is, Catherine. I'm just gonna change you to a attendee. Sometimes people just jump out. I'm like, no, you don't have to jump out if you're one of the speakers. You can stay after. And Alex, for 1 second, I'm just gonna do one more time to stop the cloud recording. I feel like I'm doing a mantra of remembering all the things that I've watched Andrew and Chris do today from PodFest. And Alex, the most surreal thing today has been bringing Chris onto a call and bringing Andrew onto a call after all the times they've brought me on.
Right.
It was rather cool. So
it's probably good for them to see the other side of it as well. So
absolutely. So real quick, I'm gonna do it again. This is Alex's company. It's Podmatch. He also has a podcast that he has called Creating a Brand. I'll let him tell you more about himself. Bottom line, just the real deal, doing awesome things, growing a company way quicker than I knew was possible, simply because he is willing to do the work. He's focused on helping, and he listens. What Catherine talked about, he asks questions and he listens. And so you're a little bit my junior in years, but I'm learning from you that, because I don't always do that because I've got such a great idea. But thank you for that. And I will turn the stage over to you, my friend.
Well, thank you so much for the introduction. Real quick, I want to make sure, can you see this on this slide that just came up? Is that there?
Yes, you were good.
I always have to ask, so I'll go ahead and get started. So Wade, thank you so much. Appreciate it. So real quick, everybody, my name is Alex Sanfilippo. I'm a podcast host and a SaaS founder. Fun fact about me, when I started my service-based company, SaaS stands for Software as a Service, I had not the slightest clue what that meant. So someone's like, oh, you're a SaaS founder. And I was like, a what founder? And I was like thinking the word sassy. I'm like, I'm not like, I don't have like a crazy personality. Anyway, I Googled it. Thank God for Google. So yes, I am a podcast host and a SaaS founder that I now know. So real quick, I want to say thank you again to Wade and the 3-Day Weekend Club for having me. It's an absolute honor to be here. Wade is a rock star. He's someone that has been with me since day one of launching Podmatch, willing to just give me some great advice, to tell me some hard things I need to hear, right? And to also be there to encourage me the second that I need it. So Wade is a true friend and somebody that really is just a person of value. So I'm so thankful to him and the 3-Day Weekend Club, which one day I will be living that lifestyle, which I'm really excited about. So I'm going to keep on hanging out with Wade because I know it'll help me to get there. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and jump in now to the topic I'm going to talk about, how to continuously make progress in your life and business. Hello, who doesn't want that? How to continuously make progress in your life and business. And so I'm going to start off with just sharing that it really all comes down to this one thing. We have to start embracing change by living a life that is proactive instead of reactive. This is the bottom line of what this is talking about. If we want to actually continuously make progress in our life, in our businesses, we have to start being proactive instead of reactive. And if you're with me, I'm going to go ahead and jump straight into this and start sharing what that means and give you some practical examples along the way as well. So here we go. This is being reactive. It's when you change when life forces you to. And this is very common. Most people live this way. We change when something happens in our life that forces us to do so. Now, of course, there's the variables. There's things that happen in our world, pandemics and things like that we all have to change, right? We have to react to that. So we can never not be flexible. But there's many things that happen in our lives that we didn't have to let it get there, if that makes sense. And I'll explain more of that in a minute. But this is called being reactive. And on the flip side, you have the other choice that you have. This is living a life that is... So how do I explain this in a good way? Let me make sure I'm doing this the right way. Life is always going to be changing, right? Like, it's inevitable. It's always going to happen. And we have to remember that we have just a couple of options here. So my slides got a little bit out of order, which I'm sorry about, but I will circle back around to that point. So basically, when we are thinking about change, we have to implement voluntary change now that leads us closer to what we desire. This is being proactive. So that's where my slides got mixed up there. Sorry about that, guys. So we have to think about, okay, how can we begin doing this in our lives? How can we start living proactive? We have to voluntarily say, I'm willing to make these changes that closer to what it is that I want to do. This is not as common, and that's because I find that you experience a lot of friction initially when you do this. So if you just go back to what I was just saying, so I'll flip back over to this real quick. So if you are changing when life forces you to, there's not a lot of friction there because that's just kind of the way that things flow, right? So that's your first option there, is to be reactive. And the next thing I mentioned is to be proactive. And this is when you're going to say, okay, I'm just going to go after it. I'm going to experience some friction because that is not the way the world naturally goes. But I have a desire for something. And ultimately, it's going to lead you to freedom when you do this. And going back to the last slide, again, sorry, they're out of place there. But life is always changing. It is inevitable. There is no way that your life is not going to change. So you basically have two options here that I'm going to share real quick. So with change being inevitable, you can either decide that you want to change or you can let life change you. Again, those are those two options. I want to really make sure that we get this. And to give a quick example of that, health is a great way to look at this. So if you say, I don't want to change my lifestyle, so I'm just going to eat whatever I want. I'm going to sit on the couch a lot. I'm not going to exercise. At some point, something's going to happen in your life down the line. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but at some point, it's going to make you change. You're going to have to be like, oh no, now I have to eat healthy. Now I have to work out. Now I can't be sitting in front of a TV all day because I have to be careful because I'm heading down a path that I can't continue to go down and live my life, right? The opposite side of that is the friction side, where it's like, okay, I actually have to work out, like I have to exercise. I have to eat right now. So later on it'll be worth it. It'll lead me to more freedom in my life long term. So that's kind of like an example. I think everybody always gives, like the fun health examples, if you will, right? Like in fitness. And I'm a guy who probably take advantage of that too much to do those things. But I'll quickly share a little bit about my story. So about 5 years ago, but maybe closer to 5.5 years at this point, I was working for a COO in the aerospace industry. So real quick disclaimer, I always have to give this. Wade has heard me do this before. I am not an astronaut, never have been. I'm not a fighter pilot, not a skydiver. When I say I worked in the aerospace industry, I ran a commercial operations division, was the last kind of part of the job that I did. But at one point, I was actually director of sales. And I was working for the COO. It was so stressful because he was a person who came in, and I'm not trying to be rude about anybody, but he didn't understand sales at all. He had an HR background, and he came in trying to micromanage the way I was leading the sales team that he had nothing about to know about. And I can remember coming home to my wife one day and saying, I don't like this. Like, I am stressed every single day. I'm working crazy hours, doing things that don't matter. And that was my first realization that, you know what? I don't want to do this job forever. I had been there for 10 years at that point. And again, this being 5 years ago, I was like, I don't want to do this forever. And for the next 3 years, I struggled with that as nothing changed. I got promoted again, so that was nice, but nothing actually changed. I still was doing the same thing I said I didn't want to do. And I'll circle back to that story because the first 3 years of me making this decision that, hey, I want to get out of this job, nothing changed. And I'll kind of jump into why in a little bit here. So how we live a life that's proactive, this is how we can do this. We need to make sure that we think about how we can be in control. So again, you can't be in control of everything. Like I hate using the word COVID these days, but like a global pandemic, right? You're not in control of that. So how we live a life that is proactive when we're in control of what is happening. Like, how do we actually do this? How can we start living that proactive lifestyle? If you want to make that happen, you have to set goals. So if you want to live a proactive life, you have to set goals. And I know many people are probably saying, as soon as they hear me say goals or that topic comes up at all, I'm actually gonna grab my wallet right now. They say, I'm not a goal person, or that's just not really me. So I'm gonna have you do a little practice with me. I am pulling out my ID. If you're in front of your wallet, pull out your ID as well. And I want you to look on this thing. Everyone's gonna look a little different, right? Because that's how an ID is. So mine says my name, Alex James Sanfilippo, says where I live, has my date of birth on it, says I'm a male. It says my height is 5'6". I'm 5'11". But normally they're right. But anyway, that's really funny. All in all, it's got all this information about me, right? It doesn't say anything about Alex Sanfilippo being a goal person or not being a goal person. But so many people I talk to, they're like, oh, that's just not really me. I don't like to do that. Now, I will admit that some people naturally, the way that they're just designed, like that type A personality, they maybe have an easier time implementing goals. But nonetheless, being a goal person is not a personality trait. It is a discipline. So if you want to implement goals in your life, it is just a discipline. And I want to quickly speak to the creative individuals because they seem to be a little bit more free thinkers, right? And they don't necessarily do as well with this goal type of thing. But I can think 2 years back when I was doing some projects where I needed to work with people that were graphic designers and photographers. And every one of them I met was like, I just don't know how anyone has built a 6-figure business doing this. Like, I'm making just a few $1,000s a month right now. Like, I don't understand how people are growing their creative studios and practices so much. And at first I was like, oh, I don't know either. But then I figured it out. There are the creative people that really want to do this. But when I'm like, hey, I need this by this date, they're like, it's going to be about 6 to 20 weeks before I can have that done for you. I'm like, 6 to 20? I'm like, is that a timeline? Like, what is that? And then 20 weeks later, you're like, hey, I need this. And they're like, oh, I'll probably start it next week, but actually I'm going on vacation and then maybe I'll do it later. And this was very common. I found this a lot. And then when I turned to the creatives that were making 6 figures and they said, I'll have it done on this date, this time, this way, it wasn't that they were a type A personality. In fact, they were just as creative as the other people. They just understood the need for discipline and to set goals along the way. They're making 6 figures not because they're a better designer than somebody else, but because they decided, you know what, goals matter and what I'm doing, timelines are important. So I know I'm kind of like really hammering this point home that you have to set goals, but I want to make sure that everyone understands that. And there's a quote that I absolutely love along these lines. It's that unspecific goals lead to unspecific results. Unspecific goals lead to unspecific results. And that will bring you right back to a reactive lifestyle instead of being proactive again. So we need goals. And I'm not going to leave you hanging here. I'm going to share 4 ways that you can begin setting and achieving some goals. This is a simple framework. I'm not going to dive down into it. There's a lot of great material out there about this, and I'll have some resources for you at the end about that. Now, first off, the most important thing is you have to know your why. You have to know why you're setting the goal. And there's some good and bad whys behind having a goal. First off, if you say, I just don't want to be in this job anymore, or I don't want to do this, or I want more money, or I want this, that's not really a good enough goal. It has to get to the heart of why you're doing it. You have to really get down to the heart of it. And when you can really do this and figure it out, and this takes some you have to really think about this. You have to sit down, you have to get alone, you have to learn who you are a little bit more. But when you start learning this, first off, write it down. There's a lot of stats that will show you just by writing a goal down, you are X percentage. I'm not sure the percentage, I'm not going to say it, because you know that 78% of stats are made up. So, but you have a much higher percentage of actually achieving that goal if you write it down, and way, way higher if you tell somebody about it, somebody that you trust, somebody you care about. So mention the goal to somebody that you have. So know your why and share that. Be like, I'm going to have a goal based on this because I know that I need to do this and I want to do this. When you start sharing that and writing it down, it makes it really real. Share it with somebody you care about, have a mastermind, have somebody you trust. It's going to be really, really important with that. Number 2, the next thing here is to set bigger goals. So many of us, we sell ourselves short. There's a quote that I'm not even sure who said it, but it's something along these lines of that we way overestimate what we can achieve in a single day and vastly underestimate what we can achieve in a year. So we way overestimate, like in one day I can get all this done. And I'm like so guilty of this. It's like, how on earth at the end of the day, I'm like, how on earth I got 10% of what I thought I could do in a day, right? When I look at a year, I sell myself really short because I'm like, oh, this is probably all I can do in a year. And that can be tough to do, but set bigger goals because I promise that you can achieve them. And I'll really start sharing that a little bit here. And you can do a lot more than you think. You really can. I'm going to share that in this next point here. So number 3 is complete daily tasks. This is where the magic really happens. This is what gets me really excited, because when we think goals, we think, okay, now I've got this big vision, my why, and here's my giant goal. How on earth am I going to get from here to there? And I'll explain that more in a minute, but you should never approach the goal itself. So you should never try to achieve the goal. What you should do is break it down to small tasks. What needs to be done today to get me closer to achieving that goal? So always be thinking about that framework, not like, how do I achieve like building $1 million business? What's the one thing you need to do today? Just one thing, figure it out and complete that daily task. If you can do 2 or 3, maybe you're like a high achiever that can just get things done, do it. Don't burn yourself out. Make sure you set a good pace and think about how the little tasks you're doing day to day will eventually lead you to that goal and ultimately achieve that why. So number 4, schedule reviews. This one was tough for me. At first, I didn't do this. And here was my big problem, I have a lot of big problems, everybody, spoiler alert. But this was one of my big problems, was that I wouldn't schedule reviews. And it's very easy to veer off path a little bit. Everyone's probably heard this as well, but if you're going to go to the moon and you're off by just small calculations, you could miss the moon by millions of miles, right? Like you could be off in stars, right? But it's not unrealistic to say, even if you're very, very close, you could still be off by a few hundred miles maybe when you're trying to go to the moon. It's not any different with what we're doing. If we're doing these tasks every day, we have to sit down and revisit and be like, okay, is this still taking me closer to that goal? Is this still going to help me achieve the why that I have? So think about scheduling those reviews in, put them in your calendar, protect that time. It doesn't feel productive because you're not doing anything other than just reviewing. So many people just skip this. Most people I know won't do this, but I'm telling you, if you can revisit it. You can really get real with yourself again, start the whole process over. It's really going to help you a lot. So I'm going to give you an example of how I'm doing this in my life right now. So right now, and I'm being transparent, by the way, every time I speak, I'm very transparent. I am working 60 hours per week right now. Too much. It's not healthy. I want to get down to 35 hours. Now you tell me, does that sound like something that's difficult to do? That's almost cutting it in half, right? Like if you're listening, you're like, oh my gosh, like that's a big task. How on earth are you going to do that? So what I realized back when I go back to my aerospace story, what I was doing initially is I was thinking about how I wanted to leave that job with no plan. So it wasn't a goal that I had to leave. It was a dream. So we have to find a way to transition ourselves from these dreamers to actually someone who's going to achieve. And that takes a plan. It takes a goal. And a goal is not a goal unless you have a task to get there. So I'm sharing all that just to let you know that with this current initiative that I'm doing to work down from 60 hours a week to 35, what I did is said by January 2022, I want to be working 35 hours a week. What do I need to do from now till then to make that happen? And when I did the math, all I have to do is cut off 10 hours of work per day, increase that every week. So this week, instead of working, 10 hours a day? Yeah, 10 hours a day. I am working 9 hours and 50 minutes. And I have that written down in a journal and I track that time. I actually clock in and out, even though I'm my own boss. I still clock in and out to check, okay, can I cut off those 10 minutes every day this week? And maybe the first day I couldn't, and the next day I was able to, right? I give myself a full week to do it. If I asked you to cut off 10 minutes in a week, most of you are like, oh, that's simple. So that's what I'm doing this week. And next week, guess what? I'm going to work 9 hours and 40 minutes and then 9 hours and 30 minutes. It's forcing me to get better, but it's very small steps, very small changes that are going to lead to something amazing. I fully expect by January to be working 35 hours a week and getting closer to where Wade's at, right? Like I'm getting close to that 3-day weekend I'm working toward. And this is going to help me do it. But if I just said, I got to cut off all this time, I got to cut off 10 hours now and see what happens, I wouldn't be able to do it because I don't know how to effectively get my job done in that much time. But I'm being proactive by cutting off just a little bit and getting closer and closer to that goal. So again, those 4 points that I just shared, they're know your why, set bigger goals, complete daily tasks, and schedule reviews. These are so important. And I want to now share, going back to that aerospace story, because I keep on like hinting at this, but so 5 years ago was when I decided that I wanted to leave that organization. First 3, no change. The last 2 of that though. So the first 3 years I was like, I don't know why nothing's changing. It's because I wasn't doing anything. The last 2, I put together a plan saying, you know what? In 2 years, I can leave this job if I do these things. And this is what helped me go from that dreamer to high achiever, was that I said, you know what? I just need to do small things every day to get me closer and closer. And I'm really happy to announce that on December 7th, 2020, I left the corporate 9-to-5 job after 15 years. And for anyone, I have a feeling that someone that worked with me in that point will probably hear this at some point. It was bittersweet to leave. I ended up really loving it. I love the journey of building my side hustle on the side, having that great income and great job. And at that point, really great organization to be part of. But I was so happy to achieve that goal. And it took me 2 years of small tasks every day to get there. And there was a quote that I regularly said to myself during this time. I'd say, Alex, I'm not there yet, but I'm closer than I was yesterday. I'm not there yet, but I'm closer than I was yesterday. And remembering that really helped me to know, you know what? This isn't an overnight transition. This is a big adjustment to my life. And I'm going to get there by small steps every single day. And just doing the most meaningful thing I can today is going to help. So when the one thing what I want to share here is that living a proactive lifestyle and goal setting is going to require something from you. And I say this really carefully because a lot of people are like, oh, this sounds great. I have to set some goals. That sounds scary, right? And here's what it is. You're going to be a little bit uncomfortable. You have to be self-disciplined on the journey. You have to embrace discomfort along the way. At first, you're going to get that friction of like, you're being proactive. Like, no, you're not following the plan of life that's been set out for you. You're changing the course, right? It's going to hurt a little bit. You have to be self-disciplined to stay on that journey, to do these things that I talked about. And when you seek a life of discomfort for some time, it's actually been proven to be very healthy for you. It's healthy for your mind. It's healthy for your body. But our bodies and minds are like, you need to be comfortable. And the world around you says you need to be comfortable. But that gets us right back to that reactive lifestyle. And at some point, it's really detrimental to our health. So we have to always be thinking, how can we be self-disciplined? And we have to just embrace that discomfort. And again, I say that really carefully because I know that that's a lot. Like I'm giving you all a lot right now. And the last thing that I really want to share on this point, though, is to take action today. Don't start this tomorrow. What I'm sharing, I'm really asking that you do this today. Think about your why. Think about the big goal that you can set around it, and then start scheduling small tasks and then review it regularly. Maybe it's every week, every month, whatever it might be, but make sure that you're really thinking about how can I start this today? There's a quote that I love, and it's the best time to plant a tree was 25 years ago. The second best time is today. So if you've been somewhere in life where you're saying, man, I want to live a more fulfilled, more meaningful life, I need to be proactive. Don't wait any longer. This is something you can do right now today. It shouldn't take a lot of time. And here's exactly what I want you to ask yourself today. I pulled this straight from my Twitter. I posted it today. Feel free to engage with it there if you'd like, or just for yourself. What is the one small yet supremely important task I can complete today to proactively get closer to achieving my most meaningful goal? That is a lot, right? But think about it. The one small task, just one thing, but of supreme importance. I use that word there intentionally because it's got to be the most important thing. It can't be something that's like, oh, I could take out the trash today. That's meaningful, right? No, it's got to be of the most importance around that proactive goal that you have. It's very meaningful for your life that you really want. So I want you to really think about this question. Ask yourself this question, answer it for yourself, take action today. And I believe it's going to be really helpful. And now just to share 3 resources, I can't ever leave anyone by themselves. These 3 people shared much better information on these topics than I could, all 3 together. I learned a lot of information from them. That first one, creating a brand.com/093 with Michael Hyatt. He talked about 5 principles for winning at life without failing at work. So he really helped us out there. Creatingabrand.com/078 is how to achieve your goals faster with Brandon Turner. He's the face behind Bigger Pockets, a phenomenal organization. And the last one, creatingabrand.com/073, achieving extraordinary results in your business with Jay Papasan. He's one of the main guys behind the One Thing book and also at Keller Williams. So those 3 resources, I highly recommend diving deeper into it because it'll really help you do this. Always have education, you're always getting poured into through education, because that's the only way you can really make these things happen. And for me, I wouldn't have left my job without having the right people around me. And I really encourage you to do the same. And that is what I've got for you guys today. Sorry, some of my slides were out of order. It kind of threw me off a little bit, but Wade, glad to be able to share here today, man.
Dude, awesome. As always, I love that you keep things simple. I love you keep things real. And I love that you are such a student. There's been quite a few people on today that I see that. And I guess I honor that so much, because that's tough for me. Sometimes I want to come up with the answer, and I love creativity and I value creativity. A lot of things you were saying about creative people, that balance of feeling like we're doing something that's meaningful, that still drives our purpose, that's still part of our why, but that's still practical and tangible. I had a boss that used to say, Wade, sometimes you do really brilliant and creative things, and sometimes you help the people in the organization you're supposed to help, and sometimes you do both. It's like, okay, great. So sometimes you just do creative stuff that really doesn't do a damn thing for us. So why are we? I mean, it was a very polite way of saying it,
right?
And I think that's that's part of learning business. I really am just impressed. I'm going to brag on you for a second here. What you've done as far as growing your company in such a short period of time. If you'd have asked certain people, they would have said it's not possible. If you'd asked me, I'd have said, I don't know how to. I've been in the software business, a different type of SaaS business, but I've been in the software business 20 years. And there's just, to me, what you've continued to do is look for, how can this be happen? Or how can I make this happen? Is it possible? And, you stole my sauce. Dude, it really is that simple, getting from 60 hours to 35. It's math. Some people come up with other reasons. Some people do need to do the giving themselves permission part. And that is one of the challenging parts. Debbie and I were talking about that earlier today when she brought up some stuff, but you seem to be giving yourself permission. And I think so much of that is you're surrounding yourself with people that you interview, that you hang out with, that you connect with, that are doing that. So yeah. And definitely the first 3 years out of the 5, shocker, you don't do anything, nothing happens. So
right. Yeah. It's weird though, because we all like, people get frustrated about it. I have some friends in my life, and they still to this day are like, man, just nothing's changing. And I'll ask them, like, what are you doing? And they're always like, Alex, it's always so easy for you to say. But really, it's not. Like, it's a learned skill. It's not just something that I was naturally born with. I mean, I was in the same job for 15 years, But yeah, it's a matter of being proactive about it. And a lot of this that I shared, man, I learned a lot of this from you. Like, figuring out how to get my time down was a presentation that you gave at a productivity con a couple months ago. And that's how I learned to really cut down the hours and make it simple. Because in my head, I'm like, how am I ever going to, same thing. Like I'm repeating the same problem, right? I'm like, how am I ever going to get it back like down to less hours? Oh, it's cut out a little bit every week. And eventually it happens.
Wait, let me get this straight. You actually listened to what one of the speakers said, and then you did it?
Yes.
Dude, that's I've not done that. So for any of y'all, if people in the audience, if you think I'm making fun of, gosh, that's such a great idea. Let me not do that for a year. Come back, listen to somebody else say it a different way. And you know what? 7 sounds like a good number. The 7th time I hear that, I'm going to do that. I'm not going to do it the first. Again, just stuff like that. I think that's so awesome. And one of the things that has been so cool too is just, and you and I both know, Chris with PodFest has helped model this for both you and I, and brought us in on what they were doing in PodFest, of just how you build an organization, how you attract people, and how you get people that are wanting to interact and operate at a certain level to want to work with you. And that's something that I think is, if you first do it, it seems like, oh, that's not possible. But Catherine nailed it. There are so many talented and awesome people out there. If you're out there even aspiring to do talented and awesome things, and in case people missed it, the thing that you said that was not only brilliant, but it's supported by so much research. The whole book, 4 Disciplines of Execution by the Covey Organization, is all about it. Is, focus on your lead measures, not your lag measures. Focus on the activities that are going to get you. Focus on your sit-ups and your push-ups and whatever it is, not the, well, I'm going to get on the scale and then magically the number is going to change, or I'm going to, magically have biceps or whatever it is. So I think that's just so awesome. It's so simple. Not too many people want to hear it, but there was something earlier that Holly McPeak said. She was on earlier. She's very successful, one of the best beach volleyball players of all time. And she just mentioned that very quickly and very early, she got that connection between her actions led to results. She was like, so I'm really excited to take action. Like, I can impact this. And once you make that, it's like, oh, she's like, that's why I love training, because I got the connection. And I think some people don't do that. So when you're talking to somebody and they don't know what to do to get closer to achieving a goal, what should they be doing? How do they know what sort of tasks they should be doing? Where do they start with that?
Yeah. So basically you're saying if somebody like isn't sure like what to do next, right? Like they're not sure. Okay. Yeah. That's a really good question, actually. A really important one. And I find that it goes back to the whole self-discovery thing. Like you have to get somewhere where you feel inspired, because sometimes it's just not flowing. Like for me, this is my office I'm in right now. Like I can roll this up behind me. There's whiteboards, and I can't think strategically in here if I really need to think about like a year out of my life. I have trouble thinking past my inbox sometimes if I'm here. But for me, I'm inspired by the ocean. I live just a few minutes from the water. I'll go out there with pen and paper. Like this thing, my phone, doesn't come with me. It's pen and paper. And that's where I start thinking about, okay, again, here's the goal. And it's big enough, right? Like, is it a big enough goal? Yes. And then I start thinking about, okay, like what has to be done? And for some reason, that just brings me a lot of clarity by being where I feel inspired versus being just where I am all the time. And that's how I'm able to do that. And the other thing is, right alongside that, is to seek wise counsel. Sometimes I still get stuck. And that's when I'll call someone like Wade or someone in my life that just helps me out. I'm like, hey, I just got a question. Like, how would you do this? And it'll blow your mind how simple some people like can just like roll with that. Like the thing that you're struggling with, there's someone that can be like, oh, just do this. And you're like, oh my gosh, how could I not think of that? But that's the importance of being transparent, bringing other people in on the journey, because it'll help you get unstuck. But those two things together really help you figure out that next thing that you should be doing, because you have two different forms of great perspective. Your own internal perspective that you can't get where you're in the hustle of it, right? And then the perspective from somebody else who has an outsider view, they can bring something in as well.
Awesome. And I think that's so true. I love the ocean thing. I'm going to start doing that because I go to the beach, I get to the beach, but you're right. I can't think in my office big strategically. I'll sometimes go to a different part of the house, or I'll go out by the pool.
Yeah.
But it's very difficult to do that. And I think that's something that it's so important. But again, to your point too, there's so many people, like the person who really knows something. If you ask me something that's right in my line of expertise, I've got a $10,000 to $100,000 answer for you. If you ask me about brain surgery, I got nothing. But in a very small area, I've got some really big dollar answers. And you and I both know most people, if they're even remotely friendly with you, they're like, yeah, oh yeah, hey, just do that. Because you and I both know also the answer is easy. The execution is what's the harder part. I mean, the answer is everything's, I got an idea. Yeah, execute it. That's a much bigger difference, a different situation.
Yeah.
So what if you have a goal, but you have no idea where to start? Because it's something, because again, hey, Alex, I'm motivated. I love it, dude. I want to do it. Where do you start if you're not sure what to do?
Yeah, if you have no idea at all, so it's like you have this dream. That's when you have a dream, right? Because it's not a goal until it has some tasks assigned to it. So if it's just like a dream and you're just like, I don't even know what to do, that's where I recommend coaching if you can afford it. If not, there's a lot of free mastermind options out there. Just find people that are doing what you want to be doing and ask them. You'd be shocked. I mean, you were talking about it earlier that like there's a lot of nice people out there, and you'd be shocked about how few people like think competitively of like, oh, I don't want you to do that, unless it's like directly what they're doing. But find somebody who's doing what you really like and just be like, hey, if you had to start over today, what would you be doing? And there's a lot of really cool stories, and they're a little bit old school now because we live in a digital world, but people used to like find the person that's doing what they want to do, and they take them to dinner or to coffee just so they can like figure out like, I'll buy it for you. I just want to know how you did what you did. And that's still so valuable if you can humble yourself and do that, because you don't know what you don't know. And if you have this big goal, dream, if you will, it's hard to even have any clue without somebody else without bringing someone else along. And so that's what I'd recommend with that is get around the right person that you're like, this person's where I want to be or close to it. And that'll really help a lot.
Yeah, my dad taught me the whole thing of asking people to lunch, done that. And something I love, one of my mentors, Bo Eason, had mentioned, he was a NFL athlete. Then he started his own one-man Broadway play, did a lot of different things, jumped areas, but always performed at a very high level. And when he was in acting school, after his NFL career finished, and he was in the acting school, he had asked some of the different people, he said, who's the best person? They said, best actor alive. Who do you think it is? And everybody's like, Al Pacino, hands down. She said, okay. So he was somewhat famous. He was a professional athlete. He got in touch with Al Pacino, got to meet him, ask him some questions. They shot some pool. He said it was very surreal, very cool. But spent a few hours with him. And as he's leaving, he said to Al, he's like, man, I bet you get people asking this all day long. And Al said, no, you're the first person to ever ask me. He says, everybody asks me, can I put them in a movie? Can I do a favor for them? He said, you actually asked me, who are the teachers? Who are the instructors? What is it going to take? I just gave you a 20-year plan. And you said, awesome. Thank you. He said, so he's like, dude, Al was just like so grateful to be able to share that with somebody, as opposed to be thinking, oh, here's another person, they're saying, oh, can you give me the keys without me having to do the work? And not because it's like, oh, I don't want you to get it if I got it. I don't want it to be, not that it should be a harder task and I want you to suffer because I suffered, but it's how it works. It has to, if it was easy, everybody do it. And whatever is easy doesn't mean it's bad. Some things are easy. Eating chocolate is easy. And sometimes that's enjoyable, but it's not going to make you a millionaire or get you to your dreams or your passions. So I think that's something people miss. But yeah, dude, I love what you're doing. I love that you're bringing in the time piece and sharing that. Excuse me. Final question. When you schedule regular reviews, what does your flow look like for this so that you can make it something that's beneficial?
Yeah. And then I gotta pass over to you after that, Wade. I'm cutting in on your time, man. And that's the main reason I'm here. So, so yeah, the regular reviews, there's a lot of things that can help with this. So right now I actually use Michael Hyatt's Full Focus Planner. So I actually have something to help me have some direction. I've done it myself as well. I just find that some other getting different perspectives is great. So like right now I'm using Full Focus Planner, but I've also used Brendan Bouchard's, I've used Brandon Turner's, and I've used like 3 or 4 others. And I kind of like mix it up just to see like what really works. And in different seasons, different things work, but that really helps provide like a framework for me instead of me putting that pressure on myself. So to give a simple answer, find an influencer that has some sort of journal that you really can like relate to. You're like, I really like the way this guy is like this, or I'm very similar to this person like this. And chances are they've done the research and the work to build something really great. So Michael Hyatt's is the one I'm enjoying the most. But if you ask me who I was most similar to out of all these different people, it would be Michael Hyatt. Even if you look at like our Myers-Briggs, like we have very similar personalities. Like it's almost exactly the same. So it makes sense that when I open his journal that he designed from his mind, it would make sense for my reflection. So I'd recommend just looking around, find one with a journal, and test that out. Like I said, I've been through 5 or 6 of these things, and it's really always been helpful.
Awesome. Thank you. And I love Al Mega put in here, in person, do it. He says, I wanted to land an opportunity at a conference once. I took the floor manager to dinner, paid, and guess what? My team produced the content for the event.
Come on.
Wepa, because of course there's the Wepa.
That's great.
Awesome. Cool, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for the way you're leading. It's really cool to see somebody who's putting in the time, doing the work, is a happy human being, looking to serve others, being successful. So congrats on your success. Look forward to whatever's our next thing. Definitely enjoying this. So congrats, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks again for having me and everyone for being here. Wade, can't wait to hear you talk now.
Awesome, brother. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to just do the tech stuff. So I'm going to stop the recording, restart the recording to the cloud, and then I'm going to make you a co-host. Don't lose your head with the power.
Right.
So Alex will be behind if there's questions you all have before. Debbie was doing that. If you have questions, he'll be looking at the chat. And I'm going to go to the last part of this. So let's see here. Let's make you the co-host. And perfect. All righty. And let me get my guy ready here. Boop. All right. So the last thing I want to do now is pull this all together. We've had, 11 awesome speakers other than myself. So I happen to think I'm pretty awesome too, but there's the old school learning and whatnot of how to not compliment. So 12, heck, why not? Thank you, Bunny, this is for you. 12 awesome speakers today. And earlier in the day, I focused a little bit on the, how do you make time for your money, your time, your relationships, your things. And all the speakers throughout the day have hopefully sparked you to think better, how to create a better life, how to find the time to rest, how to think bigger, how to sleep better, all these different ways, how to open up your perspective, how to connect with your intuition, so many different things. And what I want you to do is think about now where it is you're looking to go and the exact direction of where you're looking to go. I'm not so concerned. It's like, well, wait, I want this number by this date. Just generic direction. Are you still in? Are you looking to make your life better? Are you looking to go forward with this? Chances are, if you're still here, you're saying, yeah, wait, I want a life that's better, that's fuller, not just so I can run away from something, kind of like what Alex referenced, but so I can move towards something, a life where I'm helping people more, where I'm making more money, I'm impacting more people, I have more time with my family, my friends. Chris Krimitsos has talked about, intentionally planning time. As I sometimes tell people, look, I do my best to hustle with my family on the weekends. In other words, do awesome stuff with my family, and then also do awesome stuff on my work days. So what I'm going to suggest to you is now there becomes a point where we want to pull this together in this conversation and decide, okay, is this doable or what can it look like? And so I'm going to walk you through what a 3-day weekend game plan can look like. And it doesn't mean it's going to get you there right away, but it's going to give you a roadmap and an idea of how to get there. And why that's so important. In my case, it took me 22 years after graduating college to get to this. If somebody had shown me what I'm about to show you, I could have gotten there at least 10 to 12 to 15 years earlier because I just would have been going there. So basic big picture concept, a lot of people are very intent that they need to get a raise financially in their income over a certain amount of time. So at some point, maybe you made $5 an hour. If you're my age, at some point you maybe earned $3 an hour. Then you had 10 and you earned 15 and 20 or whatever it might be. And you grew and you had in your mind that, look, at some point I'm going to grow. There's this expectation. And if you ended up in an organization where they wouldn't reward you that way, you'd say, oh, I got to go. So you have this expectation increasing income and yet zero expectation of increasing your free time or little expectation. Or maybe, hey, if I'm here for 20 years, they'll give me an extra couple days off. So a lot of this is just about what you're aiming for. And there's downsides to what's happened with the pandemic, but one of the awesome things that's happened is people are more focused on results and making things happen, as Almega shared in his conversation. So how do you create this 3-day weekend lifestyle? First, I'm going to walk you through, there's really sort of a 12-step process to this. And then I'm going to show you some tools you can use. One is the written tool, which you have in front of you. And another one, if you're a little bit of an Excel geek like I am, then there's an Excel version you can do with this. And so basically, like anything else worth doing, you need to see it, you need to plan it, you need to do it. And see it, the first thing you're going to do, and I'm going to go through these steps first, then I'm going to kind of talk you through them. And you can follow along in your workbook if you're in there. It's towards the last section. First, list all the things you would do if you did not need to work. And who would you do those with? So you might say, I'd hang out with my family. Chris Krimitsos said he would go to lunch with some of his best friends and go out with his family and hang out and socialize with awesome people and meet and connect with awesome people. So list what you do if you did not need to work and who you would do those things with. And so right now in this step one, we are talking about time outside of work. We're not looking to not work. We're just saying, though, what if you did that? Number one. Number two, just envision, when would you spend your time doing these things? So, okay, yeah, I do that on, and again, I'm going to stick with Friday, Saturday, Sunday as the concept of a 3-day weekend. It could be different days for you. But if you go that, okay, on this day I would do this, I do that. During the week, on these evenings, I would do this, whatever it might be, envisioning when that time is. And then this is possibly the most important part. There's a concept I like to talk about that kind of goes with the conversation that some people say there's, either work-life balance or life-work balance, or simply saying that we're going to put you first. Now, that doesn't change reality. If you have a job, you still need to perform for the business. You still need to perform for your customers. But schedule your life outside of work first, and then your work hours. And don't even get to specifically what you'd be doing during your work hours, but just what would that work be, what would that life be outside of work? So on Fridays, I'm going to do this. Evenings, I'm going to do this. Saturdays, I'm doing this. Sundays, I'm doing this. First, assume that work's going to take care of itself. And eventually, we'll look at the details on that. But don't worry about that yet, because we first want to go with what you want. What's going to excite you? And again, This is not just a dream. If we don't do anything with this work, it's just going to be a dream and not a goal. So there'll be action behind this. But we're going to start with what would that schedule look like? And then make this decision. At some point, you decided you were going to get a job. At some point, you decided you were going to brush your teeth every day. Whatever it is, this is another decision that you're going to work towards a 4-day work week type lifestyle, work-wise, 3-day weekend, or whatever's the best schedule for you they're aiming for. So all of these first 4 steps, they're very cool, they're very fun, they're very energizing, and they're in the envisioning or the seeing part of it, and they're very cool, but we can't stop here. If we just stop here, then we've just got another idea, another possibility that may not happen. The next thing we want to be able to do is then bring the math in. We've said how we want to live. What would the income be necessary to support your lifestyle? And I'm going to show you how we're going to break that down in the tool because that's relevant. And then identify the results or projects that will provide the desired income. And I'm going to suggest you focus first primarily on the results. So there's this concept in consulting or coaching that if I want to get a $1,000 check, I need to help the client get at least a $10,000 result. Because if I can help a client get a $10,000 result, I can get, as long as I market well and get the word out, I'll get tons of clients that will gladly pay $1,000 to get a $10,000 result. So you identify what's the results, not the project, not, well, it's this widget. I have a software as a service business, and my business helps calculate payroll for small business owners. Okay, that's the mechanics. Why? To get their team members excited about performing at high levels. So put simply, it motivates producers to sell. Now, the clients who purchase my software and invest in it year after year, they don't want software. They want more sales. As I like to joke with them, if I had magic brownies and my magic brownies would give them more sales, they would buy my magic brownies. Sadly, I have no magic brownies, but I have software and I have coaching, and that's the best path that I know. So they want that result and they're willing to invest in that. Then you start to eliminate all activities and projects that don't support your top projects. And this can be sharp or it can be progressive. I like the progressive approach, like Al talked about, of slowly working a little bit less each week. The idea of choosing one thing, maybe once a month you drop something, but you stick to it. And so implicit in what Al said is not, well, this week I dropped 10 minutes, then I drop 10 minutes again the next week, and then I go back and then I add 30 minutes. No. It's a progression in a certain direction. And the assumption is, barring a couple, one days where you're off here and there, you're moving in a certain direction and you're maintaining. So we're going to eliminate the activities and projects that won't support our top projects. And then there will be certain things that need to be done. They're essential activities that can be done by a competent person, but they're not your main top results areas. And so then we want to be able to, in order to do it, focus on those few critical projects needed to obtain the desired results. Now, these are all these rows are the same size and they're all pretty colored. This one, if this was by percentage, this would be about 80% of the space here. So this is where a lot of the activity is. This is all the things most of our speakers have talked about: connecting with people, being great, reading, learning from other people, doing the work. And then you can finalize your schedule and say, okay, here's what I'm going to do within my work schedule to implement these vital few projects. I'm going to track my key activities, and I'm going to track my projects, the people, and report the results monthly. And then finally, I'm going to adjust. I'm going to keep an eye on what's going on and adjust and make tweaks as I need to. So if I look at this, it's pretty simple and straightforward. Let me go to the next slide here. And so if you use, you can do this in the workbook, which I've included with you that you have if you've downloaded that. And it's in the chat. It's also in the online place. Or you can use the software. The software is not in there, but I can get you the links for that. And so in the software, what you do is basically the same thing. So let's look at some examples here. This person says here, what do you want to do? Well, I want to list. I want to do family dinner with the family. I want to have date night with my spouse. I want to have the beach with friends. Okay, that's step one. Step two, When would you do this? Or envision, okay, I do this many hours per week. How often? Very similar to what Bunny had talked about. Schedule something you're going to do. And as she mentioned, definitely do it. Schedule specifically when it's going to happen at these times. So there's time in my calendar then. And so when you're starting out, this would not be looking to collide with what you already have planned in your calendar. It would not be about you having to change your work. If you're an employee and you work 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, you say, great, this is going to be outside of those times because I can fully control that. If you're an entrepreneur and you can take off on the Friday, you say, great, I'm going to 11 a.m. Friday, I'm going to go to the beach. And then decide. And in making that decision, there's also going to be some action. So you might need to, make it happen is kind of an easy one to say, well, just do it. Date night, we might need a babysitter. Beach on Friday, I'm gonna need to finish my work by a certain time or a certain day. So this is where this starts getting some teeth as far as how you're gonna plan this, how you're gonna do this. And this is where the math really hits home here. So whatever your situation, I like round pretty numbers when I'm doing things so people can understand them. If these are my expenses that I need after tax, in other words, this is my take-home income, that's what I need, then I've got to start finding what are those projects that I'm going to do that are going to help me make this money to pay for this. And so I have presumably these highest impact activities that I'm going to look to focus on. And each one of them makes a certain amount of money. I have a certain number of, I'm going to use the model of clients in this case. It might be different things, whatever it is you measure, you get measured upon. And so now I'm mapping out that, okay, this is how I'm going to make this happen. This is not yet necessarily where I'm at. This is what I'm aiming for, because I'm not yet where I want to be, but I'm saying this is what I'd like to see happen. And so here's what I'm going to eliminate. Now, whether you're an employee or an entrepreneur, freelancer, side hustle, whatever the situation, there are going to be things in your work that you can let go of. I know one of the things I learned inside of Large Corporation was if I could avoid the meetings and find excuses to avoid the unproductive meetings, that was awesome. So I was usually involved in at least 2 project groups. So when one project group was meeting, if it was going to be unproductive, I said, oh, I got something to do in the other project group, which I did. And I'd move back and forth between the 2 rather than sitting through useless meetings and that sort of stuff. But there's certain things you can find that simply you can eliminate, and you not doing them is not going to hurt you at all. And then there's other things you're going to have to say that, okay, these are not for me to do. Somebody else is going to do this for this to work. And then ultimately, I had back here some ideas of the projects under step 6. Under step 9, I'm going to say, well, actually, you know what? I'm going to see, at least again, if I'm aiming, I'm going to aim for more time in this higher income per hour project. And it's not always the case. You might say, wait, I like activity number 2 the best, so I'm going to spend more time there. Great, whatever makes you happy. Usually, if you enjoy growing and you enjoy challenges, the more creative challenges, the more interesting issues. When Bunny talked about having 4 clients, those are high impact situations, high impact where you're helping them get a high impact result for themselves. And so you can make a high income result in a way that's sustainable. And then from there, it just goes into planning out what you would do when. And this is where you do get granular to say, okay, here's what I'm going to do at these different times. Here's what my schedule is going to look like. And again, it might not be there yet. As we talked about earlier, I might have to first look at my existing schedule and then go to where I want it to be and say where I want it to be, I'm going to make this 1 change per month. And then next month, I'm going to change another hour. Next month, I'm going to change another hour. And then after that, you just start tracking your projects and the income, your costs and what they've cost, the things you're able to eliminate, the things you're able to delegate, and then checking in to see what's working, what's not working, and what do you need to do about that. So again, the majority of the work is being done in this 4th step, the do it. Again, so the see it is maybe 5% of the time of this process. It's awesome. It's exciting. It gets you really excited. Another 15% or 16% of this. So it's like almost like 4%, 16%, and then 80%. 80% of it down here is the work, doing it, learning, implementing, and then checking back in on a regular basis to see what's working for you. But most of the things that are powerful, whether it's Michael Hyatt's work or Tony Robbins or Wayne Dyer or Deepak Chopra or Arianna Huffington or any of these people, it's simple things that they're executing consistently and doing well. So this is about you having a roadmap to understand how can I get there. And so I'm not quite so concerned that you get there yesterday as I am concerned that you have a game plan of how you can make that happen. So as we get ready to finish up what I want to do is pull in a couple things and let you know where we're going from here, because I don't want to leave you hanging. We've opened up a lot of different things. We've got you doing different things. We've got you interested in some things. So the first thing I want to just thank all of our speakers who showed up, all that they've given and contributed to you. Please support them, follow what they're doing. Let them know you saw them at the event and you heard from them. And all of them, they're helpful people. They're people who will serve you. See what you can do to learn from them and learn more about their work. Reminder, you can always have people still join to get the recorded part of this and the follow-ups at 3dayclublive.com. And once you're in the online site, you can invite people. And if you invite people, you will get fabulous prizes. Thanks again to our sponsor, PodFest, for Andrew and Chris and the whole community for making this possible. Roughly half of the speakers today were from PodFest. And then thank you for Alex and Podmatch for sharing what you've done, because that's also part of where more of our people have come from. And then just two other quick things. Number one, remember you have, or at least hopefully you have, you might not have it yet, there's the workbook. So if you don't have the workbook, it's in the online site. And basically, all the way through, all the things we've done today that I've done, all the exercises, you can go through them at your pace whenever you want. You have some of the questions for the people that put them in there. A lot of information and content in there to help you implement that. And then as the last thing, just wanted to let you know what I'm going to be doing to help make sure you have as good of a chance as possible for this to work out, for you to be able to get results from this, is in the online community. If you've all been there, right now we're in this situation where we're live in here, and it is 2 copies of it. There's a reason for that, but starting next Thursday, for the next 4 Thursdays, Thursday, May 27th, June 3rd, and the next 2 weeks at 3 p.m., all I'm doing, you're welcome to join. You're welcome to invite friends to join, and we'll have the recorded part of the course. All the recordings of it, we'll have that up within the next week. And all we're going to do is get together, not in a Zoom webinar. This is a webinar where we're talking, and we can't all see each other at the same time. We're going to be doing Zoom calls, and you're going to be able to get on these calls and just check in with other people. How are things going? What are you implementing? What worked? What didn't work? And I'll definitely be on those calls. I'm not certain yet. I'll check in with some of the speakers. I imagine some will show up at different times and get the support to help you implement. So that's something. And I just remind you, inside the community, you have the ability to go into what's in there right now. Some of the content is still in there right now. You have the ability to connect with other people. You have the ability to learn what they're doing and check in with the topics, to connect with other members, learn what they're up to. And then under the topics section, there's a place for you to share your podcast, your YouTube links, your Twitter profiles, your Instagram, Facebook, whatever it might be, and connect with other people. So I'm going to focus first on continuing to help us go through this conversation. And then as a last piece, for those that want to go deeper into, how do I create that 3-day weekend lifestyle in my work as an entrepreneur, as an employee? I'm showing you right now the entrepreneur track. Just as Alex said, he can't just go from 60 hours to 35 hours like that, because he's got to figure out, well, how do I get the same results? And he's doing it in a very intelligent way. How do I get the same results in 10 minutes less per week? And the next week, 20 minutes less per week, and then 30 minutes less per week. In this program, the 3-day week and entrepreneur club and the related course that goes with it, we're going to be going into that. I'm going to be helping you see how you can do that, how you make that happen, how you increase your income, how do you create the type of offerings that people respond to, how you double your time doing your best work. All these different pieces, we're going to go into that over an 8-week program. And then you'll have the support for doing that as well. So thank you for coming out. For those of you all who shared, some of you all have been here all day. Danny, Alec, Almega, man, thanks for being here the whole day. Thank you so much for coming out. To all the speakers, Catherine, I know you're still on, different people, everybody else who supported what we're doing. So grateful for what we have done. For those of you all who've been here simply listening, thank you for participating, doing what you're doing. This has been very enjoyable. Please let me know whatever I can do to help you. Again, inside the community, you can reach out there. If you're not certain, just send an email or a text to me. And Alex, if you want to come back on real quick, just want to tell you thanks, man. And just thank you for what you all have been doing and contributing. This is a group of people Alex, thanks so much for doing what you're doing. Definitely check out what he's doing. And even if you're not into a podcast, check out his, creating your own podcast yet. Check out his Creating a Brand podcast, see what he's up to. A lot of great wisdom on there from awesome people. And dude, man, thank you so much for coming out. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for supporting Alex. Thank you, everybody else. If you have any questions, let me know. And again, we'll be here. Well, I'll be here all week. We'll be here next week again, following up on this. And then there are other things I offer, like individual coaching and whatnot. If you support anybody, whether it's Podmatch, Podfest, any other speakers, if you invest in something of theirs, I will be giving you 1 year of the content to all of the premium programs I have, other than, let's say, any private coaching, but any of the group programs, just because, again, want to support each other. I think you noticed people weren't here like, hey, buy my stuff, buy my stuff. They were just here looking to serve. And by the way, Alex, your black table with the black background on Zoom, because I see both you and I, is tripping me out. It looks like your hands are about to come out. When you put them down here on the bottom of your screen, it looks like they're going to come out of the screen at me. I was exactly like, it looks kind of 3D. Anything you would add, Alex?
Man, no, just again, it's what everyone has said. Wade, you do such a good job, man. This is a phenomenal, like, this is your first time doing an event like this even, and it's just done, executed well. The communication on the back end that people can't see is really good with me as a speaker. Great job, man. Really honored to be here. I'm so thankful that you gave me the opportunity, and really excited for the next one. At the very least, I'll be attending it, but you've done some great work here. So thank you for just making this happen today, man.
All right. Thanks so much, man. And everybody for coming out. Thank you for all the participation in the chat, all the comments, for sticking with us. And again, I've said this before, we're not superheroes. We're regular people. We're happy to help. Please reach out to us. Don't do that whole thing. Well, they were on a stage or this and that. I'm not actually standing on a stage. I'm sitting on a chair. We're regular people. More than happy to help you. But thank you for coming out. And as I always say, I look forward to helping you all help more people and make more money in less time. Do what you do best, so you can better enjoy your family, your friends, and your life. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming out. Hope you have an awesome